Asian countries have turned to swiftlet farming. They've set up structures that mimic the bird's natural habitat, dark abandoned buildings that feel like caves. And they use fake bird calls to attract the swiftlets. Bouchadors say they've noticed a difference in the number of swiflet nests left in the wild, but they're not sure if it's because of farming or other environmental factors.
Nagbago na ngayon talaga yung maraming iba paano wala nang laman ngayon.
The farms do pose a challenge to the Bouchadors' livelihood, but Alban says cave nests are higher quality than farmed ones. Locals believe they have medicinal properties.
Maraming iba nagsasabi na nakakatulong nga daw, nakagamot ng mga karamdaman.
And there's some science that backs it up. A 2015 study shows the nests are loaded with nutrients that can boost a child's immunity. And they're rich in proteins, amino acids, and vitamins that strengthen organs. Alvin is finally home after 2 days of hunting for nests. The season is almost over.
Kailangan kong pagiging isang musyado. Yun na lang kasi hindi naman ako nakapag-aaral, hindi ako nakapagtapos ng pag-aaral. Tapos kauna-una ayaw ko rin magtrabaho na malayo sa pamilya ko kasi mas kumikita na rin ako dito sa pagiging musyado.
For the rest of the year, he earns a living by fishing. His wife, Marty, is relieved.
Ginagawa kong busy lahat ng trabaho sa bahay, binibigyan na lang yung sarili ko para ma-divert sa iba yung isip ko na kaysa mag-alala, diba? Kasi nga, hindi mo naman mapigilan na talagang hinanakan na lang ang time.
For Alvin, climbing the same caves his ancestors did is a... Now he takes pride in carrying on the tradition.
May isang negosyante talaga ako gusto ko nito yung isla. Gusto ko gawin ng resort na ipinaglaban ko talaga na hindi niya piling kami kasi yun nga sa amin ito eh. Galing pa sa mga ninong namin.
Identifying a fake Rolex can be tricky.
As a person who has been dealing with these things for years, when it doesn't say Swiss, you know something's wrong.
John Buckley is a veteran watch dealer who buys, sells, and repairs used Rolexes. And they're sometimes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Just perfectly done.
These days, used watches can sell for up to 3 times their retail price. The market is estimated to be worth $20 billion, and it's growing fast.
Like everybody started buying watches.
Because they're a good way to store money. Between 2011 and 2021, Rolexes outperformed the stock market, real estate, and gold. But even experienced sellers like John have to be careful. For one, there are counterfeits. U.S. Customs shows how it seizes up to 150,000 fake watches per year.
Rolex watches inside in just plain old bubble wrap. Rolex would never put their watches in little Ziploc bags.
But spotting a fake isn't always as obvious. If dealers like John get stuck with a counterfeit, the effects can be disastrous. Not just financially, but it can also destroy their reputation.
New young bucks that come into the business, they get caught out there real fast. And your reputation is burned. Burned when you can't make good on sale. Factory does it, factory dial.
We followed John to Manhattan's famous diamond district, because he always strikes deals in such a competitive market.
It's 13 grand. Of course it's not so bad. Why do they go offering it?
This section of 47th Street is home to over 2,600 businesses, selling gems, jewelry, and luxury watches. John buys and sells roughly a dozen watches per week here, from stores and other collectors. Today, he's visiting 2 of his regular spots.
The ones from Paddock that I need, hopefully I can buy from, and I'm going to show them a couple pieces that I got. I got a hundred for Let's move all this
John already has a customer lined up for this rare Patek Philippe.
I really like this watch. What's the date on the papers? I'm curious. Nothing in that.
He's hoping to get it for under $40,000.
Listen, I know it's a nice watch. I'm not here to be chopped. You know I need it. 36,000? I thought it was pretty good at 35.
$37 was my final price. I think it's fair. You can think about it.
I'm not to think. Myself. Thank you. This watch will be sold for 40,000 and change. So I'll make $3 grand on the watch, which is not bad.
Down the street, John has his eye on a gold Rolex day date with diamonds on the bezel, or the ring surrounding its glass.
How much is this $21,000 watch?
25,000. Yes.
2, 3, You like that, right? Let's do it. Factory diamond dial, factory diamond bezel.
23 dollars. The deal that I want to do for you, I mean, it's obviously steakhouse, but
Really? It's beautiful.
John typically has around 30 watches in his collection, and most already have buyers lined up.
We like cash flow. I write a check, I want to know that, I'm going to have that money back, I'll make my profit on it, and move on to the next one. It's like the holy grail over here. I didn't even think they were still producing them.
He doesn't want to risk getting stuck with something he might not sell, even if he loves it, like this diamond-studded Rolex from Qatar, which has an asking price of $175,000.
When you look at things that they make on the street, and you compare it to something like this, I mean, it's a different world. I don't have a home for it.
Despite the high price tags, John says he rarely makes more than a few $1,000s per watch. Sometimes it's only a few hundred.
There are very few home runs in this game. I mean, I don't know what is considered a home run. Making 10 grand on a watch, it's like, that doesn't happen. Thank you, Yasha. And thank you. Thank you so much.
In fact, he makes even more money selling obscure parts than the actual watches.
These are interesting. These are called color change or tropical. And years ago, guys would never keep this stuff. But now, because they're unique, they keep them and they ask for a lot of money for them. These are Daytona dials, which are actually pretty cool. This is just tons of stuff. Wallets, Rolex, duffel bags, and hats. We have it all. We do.
He's hoarded these Rolex parts in his workshop for 25 years.
We're here in the lab. This is where I get to practice my guerrilla watchmaking skills. You have to have a very specific part for a very specific watch in order for it to command a very high price.
John has seen demand for Rolex parts and watches skyrocket after 2017. That's when a Rolex Daytona worn by the actor Paul Newman broke a record, selling for $15.5 million plus fees.
Selling officially at $15,500,000. Thank you for your patience, Natalie. It is history now. $15,500,000.
What happened after that was this big bull run, and I hate to use stock terminology, but that's what it was. It's like everybody started buying watches.
In 2021, Rolex retail sales were estimated to be higher than the next 5 brands combined. So why are they in such high demand? First off, their reputation for quality. They're made by hand, with materials like 18-karat gold, platinum, and stainless steel. And there aren't many new ones entering the market. Brands like Patek Philippe and Audemars Piguet each make fewer than 100,000 watches per year. Rolex makes an estimated 1 million annually. And that's still not enough to keep up with demand.
For most people, the only way to get one is to get one secondhand. The result of that, in many cases, is higher demand than available supply, which causes prices to go up.
Rolexes also last and can resist all kinds of extreme conditions. In fact, it started off as a sports brand back in the early 20th century.
They began making highly functional timepieces designed to go underwater, top of mountains, on jet planes. And these were professional grade timepieces for people that needed accurate measurement.
These were not collectible watches back in the day, okay? You look at some of these, watches that are 6- and 7-figure watches, they sold for maybe $100 at a military PX or something like that.
Edmund Hillary, one of the first to summit Everest, wore a Rolex Oyster Perpetual during his expedition in 1953. In the 60s, Rolex began sponsoring tennis matches, auto races, and a number of high-end luxury events. Rolexes also started showing up a lot more on movie screens. actor Sean Connery wore one as James Bond. Marlon Brando wore one too. By the 1980s, Rolexes were sought-after collectibles. Today, a Rolex Daytona model is so popular, it's almost impossible to get on a waiting list.
I'm still on a waiting list since 1996, just to give you an idea.
But buyers are willing to spend a lot to skip the line, which is why used Rolexes can sell for 2 to 3 times their retail cost. And as demand soars, watch dealers like John have to be even warier of the biggest trap of the trade: counterfeits. Customs Officer Steve Nethersall showed us how they sniff out and seize counterfeit watches at JFK Airport. Before a package ever lands in the U.S., CBP gathers intelligence on the sender, container, and aircraft. They'll start by looking at the box.
Well, I'm looking because I don't have my glasses on, so I'm cheating. The first, when it comes in, is the country of origin. Louis Vuitton, they're coming from France. The watch is coming from Switzerland. When it's coming from China, bing, that's your #1 red flag. Rolex would never put their watches in little Ziploc bags. They don't put these inside it, the silica gel. Rolex does not send to individuals in the United States. They only send to their retail stores. More than 90% of all the goods that we receive that are counterfeit are from China. You know, sometimes by the naked eye you can't tell, but sometimes it's that bad you can. But you look and you can see the scratches and how it's not machined properly to a nice finish.
So when Steve finds a counterfeit good, he seizes it. Then he figures out the item's MSRP, using the brand's website and CBP's internal database.
This one here would be about $11,000. That's the MSRP. What the manufacturer would be losing had this been genuine. These are generally on the internet for about $200.
Back in his workshop, John is figuring out whether this Rolex is counterfeit. After 25 years in the industry, he usually knows what to look for.
I mean, I'm looking at the color of the case. This piece is not the same color as this piece. This is 18 karat gold. We always have to check, because I can't take a chance on paying for it, #1, or selling it to someone else if I'm not sure.
One of the most reliable ways to test gold Rolex parts is a scratch test on a black stone made of quartz. Then he adds a few drops of nitric acid, which dissolves any material that isn't gold.
There you go. Wow. The acid did not dissolve the gold. Over here, the acid dissolved the gold. It is not authentic.
But most of the time, he can spot a fake with the naked eye.
We could usually spot these just based on the symmetry of the case. They don't have that nice Rolex slope. The other, obvious thing that you look at, if you look at the amount of space between the face and the glass, you will see that it is very high. It's probably got an extra 1.5 millimeters.
John also has his son James help with fraud detection.
And I scroll through hundreds of listings, and I pick out the 10 that are fake.
The threat of counterfeits hasn't stopped sellers or buyers, though. Rolex is also getting in on the secondhand market, launching its own program to sell pre-owned Rolexes. Younger generations are fueling this new demand surge, and they're finding out about these old watches on TikTok.
I saw this watch, it's a 36mm white gold with a factory diamond dial. Can you pull it out of it?
John's son and his friend Tyler McCorsky have helped him build a huge social media following.
Bucky's with us today, let's get it.
The bread and butter is the negotiations. You know, people like to see them, so we want to give people what they want. But our other thing that we really do well is more so education content.
Today, we're going to show you how to change the battery on quartz watch.
John teaches audiences the same lessons on TikTok he showed Tyler when he was still a kid.
First time I ever sold a watch to Buckley, I was 8 years old, and it was a rubber swatch. Remember those? It's a rubber swatch watches, and he says, I need $5 on each one. Go sell them wherever, and keep whatever's left after the $5. As far as the whole hustle and the whole grind,
I got that Wimbledon for you if you want it.
I actually enjoy the going out there and trying to make money aspect of this business.
Despite all these new players, John isn't worried about the competition.
And you go by these guys who fancy themselves, watch specialists, and they've been doing this for a year or two. Everybody's a specialist or an expert, okay? Listen, I'm a freaking expert. I've been dealing with this stuff hand to hand. I got the junk to prove it. McCorsky really left a cup of coffee down here? Did he really do that? That's just rude.
Making aloe products takes quick hands.
La penca, que siempre va saliendo la penca ya echa su espina.
A good knife,
Diariamente tenemos que filetear alrededor de 3.000 a 3.500 pencas cada empleado.
and lots of plants. It takes about 20 aloe leaves to make just 1 gallon of aloe vera juice. But some aloe products have been found to contain no aloe at all.
It's so easy to put out a fake aloe product, so there are all kinds of synthetic gels.
So how are real aloe vera products made? And can we spot the legit stuff? We visited the largest aloe farm in the world to find out. Universal Aloe's farm covers 5,000 acres here in the Dominican Republic. While there are hundreds of types of aloe plants, this farm chose Aloe barbadensis Miller because it has 20 amino acids.
Mineral, vitamin, carbohydrate, hormone, and other bioactive substances.
Once the baby plants are in the ground, it takes about 8 months for them to mature. About 750 people harvest these fields. They're dispatched in groups, harvesting section by section.
Siempre uno le quita la penca que están llenas y uno la corta y le quita la punta, quita las espinas. Y en la parte de abajo es en el tronco, como digamos. O sea, le cortamos penca madura, yo la agarro penca por penca para no maltratar la mata, para que va a quedar.
The cut leaves won't grow back, but the plants will grow new ones. It will take them about a week to harvest just this one area.
La caloría, el sol es demasiado fuerte, es lo difícil de este trabajo, pero uno ya está acostumbrado, son cosas que uno necesita.
One by one, workers pick up all the harvested leaves and toss them into a truck. Those leaves head to a processing plant 2 miles up the road.
Aquí llega diariamente 260.000 libras de penca fresca sobre el sistema 5. Y eso es convertido diariamente en 20.000 galones de jugo fresco para exportar. El proceso se inicia con el lavado y desinfección de la planta.
The leaves go through a bath of chlorinated salt water to kill off any little critters from the field that may be hanging around. Then they get trimmed.
Se remueve junto con la cabeza y la cola para que la penca quede en situación de poder ser extraído el filete en el área de fileteado. Y luego se da un segundo lavado.
This jiggly fillet is the gel inside the aloe leaf. That's what's used in real aloe vera juice, gel, or skincare products.
Nosotros utilizamos la mano de obra humana para sacar el filete de la hoja de huever.
To do it, they need a really good knife.
Yo lo pongo en rayo, porque cuando yo lo pongo, yo siento que fue rapidísimo con él. Ella sí trabajó solo por mí.
They might make it look easy, but filleting takes precision.
También tiene que estar exactamente en el punto para poder sacar el cristal de la hoja bien. Mayormente hay mucha diferencia. Bueno, cuando viene la sábila grande se siente bien porque uno rinde más. En la sábila pequeña, uno pasa mucho trabajo para filetearla y se siente como debe y se le va el deseo a uno de trabajar.
And they have to move fast, filleting 3,500 leaves a day.
Los fileteros más rápidos somos muchos y a veces nos ponemos a echar competencia para saber mayormente cuál es más rápido y somos muchos los más rápidos que hay.
Many aloe companies use machines for filleting.
El proceso de producción que llevamos a cabo es muy artesanal. Alrededor del 80% de todo nuestro proceso es manual, porque hay mucho menos desperdicio y porque la planta nuestra, la hoja es muy irregular en su morfología.
The leftover leaf bits go back out into the field as compost, and the buckets of fillets, those get weighed, then poured onto this big table. Workers here will inspect them for any leftover leaf bits, which they'll then slice off. Once it's all clear, the fillets head to the shredder, which grinds them into a pure aloe gel.
Y desde aquí pasan hacia estos serpentines de pastonizado, Los UHT se eliminan cualquier tipo de impurezas y de bacterias que pudieran tener el jugo.
At this point, ascorbic acid is added to extend the shelf life.
Nuestro producto es 99.9% aloe vera puro y el otro 0.1% es ácido ascórbico.
The gel flows into this spill-proof bag.
Estas dos cabezas solamente se encargan de coger la tapa de la funda metalizada, abrirla, llenar la funda y cerrarla automáticamente sin que ningún contacto con el medio ambiente.
This bag is then vacuum sealed and put into a bigger metal box. The whole process from leaf to this container takes only about 3 hours. But before this shipment can leave the factory, its contents have to be tested for quality assurance.
Alrededor de 20-25 muestras diariamente.
Hay un análisis que es el físico-químico. En el físico-químico analizamos lo que es el pH, la viscosidad, la parte de color, textura y todo lo concerniente a la apariencia del jugo como tal.
Me toma alrededor de 1 hora hacer este tipo de análisis.
Only when a container passes the lab tests can it be released for shipment. These ones are bound for Rotterdam, in the Netherlands. There, the gel will be pumped into bottles for forever living products. But not every bottle of aloe is made like this. In 2015, ConsumerLab.com tested 10 aloe products for ingredients.
Half of them failed our tests.
A 2016 Bloomberg investigation found that Walmart, CVS, and Target's aloe products contain no evidence of aloe at all.
It's so easy to put out a fake aloe product. So there are all kinds of synthetic gels. Often you'll see the word like carbomer is a synthetic gel. And if you see a clear gel, you have no idea if it's really aloe or carbomer.
Most aloe products aren't closely regulated by the FDA. That's because they're considered supplements or cosmetics, not drugs. So a product can say it contains aloe, but it could mean a range of things. It really does contain aloe fillet, or it's the whole leaf ground up, and not just that inner fillet. Or it's a synthetic gel, and there's actually no aloe, which won't hurt you, but doesn't have any of the supposed benefits of aloe.
There's not a lot of regulation or oversight of aloe products.
It's also hard to regulate because aloe grows naturally, all over the Americas. And its gel has been used for thousands of years to heal burns and reduce inflammation.
The challenge is translating that history to our current rigorous medical examination.
Another problem is there isn't clear scientific proof of aloe's healing powers. Some studies have shown it helps soothe burns and speed up healing, while others show no effect on burns.
It's not that aloe doesn't help, the evidence isn't there right now.
The outer rind of the leaf has been found to have a laxative compound called aloin. One study found that it caused cancer in rats, while another found it helped with constipation. But the FDA has banned aloe from being sold as an over-the-counter laxative drug.
There's no patent on aloe, and so there is a lot of incentive for companies to be putting lots of money into clinical studies.
They don't really need to do those studies to get these products on the shelf.
Still, consumers worldwide are flocking to aloe as they embrace more natural products. Universal Aloe saw a 30% increase in demand in 2020. As consumers navigate this growing market, how can we identify the products made with real aloe vera? Well, Todd says it's actually really tricky, but he did have a few suggestions. First, you should always check the ingredient list.
You want to see aloe, you want to see it first. You really need to be super careful on the wording because if it just says leaf, it could be any part of the leaf. You could be getting the latex, which you don't want unless you want a laxative effect.
Look out for tricky wording, like 100% gel. That could mean there is 100% gel, but not all of it is aloe fillet.
So you really need to know what part of the leaf is being made. When they say aloe gel, is it a gel that's made from blending up the whole leaf, or is it truly just pure aloe gel?
Despite these uncertainties, experts don't expect the demand for aloe to dip anytime soon.
In 2022, the electronic waste created by humans weighed as much as 350 cruise ships, and the industry for recycling it is worth an estimated $40 billion. We visited one of the largest e-waste recycling companies in the US to see how hard the process really is. That's Ingrid, president of Sims Lifecycle Services, one of the largest e-recyclers in the US. Ingrid took us through her biggest facility to see how it's repurposing or recycling up to 6 million pounds of old electronics every month.
So we're in Laverne, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville. This is a 200,000 square foot facility where we focus on receiving, processing electronics,
Sims mainly gets electronic waste from office gear, like laptops, computers, printers, or phones.
We have more than 500 companies like HP and Lexmark, insurance companies, banks.
The rest of its clients are secret, but Ingrid can tell us what happens to these devices once they get here.
Reuse, repurpose, re-engineer if we can't reuse it. Very last resort is recycling.
What you see here is where we first get the material in. It's a FIFO type of process, first in, first out. That's how we work it. And she's offloading a truck, so she'll go in, get her forks into the pallet, and pull it out. It's supposed to come from an office refresh. It looks like there's some old DVD players, some old stereo equipment.
The first stop, the scale.
Then they will get the weight and input it into our data center. And that's what Drew is doing over there with the computer. Then it gets tagged with a barcode. It'll tell us whether we go to destroy, recycle, or we go to reuse.
The building's broken up into recycling on the right and reuse on the left. We'll start here.
If we can reuse it and reuse the parts, then you're not making a new part.
So this is the part harvesting area for laptops. Sometimes when you can't sell the whole laptop, we can remove parts from it and either rebuild a laptop to sell or sell the parts.
To get all these tiny pieces out of a device without hurting them, it takes a lot of skill and
different screws, a lot of different screws.
So much of it still needs to be done manually, and to do it properly, and that's very labor intensive.
Memory units, processors, screens, keyboards, and motherboards can all be reused. Workers will clean them, check that they're functioning, and send them back into inventory to be sold again.
Lots of times when we're allowed to sell units, we'll do revenue share with it. So we'll share revenue with the client. So that's kind of a nice way to add life to the electronics and then also get some revenue back.
Big hard drives pulled from computers or servers are another moneymaker, but they come with an added challenge of security.
You can see the fence up. You need a key card to get in. I don't know if I have access. Oh, I do. So here is where you'll see the higher value material.
Any stored data has to be wiped before a drive can be resold.
We have a lot of banks and insurance companies as our clients, so you can well imagine that those folks want their data erased properly. This is where you'll see some of the wiping going on of the hard drives. At the end here, these have already been done, so they're ready to go to the next step to get resold. So our drives will sell wholesale or on eBay. You can see these guys are deemed for eBay. So you'll see 1 terabyte, 500 gigabytes, all different size drives. These smaller drives, there just isn't any value in it anymore.
So if something's simply not worth Sims' time to refurbish, it's sent to be recycled.
On the other side is destroy, recycle. And over here, we have a lot of folks that are depackaging and also removing hazards.
This part's called demanufacturing.
So we'll remove hazards, batteries, and all that type of thing before it goes to be shredded. On this side,
there's a lot of hazardous materials in electronics, like mercury, cadmium, and lead. And if devices end up in landfills, that bad stuff could do major damage to groundwater and soil.
This is what we want to ensure does not go into the shredder, because this could be really dangerous for fire. If we leave toner in there, I mean, it goes up like nothing. Toner is explosive. And then the plastic acts as a fuel source. That's our biggest challenge.
Everything that's not hazardous gets shredded.
So this is Lori, and Lori is running the shredder, all with a mouse, right? Lori? This is the control room.
I have control of how much goes in the shredder, how much on the belt. I can stop the belt, I can speed it up, I can jog it.
It's a 400 horsepower quad shredder, which means you have these teeth that are grinding up all the material here, and those are nice printers that are getting eaten up and ground out to this on the outside. And this is a really cool part. It's very noisy. The first thing that we're trying to do is remove any steel.
A giant magnet overhead pulls out all the steel.
This is where the charge is added to the material, and based on the plus and minus will repel. So the aluminum gets thrown the farthest away, so that's why aluminum is here, and the circuit board is in the middle, and the plastic falls right down because it doesn't accept the charge.
The leftover mix heads to another machine named Tidy.
Heidi is German. Originally, we were using it to separate plastic, but the technology wasn't keeping up. It doesn't work on black plastic, and you see today, everything's black plastic.
Now, Heidi separates everything using infrared technology.
Ginger's our metal finder. She was named after the engineer who designed her because he had a ginger beard. And ginger is just taking out any further metal that's still within the plastic mix.
What's left goes into the Dutch sink float machine, named Otto.
So I guess that's the only male machine we have.
In Otto, plastic floats, while everything else sinks.
We scoop off the top, the good stuff, and that's what will go to Montreal to our plastic compounder, and then goes back to HP to get reused into parts.
And those raw materials can make Sims some pretty good money.
So we really want to recover that value.
Every electronic has precious metals in it.
Some gold, some copper, some platinum, some palladium.
So all these elements can be separated and sold to be reused piecemeal.
The copper and precious metal streams will go to a copper smelter in Canada or in Europe or Japan. The steel will go to a steel mill here in Tennessee.
But with more than 75% of e-waste landfill bound, companies are missing out on huge profits. To put it in perspective, in 2019, an estimated $57 billion worth of precious metals and valuables in electronics were thrown away or burned.
If we recycle it, then we're not digging holes and mining for virgin metals. It's a way to get some really precious commodities without expending all that energy and damage to the environment.
But it's a catch-22. Recycling e-waste could be a moneymaker, and it's better for the environment, but it's both really hard and expensive to do.
They're not designed to be recycled. Many different chemical compounds all smashed together. The devices got smaller and smaller. Removing whole components became less and less possible.
Treating and disposing of these hazardous materials is dangerous and pricey. Recyclers also have to constantly upgrade machines and processes to keep up with this changing technology. And that's costly too.
We only change the blades once a year, and when it gets towards the end, the blades get a bit dull. That's when we get a little bit anxious, and sometimes they're jams.
Sims has invested 1,000 hours updating just its Sally the Shredder machine. And while recyclers are facing all of these challenges, e-waste is only expected to increase by 38% over the next decade. So is there a way to make e-recycling easier? Some say it starts with manufacturers.
What a lot of the manufacturers are focused on, rather than making products live a long time, they see their way out is to keep selling as many products as they can as rapidly as possible, and they try to compensate folks saying, don't worry, it's recyclable. And so this churn and burn mentality is very harmful.
Jim thinks one solution could be for manufacturers to create electronics that are actually meant to be recycled. For example, making devices that don't have toxins, so they're safer and easier to break down. But until that happens, Sims will keep wiping and shredding those hard-to-recycle electronics.
Harvesting acai is a dangerous job in Brazil. Workers climb thin palm trees deep in the Amazon rainforest.
Ela pode chegar lá em cima, no pegar do cacho, ela quebrar, porque ela é frágil.
These berries have become one of the most popular so-called superfoods in the US, and they aren't cheap. One bowl can cost up to $15. And while the berry has exploded in popularity in recent decades, small farms like this haven't really been able to cash in.
A gente fica com a menor parte do lucro aqui na comunidade, né?
To this day, most acai in Brazil is harvested by families on small-scale farms. But big plantations are on the rise, putting pressure on families like Lucas Nogueira's and a way of life that goes back generations.
Mas é uma dádiva de Deus. Uma importância muito grande para nós, para nossa alimentação, para nossa sobrevivência.
So how did this Amazonian fruit become so trendy? And what is the true cost to the people who have been harvesting it for generations?
Vem, senhor. Aqui tem o cacho, aqui, olha aqui, ó, açaí, olha aqui, açaí.
We met Lucas at the end of the 2021 harvest, but there were still some berries left on a few trees. His family's farm is roughly 70 miles from Belém, the capital of the state of Pará, which grows more than 90% of the acai produced in Brazil. The only tool they use to climb is a single piece of rope called a baconha. They used to be made of leaves.
Essa folha aqui, a gente pegava, torcia ela, aí passava por aqui, fazia isso, para ver como o tempo vai mudando, né?
Today, Lucas's son Luis Fernando will go up.
Se tiver só pane, se tiver maduro, então se preparou, pode subir, vai com cuidado.
The trunks are so thin that climbers have to be lightweight.
É perigoso sim. O cara tá lá em cima e uma árvore quebrar. É arriscado o cara quebrar o braço, quebrar o pé.
At the top, they swing from the tree to reach multiple bunches. Going down can be dangerous too, especially while carrying a large knife and holding an armful of branches. Dropping them could damage the fragile fruit.
Graças a Deus eu nunca caí dessa ideira. Espero que isso não aconteça comigo.
Eu já caí 3 vezes dessa ideira, não me bati nenhuma vez, graças a Deus.
And the risks don't end at the climb.
Inclusivamente a gente anda nessas áreas, tem muitos animais, né, que nem cobra.
Lucas and his family harvested 53 baskets like these in 2021, earning them an income of about $950. That's as little as 20 cents per pound. Meanwhile, a pound of processed acai sorbet can sell for $7 or more in the US. Part of the issue is that Lucas has to sell his acai as soon as possible because the fruit goes bad fast. That leaves farmers who don't have processing machines with little leverage to negotiate.
Não tem empresa aqui na nossa comunidade, a gente vende para atravessador, para poder chegar na mão daquelas pessoas que vão beneficiar, que vão se dar bem.
Merchants bring the acai to Belém by boat. It's a race against the clock to sell the fruit before it spoils, so markets run overnight.
Açaí apanhado hoje, ele dura em máximo 48 horas. 72 é assim, extrapolando.
The price of the baskets varies every day, depending on the demand.
Hoje, em média, um paneiro desse aqui está custando, hoje, 60.
Most of the acai produced in the States stays in Brazil, but exports have skyrocketed, growing about 14,000% between 2011 and 2020. Some acai gets transported to processing facilities like North Acai. Every day, 22 tons of fruit are turned into frozen pulp, the acai that most people outside of Pará are familiar with.
O açaí é uma películazinha com caroço. Então 95% do açaí é caroço.
This is the stage where we see the biggest jump in price, about 177%.
Esse produto tem que estar congelado em menos de 24 horas. Aí a gente vem pra cá, aonde aqui é o túnel de congelamento. A polpa fica congelada nesses monoblocos, aonde a gente depois leva para a câmara de estocagem e guarda ele para vender ele no mercado internacional e nacional.
Today, more than 70% of Brazil's acai exports end up in the States.
Nós estamos muito presentes, muito forte, tá? Na região da Flórida, na região de Nova York, na região de Nova Jersey, pela costa leste americana, de norte a sul, nós estamos bem presentes.
The global market for acai is expected to reach nearly $2.1 billion by the end of 2025.
E a cada como a China abrir as fronteiras para consumir esse produto, nós vamos aumentar
Açai's popularity took off in other Brazilian states in the 1980s, when it became part of workout culture in Rio and Sao Paulo. The bowls made regular appearances in this popular 90s soap opera that took place at a gym. Its high-calorie content made it a perfect pre- or post-exercise food, and its antioxidants made it easy to brand a superfood. That came with claims that it can solve all sorts of health issues, like
obesity, type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, strokes, hypertension, high risk for COVID-19, cognitive difficulties, sexual difficulties.
But nutritionists say this narrative has been blown out of proportion.
One food can't do that, can it? No.
Nonetheless, Americans were hooked and made all kinds of acai bowls, mixing in fruit, granola, honey, and more. But it's a far cry from the culture of people who have eaten it for much longer. Indigenous people living in the Amazon have harvested and consumed acai for centuries, maybe even millennia, and it's still a staple food in the daily diet of people in Peru, who eat it fresh with savory meals. Lucas was 12 when he started climbing acai trees, and he still does, 36 years later.
Eu tirar pro meu consumo, para ajudar meus pais. Então eu acharia que ele não tinha condição de me bancar, né? E comecei a apanhar o açaí, né? Para me manter, para minha roupa, eu solteiro, meus calços sapatos.
In recent years, acai has also made headlines in American and Brazilian media for reports of children working in the industry. But farmers like Lucas say it's always been this way, and that it's normal for everyone in the family to help out and learn the trade.
É uma cultura porque vai passando de pai para filho, de avô para neto, né?
Nowadays, Lucas owns this land along with 5 other families. These kinds of settlements are called quilombos, or a quilombola community, and many go back centuries. They were established by enslaved Africans and Afro-descendants who ran away into the jungle and started communities like this to survive. Many learned from indigenous people how to harvest and process native foods, including acai. The Brazilian government estimates there are nearly 6,000 quilombola communities in the country, and a 2013 study found roughly 75% still lived in extreme poverty.
Mas é uma comunidade rica, né? Que se diz assim pobre, mas se torna rica, né? De espírito.
Lucas's acai trees grow alongside different native trees and plants. But larger monoculture plantations that produce more fruit are on the rise. The amount of land used for these plantations has more than tripled since 2006.
Ele trata como sistemas homogêneos muito frágeis, né? De pouca resiliência.
These plantations are often located far away from floodplains where acai trees naturally thrive. That means big producers have to irrigate their acai trees, while farmers like Lucas rely on natural seasonal flooding from the nearby river.
Isso sem falar no problema da biodiversidade por inteiro, né? Se você, enfim, transforma a Amazônia em plantio.
Some small producers have also been favoring acai trees over others, which could become an issue in the long run. And experts worry that as acai's popularity continues to grow, the cultural traditions of Pará and the Amazon could be lost.
Tendendo a transformar o açaí em uma commodity. Isso é ruim. Aí tudo depende escala, porque, né? Aí não interessa, a qualidade é pouco, mas tem qualidade, não é isso que interessa.
Acai is something Lucas and many people here take pride in.
Esse aqui é o processo do nosso açaí, do nosso consumo local. A gente bota um pouquinho de farinha aqui dentro, né, do açaí, e aqui um pedacinho dele aqui, um pouco do feijão, um pouco do arroz, aqui, aí um pouquinho do açaí. Então experimente como nós, para vocês sentirem o sabor do nosso açaí paraense, o açaí normal, puro,
que vocês vão ver a delícia que é a nossa série. Obrigado.
Companies spend almost $14 billion a year on mouth-watering ads like these. But it takes more than a big budget to make food look this good.
Oh, nothing here is simple. As far as the work we do is incredibly complex, very technical.
Steve Geralt has filmed commercials for big brands like Hershey's, Heinz, and Pepsi. Through his production company, The Garage, there's a lot of money on the line. Filming one 30-second ad can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're working against the clock because they use real food, which doesn't stay pretty for long.
That's the misnomer about everything. Baking makes things harder.
We visited Steve's studio in Brooklyn, New York, to see how his team films the perfect burger. Today, Steve and his team are working on a test shoot for Burger King. They'll use it to try and land the client in.
Yeah, good.
Brett Kurzweil is a veteran food stylist. It's his job to make the burger look like a Whopper. He has a budget of a couple $1,000, and he always buys a lot more than he'll use, so he can pick out the perfect looking bun, patty, and veggies. Then he gets to work, but he doesn't cook the meat all the way through.
Because I didn't want it to shrink too much. I wanted to get as much volume out of this piece of meat as I could get.
Even perfect patties need final touches, so he uses a colorant made of gravy darkener and soap to add a charred look. He only has to paint half the burger because the camera films from just one side. A mixture of Vaseline and pulverized meat helps fill in any holes. And those grill marks? Another trick of the trade. Brett heats up metal skewers and then...
I just pushed into the burger with the hot metal and it seared.
Next, he melts the cheese using a clothes steamer.
How did you change it to make it burger?
I just I said, you're for food. But I'm trying to control how much comes out, so I've covered up some of the holes.
He cuts the onions and tomatoes on a slant, so they lie flatter.
Well, yeah, my mother would have been happier.
Some other tricks? Denture cream to hold up ingredients.
For condensation on cans, we'll use glycerin.
While Brett finishes up, Steve's team is making sure everything is ready on set. The trickiest part is combining what the client wants in the commercial with what's technologically possible.
They have no idea about engineering. Yeah, they're just like, robots are cool. We want a robot.
But since today he's working on a test shoot, he just has to implement his own vision.
I'll be one of those people that wears the protection.
Then he turns to master rigger Matthew Huber. He says half the time he has to build the rigs completely from scratch. They provide the structure for the specialized equipment that makes food dance across the screen. His work goes hand in hand with the robots.
The robot obviously is a hugely complicated and expensive thing that's used for a lot of what we do. But if you only just need a straight line movement pulling back, it's easier to set up a simple machine that just does a single type of movement.
Like these air pistons he uses to launch food. Or these catapults. To save on buying new parts, he uses a lot of the same base pieces.
It's like Legos. You just put stuff together, take it apart, do something different with it the next time. So we've used like a lot of these pieces probably like hundreds of times.
Meanwhile, Paola Andres Ramirez is finalizing the set. From the tables to the ketchup bottles off to the side.
I want it to feel real. So if it's blank, it won't feel like it's a real commercial kitchen.
Every inch visible to the camera matters. So Paola's team built this tile wall just for this shoot. But they said it still felt empty.
So we just added this 2-floating shelf up there. We planned for something and then we just have to be ready for the unexpected.
Her typical props budget is $40,000 a shoot, but she can pull a lot from her personal collection.
This has been 20 years of collecting. And this is like Salvation Army, garage sales, years and years of hoarding. I always like to have extra. So if you're shooting, example, a glass of soda, I need to have at least 6 of the same glasses for quick changes, if they're scratched, because it's video. So it's a little bit when breaks, exactly.
So when that arrives, game time.
I gotta go on set.
Now it's a race against the clock.
That angle feels right. And push in a little bit closer. Alright, good.
Today they have custom-built water-cooled lights that don't torch the food.
We used to have like these really hot lights that would like cook the food and it would die really quickly, so like the ice cream would be like impossible to shoot in slow motion because it would just melt the second you turn the lights on.
But that lettuce will start to wilt in a matter of minutes. Hot lights are not. So quick-moving robots and tons of planning are essential to keep a shoot on schedule, because any delay could mean running over budget. The first action uses a dolly zoom to create something known as the Hitchcock effect.
But the whole background is like warping around it.
Cue the robots. They're actually the same kind that build cars. This robot cost $150,000, and it can pretty much do any move you can think of.
Sometimes you can program the robot pretty quickly, some moves take a whole day.
Here's the second shot. Steve envisioned the camera moving through a field of burgers as each gets pulled out of frame.
We're probably only like 1.5 inches away from that burger when we land, so to try to do that with people would be almost impossible. It's a really complex move that the robots do really easily, and they do it the same exact way every time.
But speed is not the only challenge. Every shot has to be identical. If a burger is even a centimeter off, or if something on set gets bumped between takes, they might have to start over.
I'm surprised I don't want to behave.
This laser helps them keep track of the burger's position.
Sometimes when I'm doing a job where it's 100 takes, the same move, like, and
They also have to be really flexible on set.
there's always curve balls that happen, because it's a lot of problem solving, which I love.
For the last shot, Steve ties all the ingredients on a fishing wire, and a robot slices the string and the camera catches the perfect drop. This exact move was actually Steve's claim to fame in 2016.
Did this famous burger drop video that went viral all over the internet.
He slowly raked in millions of views across platforms, and global publications started covering his work. All that social media buzz earned him a lot of viewers and new clients, and he was able to launch the Garage in 2019.
The burger drop was kind of like the spark that started the path towards where we are today, and now TikTok is like crazier than Instagram ever was for me.
Steve is a former food photographer, but he wanted to combine his love of engineering, food, and video.
And amazingly, there's a job that lets me do that. There's a lot of different jobs that my guidance counselor did not tell me about, including my own.
Today, his team films 40 advertisements a year, billing over $5 million annually.
Kind of feels like CGI, but it's actually done in camera. And I think to accomplish that like larger than life feeling takes just a lot of technology and skill.
Steve says they know they've done a good job when viewers can't tell a whole production is hidden behind a shot.
They have no idea what we do at the end of the day. It is fun for me for people to understand how complex this stuff is.
But all that complexity is worth it, because there's a lot of money on the line. Fast food companies poured $5 billion into advertising in 2019, and for good reason. They know just how valuable the power of food suggestion can be. A Yale University study found that visual cues like food ads can have an effect on food cravings. Another study showed visual cues can influence overeating and even weight gain, and that can convert into traffic and impressions for a brand.
Me too.
These brands led the pack in ad spending in 2019, and budgets just keep ballooning. In September, Burger King announced it'll invest $400 million in restaurant renovations and advertising, a 30% increase from 2021. Which is why Steve and his team filmed this Whopper pitch, hoping to hook a new client with their dancing robots and juicy burgers. A pack of instant noodles is one of the cheapest non-perishable foods you can buy. So how did the humble instant noodle become a billion-dollar industry?
Momofuku Ando was an entrepreneur with a wild resume. Everything from selling textiles to charcoal, and he even started a school at one point. Now, Ando's story has admittedly gotten a bit mythical over time. There's even this adorable children's book written about him, and an incredible animated short film about his origins. called Samurai Noodles, and it's probably the coolest hour story page a company can have. And I think you could see the resemblance. But anyway, to really understand how that giant box of ramen ended up in your grocery store, we have to go back to 1940s Japan. After World War II, Japan faced widespread famine and had its worst harvest season in decades. A Nixon spokesperson would later state that at the time, people were starving and queuing for noodles at street stalls. Because of strict rationing laws and a ban on selling street food, thousands of unsanctioned open-air markets started to pop up. It's estimated that factory workers got more than half of their vegetables on the black market. At the time, Japan relied heavily on the wheat provided by the US during its occupation. Ramen and gyoza, both made from surplus wheat flour, were considered stamina food because they were high in calories and kept you full. But at the time, there was a big push to use the US provided wheat to make bread. Ando, as inquisitive as ever, wanted to know why the government wasn't using more of that wheat flour to make noodles, which were much more common in Japan. He said, if you change your diet, you are in effect throwing away your traditions and cultural heritage. Ando thought that ramen that was more accessible and easier to prepare could be a solution to Japan's hunger problem. But in response, he was basically told, if you think it's a good idea, then do it yourself. So he did. But this was no easy task. Ando had basically no noodle making experience. And remember that checklist? He had to figure out how to bring great flavor and texture to instant food. After a year of experimenting, he finally had his breakthrough. According to my favorite anime, Samurai Noodles, the development process looked a little bit like this, which is pretty epic. Basically, after watching his wife make tempura, he realized that frying the noodles was key. Frying extracted their moisture, so they could be stored for long periods of time, and then rehydrated with hot water. That's how we got this iconic breakfast noodles.
What you'll love is that you can serve your family in 3 minutes and for just pennies.
What I find so interesting about Ando's invention was that it wasn't an accidental breakthrough. He thought instant noodles would be a success, and he worked for a year to find a solution. Looking back, he said the experience of hardship and suffering strengthened me to succeed in a critical time. In 1958, Ando released chicken ramen and changed his company's name to Nissin, which you probably recognize. Ando played a direct role in trying to sell instant ramen, reportedly setting up a sales booth in Tokyo to give customers a chance to try the new product. At first, it actually cost more than 5 times the price of fresh noodles, but the taste and convenience made it a huge hit. It was nicknamed Magic Ramen because it was ready to eat in just a few minutes. It was now over a decade since the end of World War II. Japan's economy had started to improve, there was a surplus of wheat flour, and people were going back to working long hours. These were the perfect circumstances for instant ramen to succeed. Chicken ramen sold 13 million packages in its first year, and sales in Japan skyrocketed, growing by billions in just a decade. As its popularity grew, dozens of companies started manufacturing instant noodles. In 1968, instant ramen was estimated to hit 3.5 billion servings. But Ando wasn't done inventing. At age 61, it was time to make instant noodles even more instant. Nissin introduced cup noodles in 1971, and like chicken ramen, it was a huge hit. In fact, it was so popular that Nissin couldn't meet demand, even though they were making 650,000 cups a day. You can see how noodles in a cup completely overtakes packaged noodle sales by 1989. Today, cup noodle sales are more than double packaged noodle sales in Japan. And Ando was still involved with the company. In 1998, the Japan Times wrote that even as he celebrates his 88th birthday this year, Ando was still keen to invent new variations on his instant noodles. Today, hundreds of instant noodle flavors are introduced in Japan every year. But it wasn't just a hit in Japan. China is currently the largest market, eating over 40 billion servings a year. But South Korea leads in per capita consumption, with a staggering 75 servings per year. That's a lot of instant ramen. Here in the US, the original Nissin Top Ramen was introduced in 1972.
Most people are like Corey. They love eating all those noodles in Top Ramen.
6 years later, the Washington Post wrote, now the noodles are threatening to replace TV sets as Japan's hottest export to this country. Ando was even awarded the Key to the City in LA, and in 1989, the New York Times wrote, "The growing U.S. appetite for Asian-style ramen can no longer be ignored." It became a fixture in U.S. supermarkets, despite being a new type of food for a lot of Americans. Today, instant ramen consumption in the U.S. is over 4.5 billion servings per year, and over 100 billion servings globally. And in case you were wondering, Ando finally retired at age 95. Nissan, the company Ando founded, reported over 450 billion yen in revenue in 2019, for about $4.3 billion. They've now led by Ando's son, Koki. But despite its commercial success, Ando didn't forget his original goal to help end hunger. In 1997, Ando helped start what's now called the World Instant Noodles Association. Its purpose is to improve the instant noodle industry and provide emergency food aid. Since its founding, the organization has helped donate hundreds of thousands of instant noodle servings. Ando once said, "It is never too late to do anything in life. You can have a new beginning even at the age of 50 or 60. And he really lived his life with that mindset. Whether or not you believe every detail of the samurai noodle story, instant ramen completely changed the way that people ate a centuries-old food.
Most of our smartphones have one thing in common: lithium batteries. We went to South America to learn how mines power an industry worth tens of billions of dollars.
The lithium here in Chile is locked away in underground saltwater, or brine. Billions of gallons are pumped to the surface every year, where it is left to evaporate and concentrate. Mining companies also use millions of gallons of fresh water, and in one of the driest places on Earth, locals are scared of what that will do to their already scarce water supplies. And they worry they won't get their fair share of the white gold rush unfolding in their own backyard.
Que no nos estén incitando, porque nosotros también sabemos cuáles son los resultados.
Mining the lithium triangle looks inevitable in the rush towards an all-electric future. But what is the true cost? Jose Morales has lived near Bolivia's salt flats his entire life. He makes a living growing quinoa and selling wool from his llamas. There is very little rainfall, and a nearby river that used to provide water is all but dried up. So Jose now pumps groundwater from wells.
Y año tras año sigue bajando el nivel. Antes aquí las familias convivían con el ganado sobre todo. Como había sequía, no había pasto, el agua se ha secado, pues han preferido migrar por las fuentes de trabajo.
In early 2023, the Bolivian government granted a mining license here that would massively scale up lithium extraction. People like Jose are afraid that's just going to make the drought worse.
Estas plantas consumen buena cantidad de agua, y ¿de dónde va a venir esas aguas?
We'll come back to Bolivia, but for now, neighbouring Chile might hold some answers. These are the Atacama salt flats, a natural wonder, one of the driest places on Earth, and a vast source of lithium. The bright squares are pools of brine, where the water is left to evaporate and leave behind a mix of salts and minerals. The more yellow the pond, the higher the concentration.
Al principio veíamos color de turquesa, donde tenía un poco porcentaje de litio. Acá ya tiene un gran porcentaje de litio y hace agua.
It can take more than 1,000 gallons of brine to produce enough lithium for just one electric car battery. Two companies control the right to operate here, American Albemarle and Chilean SQM. In 2021, Chile exported almost $1 billion worth of lithium carbonate, and satellite imagery shows just how that has transformed the landscape. It can take around 18 months for the brine to move through the series of ponds. The concentrated lithium brine is then processed into lithium carbonate, which is then taken to another factory near the coast, where it is purified into battery-grade lithium.
The two companies suck out enough brine to fill an Olympic swimming pool every 20 minutes. They also draw 32 gallons per second of fresh water from underground aquifers for use in the processing factories. That would fill an Olympic-sized pool in roughly 5 hours. It's no surprise that water usage is such a sensitive issue in one of the driest regions on Earth. Central Chile has experienced a mega drought since 2010, the region's longest on record. Brine is far denser than freshwater, and the two rarely mix, but regulators worry that pumping so much brine too fast will increase the risk of freshwater contamination. And lithium isn't the only thirsty industry here. Since the 1980s, copper mines have been responsible for around half of the region's freshwater use. The Chilean government blamed the copper and lithium industries for a 25-centimetre drop in the height of the water table. The copper mines plan to switch to desalinated water by 2030. Jorge Munoz Coca is concerned about the damage this use of fresh water could be doing to the environment.
La minería siempre trata de decir que ellos tienen sustentabilidad, que están mejorando siempre, una mejora constante, y la verdad es que nosotros no podemos contrastar esa información.
He is part of the Atacameño indigenous community and lives in San Pedro with his 3 children. In 2015, he founded an activist collective to educate people about lithium mining.
La verdad que no sabíamos mucho de la minería del litio. Era un momento que pensábamos que el litio se extraía de roca, tal como la minería del cobre.
Jorge says locals lost faith in the mining industry a long time ago. In the 1990s, the Chilean government agreed to hand ancestral lands back to indigenous communities, including the Atacama lithium mines. Some land was transferred, but crucially not the mines. Neither of the two lithium companies in Chile consulted with locals before starting their operations. At the time, they didn't need to. But in 2008, Chile's government agreed to involve indigenous people in any decision that could affect them directly. Still, it would take another 8 years for one of the companies, Albemarle, to begin giving over 3.5% of its profits. That same year, SQM was sued for extracting more brine than allowed. SQM recently committed to reduce brine and freshwater use and monitor their environmental impacts. Jorge feels there has never been real transparency.
No es un relacionamiento comunitario real en donde tengamos a alguien de la minería, normalmente para poder decir nuestros pesares, incluso nuestras quejas hacia la minera.
And his community's concerns almost always come back to water.
Tenemos una relación muy significativa con el agua. Eso es lamentable que exista en esta área tanta explotación, siendo que para nosotros esta sería un área de influencia de tranquilidad.
But demand for lithium shows no signs of slowing down. It is the ideal metal for batteries because it is extremely light and stores energy very efficiently compared to traditional batteries. It would take around 4 lead-acid car batteries to get the same amount of energy as one lithium battery of the same size. This makes them perfect for maximizing power without adding much weight or taking up too much space. A booming electric vehicle industry has roughly tripled lithium prices in the last 3 years, while companies scramble to ramp up production. So now all eyes are on Bolivia and its wealth of white gold. At more than 4,000 square miles, the Uyuni salt flat is over double the size of the Grand Canyon and clearly visible from space. More than 90,000 visitors come from all over the world each year to photograph the shimmering sea of salt. Antonio Cabrera moved here back in 2009. That was when Bolivia announced it would invest $900 million in the lithium industry.
Porque yo mira donde esté de mi comunidad, porque mis hijos querían que estudien, no quiero que estén como yo.
Antonia had high hopes that would bring jobs and prosperity.
Hemos venido con todos alegres que vamos a trabajar en limpio todos, pero no ha sido eso.
A state-controlled company built a small pilot plant, which opened in 2013, but Bolivia lacked the technical know-how to scale up. Almost a decade later, the pilot plant was only producing a few hundred tons of lithium carbonate per year, a tiny fraction of Chile's exports. For Antonia, the industry's failure to take off meant the promises of work came to nothing, and 5 of her 6 children left to find jobs in other cities. Today she lives with her daughter and grandson. She says even the local school only has 1 teacher left. To make things worse, the pandemic hit the tourism industry hard.
Pocos turistas llegan y entonces por eso no hay mucho trabajo, no hay mucha venta también.
Adon Morales is also disillusioned after years of high hopes for Bolivia's lithium industry. He's an active leader for his community and lives 60 miles from the pilot plant with his daughter. He worked for the lithium company as community liaison back in 2019. He was supposed to help recruit workers locally. But in the end, he says, most workers were brought in from Bolivia's large cities instead. Now, with the Chinese and Russian companies moving in, he's worried about his precious water supply.
Hay unos sitios que realmente para que funcione la planta van a tener que quedarse agua, van a tener que quedarse sus ganados, ellos mismos sin agua.
He says water levels have dropped more than 2 meters over the last 2 years because of droughts.
Aquí cuando nosotros cavamos, ¿me ve? Pasamos los 5 metros. Esta agua es de lluvias. Este tiempo poca agua es.
Adon is not against lithium mining. He just wants any company that comes in to extract the metal to be open and honest.
Ante todo, si hace el diálogo, eso sería el camino. Que ellos vengan a sincerarnos, a decir, esto es lo que vamos, esto es lo que necesitamos. Porque si ustedes no nos van a dar agua, estas plantas van a ser un elefante blanco.
If you look at Bolivia's history, you can understand why local communities might be suspicious of international interest in their natural resources. Zoom out and you can see how, for more than 500 years, silver mining has left its scars on the landscape. It was the Spanish conquistadors of the 16th century who laid claim to what's now known to be the largest global silver deposit. An estimated 8 million enslaved miners lost their lives in the mines. Mercury, which was used to refine the silver, polluted streams and poisoned local ecosystems. These ancient mines have created untold wealth, yet the region of Potosí remains the poorest in Bolivia. The government is nonetheless optimistic for the next chapter of its lithium story. Almost $3 billion of investment from Chinese and Russian companies will build an array of new lithium plants, capable of processing an estimated 100,000 metric tons of lithium carbonate each year. The Bolivian government says that it will bring infrastructure and employment, but with the touted rewards come risks. They're gambling on a relatively new technology. It's called DLE, or direct lithium extraction. Instead of pumping brine to the surface and waiting for the water to evaporate, this method separates out the lithium using a range of filtration techniques. It can take only a few hours, but it's unclear how water or energy intensive the process will be. There are small operations testing this method in the US and Argentina, but it hasn't yet been proven to work at scale. For many Bolivians, this uncertainty breeds concern.
We don't know what this agreement says. This agreement with the consortium, the Chinese consortium says, and this is incredible because the natural resources are from us, are from all Bolivians, but we have not access to this agreement. The agreement is closed.
Just on the outskirts of Uyuni lies a stark reminder of what can happen if grand mining projects go wrong. The carcasses of over 100 trains lie in the sun, rusting away, some dating back to the early 20th century. The town was once a transport hub linking the Pacific coast with tin and silver mines of the high plains of the Andes. The industry and the local economy collapsed after the Second World War, and the trains were left to rot. The lithium industry here will need to promise a better future than that for local communities and the environment, if it is to overcome doubts that it is anything more than a mirage.
There are almost double as many cell phones in the world as there are people. It's no surprise the phone repair business itself is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Hello, I'm Julius and I'm the owner of Phone Extra. So today I'm going to show you how I clean and repair a damaged iPhone. My job is actually phone repairs, including micro soldering and data recovery, stuff like that. And the cleaning is just, it's not that it's a huge part of our business, it's just fixed phones that we see that they need some cleaning. So the first step, you have to remove those two bottom screws which every iPhone has. We open up the screen. The phone had a broken screen, and the owner of the phone used it for a good while with that broken screen, so that all the internals of the phone were exposed to whatever was in customer's pocket. So this is actually a fire hazard. So we try to remove every loose bit from the inside of the phone. But once it's loose, I would use compressed air like a gun. The dirtiest parts would be the charging port on all kinds of phones, not only iPhones. But actually it doesn't look dirty if you just look at it with naked eye. And the microscope I have here is it's my most loved tool. It's gonna come with me when I die. I would just clean every phone, every speaker, every earpiece, and every charging port under this microscope. This tool we use for charging port cleaning is something similar to a metal toothpick. It's just a little bit thinner and then sharper. So now I'm going to clean years worth of pocket lint and dust from this charging port that experiencing charging issues. The charging ports is usually filled with like pocket lint from your jeans, and then whatever is in your pockets really. If you had a cookie there, then you would have some crumbs or something like that. You can see, what color trousers or pants. I'm not sure in the United States trousers or pants. So what you see here is actually the contents of the charging port, of what we usually would find there. So it's just a pocket lint really, pocket lint and dust. I would use the same tool that I use for cleaning charging ports to clean the really heavy clogged speakers as well. We do get phones that are really dirty and messed up, but it's for us it's just normal, you know. Medics are not surprised by injuries or something like that. It's their job, so for us it's yeah. So on this phone, the battery has already started to smell, and customer agreed to get it replaced. We removed the battery. We attached the new pull tabs to a new battery. We just need to apply a new display adhesive before putting everything back together. So once the screen is pressed back into the frame, you just need to put last two screws in, and it's ready to be cleaned before giving it back to the customer. You just have to solve a puzzle, you know, to get the thing working, and this is especially rewarding if some few other shops deemed it unfixable, and then it comes to you and you accept the challenge and you actually get that fixed. It's nice. That's what I really love.
Some pool repairs can cost homeowners as much as $20,000. We followed a professional pool cleaner to get a messy look inside the billion-dollar industry.
Hi, I'm Miles, aka the pool guy, and I'm going to show you how I professionally clean the bottom of a pool. Grandma's pool definitely was the most challenging. The sludge on the bottom, there was like 6 inches of sludge like across the whole pool. It looked very abandoned because obviously it had been left 15 years. So that was like when I first got into the pool, obviously there was a lot of, the water had been drained down quite a lot there, but as I stepped in it was really soft. Branches may have fell off like the bushes that were around the pool. And then just sort of like they could have started growing like bigger as well while they were in the pool as well. So we had to shovel it into sort of buckets, and then someone would put it in a wheelbarrow and then take it down to the heap at the end of the garden, and it just created like a massive pile of just sludge. I'd say there was probably like a ton, or maybe 2 tons of sludge. So yeah, draining that down and scooping all the sludge out of that one, and just the time it took. Yeah, that was definitely the hardest one, but we got there in the end. So recently I've been to a job, and the pool has been left for like 8 years, but the water weirdly was like clear, but the algae in it was really like blanket-like, and there was loads of it, and you could see, like I move it around, you could see it looked like really weird, like an underwater sort of like forest of like algae. It was like really bad, and that pool definitely had to be drained down. Okay, so when I first go to a pool and I see that it's green, what I'll do first is get a pool brush out, and I'll brush the whole pool, all the surfaces, to serve all the algae off the surface. Normally algae will just like break up, like you put chemicals in, you brush the pool, and it will just break up into like really small particles, and then you can just like hoover it. But like this type of algae was just like really like stringy and just like solid together. Yeah, it was a weird one. And again, there's like sludge on the floor, so just like brushing the sludge, just like a file, and then like sweeping it out. That pool had been left just sort of like gone a couple of days without chlorine, and because it was sort of like indoor, it had like sort of like in a greenhouse type, so it got like really hot in there when the sun comes out, and just the algae just attached itself to the tiles like so badly. It looked like it had been left for like years. People thought there were actually 3 on the steps, and it was really tough on the tiles. It needed something quite aggressive to sort of get it off. And what I got was just like some hydrochloric acid and mixed it with water, and just sprayed it over the tiles, and it just started reacting with the algae, like bubbling up, and then I started brushing it in to disturb it all on the surface. Then I got the hose and started watering it down, and it all cleaned off, come on nice and blue, and then rinsed it down, and that literally took like 15 minutes. The woman who owned the pool, she only called us to come and open the pool in like August. Had like the whole summer just sitting there doing nothing. So like, we took the cover off, and there was like mosquito larvae in the pool, and there was mosquitoes like flying everywhere. Literally so bad I had to like run away from the pool, and she actually didn't want this pool emptied. She just wanted to try and get around with like chemicals, and get some chemicals out, shot, and chlorine granules were used on this one. So like when I shut the pool, that basically kills off all the algae and all the contaminants in the pool. Basically what it does is combine all the small particles, and what it relies on is like no movement in the water. So it's combining all the particles, and then they become like heavy, and then they just sink to the bottom. Yeah, after a few days, come back, it was like water crystal clear, just all the debris and everything was just on the bottom, and I came in it up, and it was just crystal clear, ready to go, sort of thing. So if you've got an outdoor pool, you're going to want to maintain it like once a week at least. No, so I get a lot of people do say to me, why don't you drain the pool before winter? But what it is you've got to take into consideration like the structure of the pool. So if you have water in there, water in the ground surrounding the pool, it can pressurise the walls and then cause damage. So you have to keep water in the pool. What you do have to do is check your pool at least like once a month and add the correct chemicals, and then when you come to open it in summer, it's going to be nice and close to it.
What people call styrofoam is often expanded polystyrene foam, and we make billions of dollars worth of it every year.
Many think it can't be recycled, but it can. And that's likely because less than 1% of it gets recycled, even though we make enough to fill more than 700 Empire State Buildings every year. And now one company has found a way to turn all this trash into treasure, or rather, photo frames. But why are more companies doing this? We went to Mexico City to find out.
New materials, countless in their numbers and variety, have been created.
Styrofoam is actually a brand developed by the Dow Chemical Company and now owned by DuPont. It only refers to a kind of plastic used in construction and insulation. There's actually no such thing as a styrofoam cup. Instead, it's expanded polystyrene foam that is a kind of plastic scientists first created in the 1940s. Today, it's estimated that this kind of foam takes up about 30% of the world's landfills. A company called Renueva has found a way to make money recycling this cheap product. Corporations pay Renueva to handle their polystyrene waste, and regular people can drop off their own at the company's facility. It also hosts collection efforts like this one at a local university. All told, Hector and his team handle 16 metric tons of plastic per week.
Creo que el mayor reto fue que no había mucha información al respecto. De hecho, no podías encontrar un libro que dijera libro para fabricar máquinas de reciclaje de poliestireno. Y el mayor reto fue encontrar el proceso que nos permitiera que todo fuera lo mismo, estandarizarlo, ¿no?
Workers first grind the material to make it easier to manage. Then they apply heat and pressure in a process called densification, which squeezes out excess air, leaving reusable plastic behind. In terms of size, the ratio of pre-densified foam to post-densified foam is about 90 to 1. A machine heats the material and molds it into these spaghetti-looking strips. The company uses a chemical cool the strips, and finally a machine dices them into right-sized pellets. Renueva sells these pellets to companies like Marcos y Marcos, which turns them into frames. The process is actually pretty similar to Renueva's. You heat the pellets, mold them, and then assemble and decorate the frames accordingly.
Hay marcos que requieres 45 vasitos de unicel para hacer un marco tamaño carta. Entonces, realmente se aprovecha bastante bien.
This factory can process 6 tons of raw material per day, and has actually recycled some of its own old frames. Different companies use Renueva's pellets to make heels for shoes, and to make more foam. Renueva is working on making plates and cutlery, but first it needs to make sure the recycled plastic is safe for food. That's because polystyrene foam could pose some health risks. Scientists have found that foam containers are generally safe to eat off of, but some chemicals can transfer into your food or drink, and they can be harmful over a long period of time. And breathing in foam particulates is dangerous. The International Agency for Research on Cancer says one of the main components of polystyrene is a probable carcinogen, though the EPA hasn't classified it as such. Hector and his team are realistic. They know this kind of plastic isn't going anywhere soon. So their solution to waste relies on a circular economy. Reduce trash by reusing it.
La problemática con muchos plásticos es la falta de unión de eslabones entre fabricantes, distribuidores, usuarios y recicladores.
Most recycling facilities don't handle polystyrene foam, and as a result, many people simply throw the product away. Renueva has outreach programs to let people know the product can be recycled.
¿Cómo los involucramos? A través de pláticas, a través de capacitaciones, a través de educación ambiental, y empezamos a ir a escuelas, a dar conferencias.
The company says that it now recycles 5% of the polystyrene foam used in Mexico City, but we were unable to independently verify that fact.
Pues lo que queremos es que la gente esté educada para que todos sepan que el material se recicla, y más que eso, que todos tengan esta conciencia de que si lo utilizas, tienes que hacerte cargo de lo que utilizas.
Renueva has recycled 1,200 metric tons of foam since its founding in 2014, a small fraction of the amount produced worldwide every year. That helps explain why everyone isn't copying the Renueva model. Most polystyrene products are cheap, in part because more than 90% of them is just air. That makes them very light, but also means you need a lot to make recycling profitable. They're also often covered in food waste and can break apart really easily, which makes them tough to process. There are a few similar facilities that run on the Renueva model, like this one in China. Or the Canadian company Styrogo, which uses mobile trucks to densify polystyrene foam on site. But many people around the world are pushing to simply end the use of foam, rather than figure out how to recycle it. The European Union, China, Costa Rica, and US states like New York and Colorado have all announced or implemented bans on single-use plastics like polystyrene foam. Mexico City banned single-use plastics starting in 2021, but that doesn't include polystyrene foam. So the product is everywhere, and it fuels the Central de Abasto, one of Mexico City's largest wholesale food markets.
Descargamos un camión o 2 camiones al día de este producto de unicel.
Food vendors like Irene depend on that product's low price.
Los vasos, todo es mucho más económico, es biodegradable, se disparan los precios.
That's why plastic bans don't always have the intended effects.
Al contrario, hay un impacto ambiental un poco grave, porque este impacto lo que hace es que la ley no va enfocada al consumo, va enfocada a la sustitución de la mercancía. Cuando tú sustituyes una mercancía es, ya no consumo plástico, pero ahora consumo papel.
This supports Renueva's main idea, that single-use plastic should be recycled. According to Hector, the solution to all the plastic sitting in our landfills is to use the plastic sitting in our landfills. And any environmental action that doesn't make economic sense isn't realistic.
No se habla de desarrollo sustentable en muchas políticas públicas o temas de este estilo porque solo se enfocan al medio ambiente, pero dejan desprotegida a la sociedad y a la economía. Y la realidad es que pues, no podemos nadar contra la corriente de salirnos de un esquema económico.
Himalayan salt doesn't actually come from the Himalayas. It's mined 186 miles away in Pakistan. Thanks to its pink hue and supposed health benefits, The salt has exploded in popularity since the late 2000s. Today, it's turned into lamps, statues, and of course, table salt. But extracting the coveted salt means descending into dark caves, then blasting and carrying heavy rock.
अच्छा हमें प्रॉब्लम जो माइंस से आता है जो ब्लॉक्स की जो साइजेस होते हैं बेसिकली हमारे पास इतनी अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं है हमारी माइंस के अंदर कि हम जो ब्लॉक्स को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकें.
We went inside the mine, turning this mountain into 400,000 tons of pink salt each year. The Keoda salt mine, here in the Punjab region of Pakistan, is the second largest salt mine in the world. The pink salt comes from remnants of ancient seabeds that crystallized 600 million years ago. Legend has it, it was actually Alexander the Great's horse that first discovered these salt rocks when it stopped to take a lick. Then, under British rule, salt mining ramped up in the 1870s. Today, it's a popular tourist destination and a working mine, producing the majority of the world's pink salt. All the mining starts here, at the train station. This train takes miners deep into the mountain. Here, tunnels stretch for 25 miles, and it's always 64 degrees Fahrenheit.
माइन के टोटल 17 लेवल है, इसके 70 लेवल, 5 लेवल इसके ऊपर चल रहे हैं, 6वां ये ग्राउंड फ्लोर है और 11 इसके नीचे.
300 miners work these dark chambers. They've used many of the same mining tools for over a century. Pickaxes, hand drills, and gunpowder.
सबसे पहले हमने ड्रिलिंग की है. ड्रिलिंग यहाँ पे हैंड आकर के जरिए करते हैं. उसके बाद हमने गन पाउडर के जरिए पैकिंग की है. फिर सेफ्टी फ्यूज के जरिए हमने इसको इग्नाइट किया है और साल्ट की ब्लास्टिंग हो चुकी है.
खबरदार आप सब सेट हो जाए. खबरदार आप सब सेट हो जाए.
इसके बाद हम एक महफूज टाइम जो आधा घंटा कम से कम होना चाहिए. उसके बाद हम उसकी साल्टिंग और लोडिंग स्टार्ट करें.
Miners will spend up to 8 hours underground at a time.
जब मैन के नीचे काम कर रहे थे तकरीबन 30-40 फुट है. हार्ड तो है लेकिन यहाँ पे मजदूरी अच्छी और रास्ते नहीं है.
Only half of the mountain salt is actually mined. The rest is used for structural support, so the chambers don't collapse. Tractors haul the mined salt out of the mountain. Each day, miners excavate over 1,000 tons of salt, or about the weight of 157 elephants. Outside, they search for blocks with the best shape and coloring to send to manufacturers. Once picked, the blocks are loaded up on trucks either by hand or crane and sent across Pakistan. Historically, Pakistan couldn't process this raw pink salt, so much of it was exported to India cheaply. India would treat the salt, label it as made in India, and sell it at a premium. Pakistan saw little of the profits. NPR reported that a ton of salt sold to India for $40 could fetch $300 in Europe. In 2019, a social media campaign calling for the end of salt exports to India went viral. That same year, the Pakistani government banned all salt exports to India. The goal? Returning the profits to Pakistan.
23% जो रॉक सॉल्ट की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग थी या जो प्रोडक्शन थी जो पाकिस्तान की वो इंडिया को हम एक्सपोर्ट करते थे रॉ फॉर्म में, जो कि फिर वो री एक्सपोर्ट होती थी ओवरसीज में सेम मार्केट में जहाँ हम ऑलरेडी अभी एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं राइट नाउ. गवर्नमेंट का डिसीजन ये बहुत फ़ायदेमंद है हमारे लिए.
But some Pakistani salt exporters suffered. They didn't speak English and couldn't meet Europe's tough import standards. Only about a dozen exporters saw an opportunity to sell products under Pakistani labels directly to Europe. Mohammed was one of them. Every month he purchases 300 tons of salt from the mine for his company Himalayan Decor International.
क्योरा माइन से तकरीबन सॉल्ट लोड होता है ट्रकों में और दूसरे ट्रकों में लोड होकर महाराष्ट्र मोटरवे हमारी फैक्ट्री लाहौर का डिफेंस रोड पे आता है जिसका सफर 350 किलोमीटर बनता है.
His artists turn these blocks into more than 200 different products.
जैसे कि नेचुरल सॉल्ट लैंप है, इसके साथ साथ ज्योमेट्रिकल शेप्स हैं, एनिमल लिंक सॉल्ट है, ईटिंग कुकिंग प्लेट्स हैं, इसके साथ साथ वॉल्स की जो सी टाइल्स होती हैं वो हम लोग बना रहे हैं. इसके साथ हम लोग ईटिंग सॉल्ट के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं काफी सारा.
Most of the work is done by hand, but drills and saws have sped up the process in recent years.
उसके बाद उसकी क्वालिटी को चेक किया जाता है. चेक करने के बाद उसकी वॉशिंग होती है. वॉशिंग के बाद उसके अंदर बल्ब और उसके अंदर वुडन बेस इंस्टॉल करके उसको पैकिंग के मरहले में लेके आया जाता है. हमारे पास तकरीबन महीने के अंदर 10 से 15,000 सॉल्ट लैम्प्स की प्रोडक्शन है.
Over in Karachi, RM Salt Pakistan grinds up blocks into table salt.
बेसिकली ये इसका रॉ मटेरियल है जो कि डिफरेंट साइज में आप देख सकते हैं. यहाँ पर कुछ रेंजेस हैं 2 to 3 kg, 3 to 5 kg और ये हमारी लार्ज साइज पर जाता है जैसे 9 to 12 हो गया, 12 to 15 kg हो गया. ये रेंजेस में होते हैं बेसिकली
Blocks are fed into the grinder and broken down into smaller grains. Workers bag and weigh 1,000 of these pouches of pink salt every hour. Like Muhammad's factory, RM Salt also makes lamps and other specialty products.
After the raw material we get, we convert it with a different shape as per our order. Like you can see in the cutting machine, we are cutting different sizes.
On this saw, water prevents dust from flying up, but on the grinders it's not possible, which is why Muhammad's staff wore masks even before the pandemic. Over at RM Salt,
as you can see this facility, we have installed a vacuum through which we can absorb the dust. This is the order of USA, one of our client. We are making these goods for them, the moon shape and the heart shape as well. डबल ड्रिल के बाद हम लोग इसको वॉशिंग प्रोसेस में गुजारते हैं क्योंकि इसमें हमें मैनुअली काम करना पड़ता है उसकी वजह है कि इसके साइजेस जो है वो डिफरेंट होते हैं.
the lamps are then coated with a gel to prevent humidity from interacting with the salt, and then they're shrink wrapped. RM Salt ships 30 containers of products every month. Muhammad exports about 80% of his products, primarily to Western countries like the US, UK, and Spain, where demand has spiked in the last decade because of the alleged health benefits.
यहाँ पर 3 कलर का नमक है, व्हाइट है, रेड है और पिंक है. इसके अंदर व्हाइट के अंदर है सोडियम क्लोराइड, पिंक के अंदर मैग्नीशियम है और रेड में अरेनियम है.
98% तो ये सोडियम क्लोराइड ही है, NaCl है, जो कि नॉर्मली सी सॉल्ट भी है. लेकिन इसके एडिशनली जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो 84 मिनरल्स जिसमें होते हैं, जैसे कि कैल्शियम है, मैग्नीशियम है, पोटेशियम है.
However, it's such a very small percentage of the salt that makes up these minerals that you are highly unlikely to get any real benefit or any trace of them in your regular serving of salt itself. But nutritionally, it's pretty much similar to regular salt.
It's also pretty similar tasting to sea salt. But others claim Himalayan salt has healing powers, whether inhaled, used in spa treatments, or in lamp form.
There's a lot of different homeopathic remedies that can seem very, very appealing, but actually they're not grounded in evidence.
And it's these false health claims that have driven the price up. Himalayan salt can cost up to 20 times the price of normal table salt.
Normally जो प्राइस स्टार्ट होती है पिंक सॉल्ट पाउच की, वो नॉर्मली एक मैन्युफैक्चरर से वो 60 सेंट से शुरू होती है, और एक मैं 1 kg बैग की बात कर रहा हूँ जो कि सेल होता है रिटेल मार्केट्स में अराउंड $9 होता है.
But that money doesn't always make it back to the miners. They take home less than 1,500 rupees a day, not much more than the cost of this bag of Himalayan sea salt at Walmart. And those salaries have stayed the same, even though Pakistan has severed its salty relationship with India, and the pink salt is seeing growing demand abroad.
पिंक सॉल्ट की डिमांड इस टाइम पूरी दुनिया में दिन ब दिन बढ़ रही है. मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि इसकी खरीदो फरोख्त में कहीं पे तो कमी आई है, क्यों कि लोग इसको बेशुमार इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और दिन ब दिन इसकी फरोख्त बढ़ रही है.
Luckily, the mountain won't run out of salt anytime soon. It's estimated only about 220 million tons of salt have been excavated here, nothing compared to the nearly 6.7 billion tons left.
Every year, more than 1 billion flowers come into the US for Valentine's Day. Most come from massive farms in Colombia. But these roses have as little as 48 hours to get cut and flown to Miami before they wilt.
They have a short lifetime and thus require the most rapid form of transportation, and that is by air.
It takes a vast network of farmers, air cargo, coolers, and customs officers working 24/7.
Leading up to Valentine's Day, the amount of flowers coming to the airport double and triple.
Treating these flowers right is even a matter of protecting the US.
The danger of an exotic pest to start in the United States, our food supply is affected.
From greenhouse to gift, we follow the journey of your Valentine's Day bouquet. 70% of cut flowers imported to the US come from Colombia, from farms like this one. With over 2,800 acres, Elite Flower is the largest privately owned farm in the country. The temperate climate, high altitude, and 12 hours of sunlight create the perfect growing conditions for these blooms.
Producimos alrededor de 800 millones de tallos al año, de los cuales 400 millones, la mitad, son rosas.
That would fill up 414 Boeing 767s. And even within roses, there are 100 varieties. Out in the greenhouse, socially distanced workers inspect each flower from petal to stem for rot or bugs.
Proceso, lo que hacemos es seleccionar la flor por sus colores, por el tamaño de cabeza. Se hace una selección para que haya una consistencia en el armado, se arma el ramo.
Using shears, workers cut each flower off one by one.
Lo que pasa en el metabolismo de la flor es apenas tú la cortas, la flor empieza un proceso de mortalidad.
To slow that decay, the flowers are sent to a cold room for a minimum of 12 hours. This begins what's known as the cold chain.
El éxito es mantener la cadena de frío lo más constante posible, alrededor de los 38 grados Fahrenheit.
Extra leaves and thorns are stripped off the stem using this tool. Workers wear thick gloves to guard themselves from thorns. The wheat flower is buzzing year-round, but it gets especially busy in February. In the weeks leading up to Valentine's Day, the company adds an extra 4,000 employees and generates 90% of its profits. Elite partners with UPS to fly these flowers to the US. Each plane can hold up to 1 million flowers, but airlines like Avianca or Latam are also big flower movers.
89% of all flowers entering the United States by air came through Miami International Airport. That's business. That's money.
After a 4-hour journey, this temperature-controlled Latam Airlines flight landed in Miami.
This airplane arrived with more than 50 tons of flowers from Colombia. And then we start to move one of the 23 pallets that we have here to this machine to downloading the flowers.
The flowers end up in this cold warehouse, held at the same temperature as that airplane.
The most important thing for us is to maintain the cold chain.
There are almost 400,000 square feet of cooling facilities at Miami Airport.
That were built because of the flower industry. Flowers represent our largest commodity coming in.
Next, Customs and Border Protection checks flowers from every flight.
Over 84,000 units for inspection here.
Agricultural specialists like Stanley pull just 2% of the flowers from each flight to inspect.
We have a sampling protocol. We know for sure that 2% is representing the 100% of the flowers that are coming in.
Inspections are done quickly, so the flowers don't wilt or get handled too much.
We make sure that our inspection area is, cooler. The temperature is good for the flowers and for our personnel.
One by one, officers open up boxes and remove the bundles, wearing PPE to protect against diseases and pesticides.
They take a bouquet of flowers and they remove the plastic and then they shake it gently. They have to get a white background, and if anything falls, they'll have to observe if there is any insect, but at the same time they are doing a visual observation to see whether the leaves have any kind of signs of diseases.
Like a bacterial or fungal disease.
If there's a fungal inspection, we see some rusty patches. She has seen a sign of maybe a disease. Now she has to use a loupe to magnify.
Even more important to look out for, bugs. Leaf miners, caterpillars, fruit flies, and beetles. Critters that may seem harmless, but if they got through, they could wreak havoc on the U.S. agricultural system.
Every year, the United States spends billions of dollars in eradication programs in order to eradicate those pests.
From 2007 to 2014, Florida's orange and grapefruit growers lost $2.9 billion trying to eradicate the Asian citrus psyllid. So if an officer finds something,
we kind of collect it in a vial with alcohol for preservation. That specimen goes to USDA, Department of Agriculture, for identification.
And for the flowers?
The importer has basically 3 choices. One is to return to origin, 2 is to fumigate, or 3rd is to destroy.
Destruction is the last resort. Treatment is most often fumigation. In an average day, we find around 50 to 60 different pests.
Some flowers, like the eucalyptus, are high risk for carrying hitchhikers, while roses are less risky.
After the fumigation takes place, then the rest of the chemicals go to the public.
CBP inspects flowers every day, but on Valentine's,
last season we inspected over 700 million stems of flowers.
If CBP officers don't find anything, they bring the flowers back to that cold chain warehouse.
And when the customer arrives here, we take the flowers and go to the delivery area to load the flowers directly to the truck.
The majority of these flowers are trucked to the northeast or west coast of the U.S., where folks like you and me can treat our loved ones to a colorful bouquet for Valentine's Day. The shea butter market is booming. While industrially made beauty butters have played an essential role in the industry's growth, women making it the traditional way fear their craft is dying out.
That's why International customers often buy larger quantities from companies that can produce it faster, making it harder for traditional farmers. But the biggest threat is right in their backyard. For the past 4 decades, men have been cutting down the very tree that provides livelihood to many families. We traveled to Ghana to find out how, despite the challenges, this group of women artisans is still standing. The day starts with a 2-hour trek to the forest for many women in the town of Yinduri. The journey can be dangerous. They have to travel in groups to avoid armed robbers lurking in the forest. And they risk getting bitten by snakes when walking through the grass.
If you're only 1 or 2 women that goes into the bush to pick, it's likely that you will come back.
The shade tree grows along a dry savanna belt that stretches from east to West Africa. Only the ripe shade nuts that have fallen from the tree are ready. The return home can also be physically taxing. The women carry more than 25 kilograms of seeds on their heads. They first wash the seeds and let them dry for a week. Then it's time for cracking. The nuts are ready when the kernel starts to rattle against the shell. Only the good ones are made into butter. The bad nuts are used to make a special food called gambu, and as a fertilizer on their farms. This attention to detail sets traditional shea butter apart from commercially made ones.
With the machinery, you pour everything in the machine. So if there's bad one, you will not be able to identify it.
Portia Asunda has led an organization called Titiaka Poresa for the last 3 years. The group provides cooking pots and training for shea farmers in the Talenti district. It also teaches them how to pick the best quality nuts for their products. They crack the nuts into smaller pieces with a brick. Then roast them over an open fire until they become fragrant. This helps release the oils that give shea butter its nutty taste and smell. It's one of the skills Acuna Alejere is teaching her daughter. She's been making shea butter for more than half her life. She grinds the shea nut pieces by hand. Some shea farmers have invested in grinding mills to make this step easier. But Acuna takes pride in sticking to the techniques that date back to the 14th century. The divots in these rocks provide the perfect working space. The women only produce small batches at a time to ensure the quality will be consistent. It's all hands on deck when it comes to mixing the shea paste. The work can be grueling and takes a lot of strength. They do this for 1 hour to get the right consistency. The water activates the butter. Slowly, it separates and floats to the top. Acuna melts the butter in another fire, using wood that was harvested in the forest. She waits until it turns a deep chocolate color. The shea oil will cool and be sold as unrefined butter. The first accounts of shea butter use date back to 14th century Burkina Faso. It's been used in West African households as a cooking fat and as a moisturizing salve for skin. Legend has it that even the Egyptian Queen Cleopatra appreciated the butter for its hydrating power. In recent decades, global demand for shea butter has increased dramatically. Its healing properties and high levels of vitamins have made it the ultimate ingredient for skincare products across the world. In the last 20 years alone, annual exports have increased 600%. But with new demand have come new challenges. Deforestation, competition from bigger companies, and a global pandemic have threatened the livelihoods of small-scale shade farmers.
We used to get supplies from other countries like Canada, US, UK. But when COVID-19 came, we never had orders again.
Faster, machine-run shade processing plants in Ghana have also begun taking over the market, making it difficult for this group of women to keep up. It takes them an entire month to produce what a big factory can do in 3 days. Deforestation is also an ongoing battle. Since the 1990s, men have been cutting down shea nut trees to make charcoal for commercial use. Around 8 million trees are cut each year.
The quantity we used to get, now we don't get it that way again. It has reduced drastically.
Shea butter making has sustained generations of women in Ghana. Today, many depend on it as their only source of income.
Mostly with this group, most of them are widows. They used to say widows, they can't do anything for their own. But now that they have their own handwork, they are able to do something and earn money and take home.
Organizations like Porsche's teach traditional shea farmers how to produce better quality butter and understand its value in the local market. With this knowledge, they can take home a higher profit from their sales.
I want to show this school. And they said, but no, there's just only a beer, I don't know what it is.
The organization is also working to combat deforestation. Over the last 2 years, it's planted 7,000 shade trees in hopes of repopulating the parklands. Although there are many challenges, Portia sees a bright future ahead.
That is our business. That is what we do. Even though it is hard to produce it, but that is where we get our money from. That is where we get our income.
Young women are still interested in learning the craft, and she hopes that expanding her business will give more opportunities to people looking to learn the skill in its traditional form.
We like to have our own plantations. We like to have our own warehouses where we can keep our shadows there.
For women here, shea butter is a symbol of prosperity and independence, and they're determined to pass it on to the younger generation.
Americans spend billions of dollars each year making their teeth a little whiter. In Beverly Hills, California, one whitening treatment can set you back $750. I am obsessed with having my teeth be pearly white, and about 8 years ago, I tried those drugstore whitening strips, and I think they did a really good job whitening my teeth. The only cons were that it took about 2 weeks, they stung my gums a bit, and they left my teeth feeling very sensitive a few weeks after. I've never tried any professional whitening service, but I know a lot of dentists use this service called Zoom Teeth Whitening, and it's supposed to be an hour-long service that gives you instant white teeth. So today we're in Beverly Hills visiting dentist Kevin Sands, and he's worked on countless Hollywood smiles, and today he's working on mine. So let's see if Zoom is worth it. Right when you walk in, you see the office decorated with magazine covers of the many celebrities Sands has worked on. First, like any medical office, I had to sign important paperwork. Then I met with Sands to hear all about the treatment.
So what we're going to do is we're going to apply a layer of the bleach to your teeth. The Zoom is a UVA UVB light that activates the product and whitens the enamel of your teeth.
How is this different from like regular whitening strips?
Well, first of all, regular whitening strips, you know, they do work, but they don't have as much of the active ingredient to to really whiten your teeth the way people want them.
That active ingredient is hydrogen peroxide, which is about 25% of Zoom's whitening product. After some research online, I found that common drugstore whitening strips, for example Crest White strips, have hydrogen peroxide levels ranging from about 6 to 14%.
How many shades wider can you get someone's teeth with Zoom?
Okay, well, depending on each individual, you can get 1 shade lighter up to 5 to 10 shades lighter. It just depends how much enamel you have, the lifestyle. People that drink a lot of coffee and red wine aren't going to get as good of results. And also patients that don't have a lot of enamel don't get the best results either.
At Sands' office, he offers a service for $750. However, he mentioned it doesn't work on veneers, crowns, or decaying teeth. The results usually last about 6 months, but that all depends on your lifestyle and cleaning regimen. Once I knew what I was getting myself into, Sands brought in his assistant Megan to perform the treatment. First, we examined my teeth to find the best shade.
Nope, you're definitely not there. And you're not there. You have really nice shade going on now, so you're already in the bleaching category. I would put you about a BL3 or a BL4. So you're already in the category of being really light. So hopefully we can get you to somewhere around here. Yeah. Yes, that one. Hey, wear these glasses. These protect your eyes from the UV light that we're going to use. We're going to apply some vitamin E oil to your lips. All the Zoom kits come with this. It's just a nice way so that your lips don't get dehydrated during the treatment. The next thing I'm going to do is put this retractor. It's going to expand. It looks a little intense, but it's not really. So I'm going to have you open as wide as you can. So it's also important to keep everything really dry. So I'm going to insert some cotton here. And then we're going to apply this towel that just protects your skin. This is a protective ingredient that we're going to put on your gums to protect them, so none of the bleaching gel will touch your gums. And now we're going to apply the actual bleaching solution. So it's 25% hydrogen peroxide, okay? So it's really strong, so you want to make sure you don't put your fingers up near your teeth while this is going on. It's really relaxing, and you feel this kind of like, and don't feel the LED light, and I don't think the air when you think.
The solution is removed after about 15 minutes. We did a second round of whitening. Some teeth required 3 or 4 rounds for best results.
I have a little more sensitive, a little tingly on the lower front teeth. That's the most common area to start to get sensitive. And it's just because the teeth are dehydrated.
Once those 15 minutes were up, my teeth had to be cleaned before I could see the results.
You know, like the little yellows that I used to have around like the rims of the teeth, like the gum.
That was beautiful results.
Yay! I love it. Yeah, so what were my teeth like before?
So before we started, you were in this shade range, BL4. It's a nice shade, but we definitely increased your shade dramatically to a BL1, which is the lightest shade possible. And you just want to, avoid dark colored foods and liquids for 24 hours. And after that, back to normal.
Pearly white teeth for a few weeks now, and I've been enjoying them. But here's the thing: in real life, I can see the difference, and I've had a lot of people compliment on my teeth. But when I look at the before and after pictures, it's a little hard for me to tell. I think it's because I started with pretty white teeth already. But the major change I see is
Whitening around the edges of my teeth, that's the areas I should be flossing more. Overall, if you have stained teeth, probably a little bit more yellowish than what I had, and you have zero time to wait and you want instant white teeth in under an hour, then I think it's worth trying Zoom and seeing how the results last. For me, I realized that it's probably smarter to stick with the more affordable drugstore options, even if it takes some time and I might feel some sensitivity a few weeks after, but I think I'll see similar results while saving myself some cash.
Is extracting the slime from snails in the name of beauty. It will end up in skincare products around the world to repair and moisturize the skin. Historically, the way to get snail mucin was by killing them. But new machines like this one stimulate the snails instead. Companies around the world have adopted the technology. Here in Italy, snail farming has reportedly increased by more than 300% over the past 2 decades. Just in time for an almost $4 billion snail beauty market to take off.
E la richiesta del prodotto è incredibile.
Advocates often claim their products can improve wrinkles and texture. But can snail slime really do all that? And how has it become such a big business? Simone Sampo always knew he wanted to be a snail expert.
Bambini tradizionali giocavano a pallone, giocavano degli sport. Il mio hobby era proprio quello di andare a raccogliere questo mollusco. Da qua a 20 anni lascio economia e commercio per dedicarmi alla professione di elicicoltore.
He's led the International Institute of Heliciculture in the northern Italian town of Carrasco since 2016.
L'Italia è un paese favorevole alla crescita di questo mollusco.
Through the Institute, Simone helped develop methods that create ideal conditions to grow and harvest snails. And they haven't exactly been moving at a snail's pace. Simone says they've seen a huge increase in demand.
People are trying to opt for what is known as clean beauty, kind of more organic, plant-derived, animal-derived products.
It all starts in rooms like this one.
In questo modo, quando c'è questo gonfiore, è perché questa è una chiocciola piena di uova, quindi
the eggs hatch after about 2 weeks. And then go to an incubation room. The Institute sells the baby snails to farmers who raise them outdoors, using methods developed by the Institute. Simona Basile is one of them. She started out in 2019 with about 33,000 snails.
Io comincio a bagnare alle 6, ho visto che la vegetazione non viene tanto rovinata, quindi bagnando dalle 6 fino alle 8 loro si svegliano e poi li metto da mangiare.
The snails mostly eat vegetables like cabbage and spinach. They are also fed a supplement containing corn, soy, and other flours to strengthen their shells. Once the snails reach adulthood after about 1 year, farmers can sell them back to the Institute or to private buyers. Simona will take these 11-pound boxes to the Institute.
la bava la utilizziamo nella farmaceutica per dei gastroprotettori, per gli sciroppi per la tosse, per prodotti per le dermatiti.
As for the slime, it's what helps snails move and protect themselves against small predators. But it also contains antioxidant properties that are said to repair skin damage. So, how do heliculturists get snail slime for beauty products? It's a centuries-old practice. But back in the day, the snails had to be killed for the slime to be extracted. The tale goes that Greek physician Hippocrates applied crushed snails to treat skin inflammations. Later on, snails were dunked in pots of salt water and vinegar that forced them to release the slime. That is, until it was discovered snails would also release slime if they were stimulated. So, Simone spent years developing this machine to get them to release the mucus without killing them. He describes it as a little spa for snails. The steel structure has 2 domes that can fit about 44 pounds of snails. The snails are first cleaned with water and ozone. Then they're sprayed with an acidic solution that makes them release the slime as a defense mechanism. The Institute says this process doesn't cause harm to the animals. The machine extracts about 118 ounces of slime during the 1-hour process.
All'interno già presente l'acqua e il siero di bava di lumaca, noi andremo ad aggiungere la fragranza e gli attivi per poi completare la nostra formula.
It will then be distributed through the Institute's Lumadea brand to 7 countries. It sells for about $60. But that's not the end of it. The snails go through this process about 3 or 4 times before they are euthanized with a highly concentrated solution of ozonated water.
Utilizziamo tutto di questo animaletto, un po' come il maiale. Nulla si spreca e tutto si trasforma. In che modo?
The intestines are used for gourmet dishes. The shells for cosmetic products. And the eggs to make snail caviar. The products are distributed through the Lumaceria Italiana company, which Simone also leads.
Il mercato del food la fa ancora da padrona. Si pensa che nei prossimi 7 anni il mercato della cosmesi raggiungerà sicuramente il mercato del food.
Part of it may have to do with the rising global influence of K-beauty. South Korea is one of the top 10 beauty markets in the world. It's established itself as a snail cream superpower. And North America is projected to be the fastest growing region for snail beauty products. In the US, brands that use snail mucin have expanded their presence through retailers like Target and CVS. There's also growing demand worldwide for products that protect against aging and pollution. And consumers seem to be gravitating toward natural skincare ingredients. Studies have shown it can treat radiation-induced irritations, wounds, and burns.
I've seen wound healing benefits and skin regenerative benefits of using snail mucin after a laser procedure.
But the clinical research is limited, and the slime's long-term effectiveness is yet to be seen.
The hope will be that it will move from just this anecdotal kind of idea to something that's more clinically investigated.
Simone has faith in its future. His company says its studies have shown that the slime has compounds like allantoin and elastin that repair and moisturize the skin.
Il mio deve essere un segnale, un richiamo a Elon Musk, proprio di dirgli portiamo la nostra chiocciola sullo spazio. Con lei possiamo nutrirci, possiamo curarci, possiamo farci meglio.
Also, in the name of health and beauty, people spend over $20 billion a year on bar soap. Here's how Dr. Bronner's became an industry behemoth.
Dr. Bronner's Magic Soaps was founded in 1948 and is most famous for its pure Castile soap. The brand produces over 14.3 million bottles a year, and one of the unique things about this soap is that there are supposedly 18 different ways you can use it, including washing your face, body, hair, dogs, laundry, floors, windows, toilets, and even brushing your teeth. But how is all that even possible with one product? Who is Dr. Bronner? And what's up with all that tiny text on the bottles? Here's the
story of Dr. Bronner and how his famous soaps are made. Third-generation soap maker Emanuel Bronner started the company over 70 years ago. The company is still run by the Bronners, who work hard to keep their family's soap-making tradition alive. Let's start with how they make their soap. All of Dr. Bronner's soaps are pure Castile soaps, meaning they're made out of vegetable oils like organic olive, hemp, and coconut oils instead of animal fats. In 2003, Dr. Bronner's became certified USDA organic, and it went fair trade in 2007 for its major raw ingredients. That means the company works with producers in developing countries to sustainably ingredients while paying fair wages and ensuring that employees are treated ethically. Once all the ingredients are sourced, they arrive to the factory in Vista, California. To get a bit sciencey here, saponification is the chemical reaction of making soap. The vegetable oil has 3 fatty acids that are connected to glycerin, a moisturizing property in soap. It's mixed with an alkali, which is sodium hydroxide for bar soap, and potassium hydroxide for liquids. In this case, let's do liquid soaps. With heat and pressure in the soap reactor, the alkali separates the fatty acids from the glycerin and converts them to soap. So in the end, you're left with glycerin, soap, and water left behind after the alkali has reacted. Essential oils like peppermint, lavender, and tea tree are added to the mix for aromatherapy, and also to treat certain skin conditions. Its most popular scent is peppermint, which can cool the skin and clear sinuses. Once everything is mixed together, the soap is cooled before it can be bottled. Soap is filled into various size bottles in its facilities. Although the company mainly uses automated machinery, some mini and gallon-sized bottles are still filled by hand. And now, on to making the bar soaps. Organic palm oil is first sustainably sourced from Ghana. That's what helps harden the soap bar. The palm oil is mixed with coconut oil and turned into a soap bar base. The bar base looks like tiny pellets, kind of like feta cheese. Those pellets are mixed with an essential oil. In this case, it's tea tree oil. Tea tree oil can help reduce acne and dandruff. The soap base is triple milled, meaning the pellets are ground 3 times. During the last grind, it goes under a vacuum where the bar soap is extruded in one long line. The bars are cut, molded, and finally wrapped in a Dr. Bronner's label and boxed. Now you're probably wondering, what's up with the label? If you've ever come across a Dr. Bronner's bottle or bar, you've probably found yourself reading that long, sometimes confusing, tiny text in the shower. Well, the story goes all the way back to World War II and has shaped the mission of the company. Founder Emanuel Bronner immigrated to the United States from Germany in 1929, and in the 1930s, when Hitler came into power, he tried to get his parents to leave Germany, but they decided to stay.
My grandfather received a letter from his father after he was deported to Theresienstadt. Letter from Theresienstadt, all the words were blacked out except for 3 words, "You were right." And my grandfather never heard from his dad again.
Bronner reacted with a message of love instead of hate or revenge, and went in pursuit of his peace plan called the Moral ABC. He wanted to spread the message of unity over religious and ethnic differences, preaching, quote, "We are all one or none." He adopted an honorific doctor title and started giving impassioned speeches on the steps of the University of Chicago. But authorities eventually arrested him and put him in a mental institution. Bronner escaped and hitchhiked to Pershing Square in Los Angeles. He started spreading his peace plan there.
For the people who came to listen to him, he made for them a bottle of soap with no label that he could hand out as a thank you present. And word got out that this soap was really darn good, so people were coming and taking the soap and not listening to him. That's when he got the brilliant idea of taking his philosophy and putting it on the label so that when people would come take the soap and leave, they take that soap in the shower and they'd be stuck. For this generation, we're really trying to take those ideals that my grandfather wrote on the label and really apply it to everything we do.
That doesn't apply just to their organic soaps, but to other areas of the brand as well. The company donates to causes supporting regenerative organic agriculture, animal advocacy, drug policy and criminal justice reform, and fair pay. That is all tied back to Bronner's all-one philosophy that the company still promotes through its soap.
One of the most expensive beauty products out there are wigs. Just one can cost more than $1,000. The priciest are made of natural hair, but those can have a dark origin.
Nguyen Thi Van traveled more than 50 miles a day to the streets of Hanoi. This client sold 2 years of growth for just $7. But how does hair that costs as little as $7 in Vietnam end up selling for thousands in salons around the world? We went to the streets of Vietnam to investigate this global business. Nguyen Thi Van attracts clients with a recorded broadcast.
Thì là nó cũng vất vả, đi trên đường thì nó cũng vất vả, nắng mưa thì nó cũng vất vả chứ.
She quit her job as a mosaic worker nearly a decade ago.
Thấy các chị em ở nhà ở làng đó thì là đi thì là cũng đi, thì là cũng đi kiếm cũng được thì là cũng đi thôi, đi từ ngày đấy.
Now, Nguyen earns up to $300 a month. That's a bit more than the average income in Vietnam. She decides how much to offer based on the seller's age, the length, texture, color of their hair, and whether it's been dyed. Nguyen regularly stops by hair salons. If they have clippings that are at least 4 inches long, she makes an offer.
Với cả nó ngắn thì mua nó phải rẻ hơn ở dân. Dân là tóc nó dài, với cả nó đen nó không bị nhuộm ý, thì là mình về mình bán nó đắt hơn, thì là mình mua đắt hơn.
She bought this hair for about $2 and sold it for about $4. Today, Nguyen is buying hair from Vũ Thị Tham at her home.
Tôi chỉ đi bán rau, sáng em đi ra chợ sớm em mua buôn bán rẻ, kiếm em mấy đồng về nuôi các cháu. Rồi hôm nay các bác bán là đóng học cho cháu thiếu tiền.
It took her 2 years to grow her hair this long, but the bundle was shorter than last time.
Mỗi năm thì cắt được nhiều, nhưng năm nay thì cắt ngang nó rẻ hơn, thì được có 150.000 thôi. Chị chỉ hỏi người ta thì người ta chỉ bảo là chỉ làm tóc để đỗ thôi, chị không hiểu rõ.
Nguyen told Insider she sold the hair to a buying agent for $11 and said her markup is between 20% and 50%.
It's a completely unregulated industry for a start, so there's no sort of who decides what the value of hair is. So generally it's the person who's buying the hair who's trying to get it for as cheap a cost as possible.
Emma Tarlow is a professor of anthropology who has studied the global hair trade.
Hair is such an incredibly intimate fibre, it's actually a body part, but it's also a body product at the same time, and I was fascinated how something that is so intimate could actually be commodified and travel around the world and end up on the head of somebody else.
Vietnam exported $7.6 million worth of hair products like wigs and weaves in 2019. That's almost nothing compared to China, where exports added up to more than $1 billion. China is also one of the most controversial markets. In 2020, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized shipments of hair extensions from the country in response to allegations of forced labor by the U.S. government. This company markets its products as ethical because it pays good wages and doesn't use forced labor. Director Phan Thi Thuy says they pay up to $550 a month, which is above average.
Hiện tại các sản phẩm của chúng tôi là tóc, nguyên liệu tóc làm từ nguyên liệu tự nhiên được xuất khẩu ra khoảng 70 quốc gia trên thế giới.
The factory only uses human hair, while others mix it with synthetic or animal hair.
Đây là các sản phẩm wet của chúng tôi.
This is one of the more expensive products in the factory, a 20-inch blonde weft that sells for $105. The factory owner told Insider they charge higher prices for products that reflect their responsible practices. The owner said they only buy hair from vendors who have been working with them for more than a decade. But Van is aware that many people selling their hair live in poverty.
Đặc biệt là các cái vùng dân tộc thì người phụ nữ buộc phải cắt đi mái tóc của mình.
People don't part with their hair unless they need money, usually, unless, of course, they're parting with it for religious reasons.
That's the case in India, where Hindu devotees donate their hair to temples that later auction it to factories.
There's this kind of desire for human hair. They want it to be human, but they don't want the human story that goes with the hair, because that human story often involves poverty, hardship.
Karen Mitchell has been selling hair for more than 15 years.
Although it's mostly Indian hair, but we do sell some imported hair from Malaysia, some European hair in small quantities for my clients who want to get their Jewish wig, which are called shikos.
She says she has high-profile clients like Lizzo and Rihanna.
The clientele is very diverse. I mean, I would say it's probably in Manhattan, 65 to 70% Black women, but we have a lot of like Caucasian women, Asian women, Hispanic women, Indian women.
Before the pandemic, the value of the global hair trade was growing at around 15% a year. It totaled $1.3 billion in 2019. Anything made with natural hair is labeled as luxury, and some of her extensions cost up to $2,000.
We sell what's considered to be the Rolls Royce of hair extensions. We sell luxury hair extensions.
Mitchell also sells to hairstylists like Carrie Jolie. She knows which country the hair comes from, but that's about it.
For all the techniques that I do, I always recommend using the human hair because it lasts longer, durable as far as like in between shampoos, the hair won't tangle as long as it's good quality. So this goes on top. You're investing in, your hair, so you want it to last longer so that you can reuse it and reuse it.
Lorraine Pierre spends up to $200 a month on hair extensions. Real hair lasts longer and feels more natural than plastic, but it comes with a high cost. For Nguyen, it's just business.
Không, tôi chả bao giờ tôi hỏi, tức là người ta gọi thì là mình mua thì tôi còn chẳng bao giờ hỏi.
Portugal produces about half of the world's cork wine stoppers. Most come from these trees, here in the Alentejo region. But harvesting a tree takes years of expertise and steady hands.
Há que ter paciência. Com pareias, como a gente cá chama, que é dois homens, a se ajudarem um ao outro, com muito cuidado para não dar cabo das árvores.
We went inside the world's largest cork forest to see how Portugal produces 40 million cork stoppers a day. These are cork oak trees. They're so special, they've been protected under Portuguese law since 1209, so harvesters have strict rules to follow. The trees can't be touched for the first 15 years of their lives, and they can only be harvested every 9 years, so the bark has time to grow back in between. Since the first two harvests of a new tree don't produce the best cork, harvesters have to wait 33 years to get the good stuff. Every summer, harvesters peel off the bark using century-old techniques.
Sim, isto é machadas próprias para tirar cortiça, já se experimentou com máquinas, as máquinas não dão, depois o homem tem que ir lá na mesma tirar a cortiça.
Only the outer layer can be harvested.
Normalmente, quando se aprende a tirar a cortiça, aprende-se que a primeira machadada que se dá no sobreiro tem que ser devagar, para ver a grossura da cortiça. É muito difícil, tem muita ciência para se tirar, para no fim as árvores não saírem feridas, e as árvores são feridas, normalmente começa a entrar umidade, começa a entrar bicho, e com o passar dos anos elas vão acabar ou por cair ou por morrer.
To prevent that, the inner layer untouched.
We can harvest the bark of the tree without damaging the bark, so these cells can grow again without any impact in the life of the tree.
Because the trees regenerate, they'll never run out of cork. The oldest tree on record is an estimated 200 years old and has been harvested 20 times in its lifetime. After the cork planks are stripped from the trees, they're pressed between concrete slabs for 6 months. Then they're sent to a processing facility to be boiled for at least an hour. That's to sterilize the planks and make them softer. This machine punches out the stoppers we see in our wine bottles. Those corks are shipped out to 100 different countries. But the rest of the cork left behind in this process isn't wasted.
We don't waste anything, even the small residues.
All that byproduct can be made into things like flooring or stoppers used to cork less expensive wines. Cork harvesting goes back millennia. Egyptians used stoppers in tombs, and the Romans used cork in shoes. Today, Portugal harvests 100,000 tons of cork every year and owns a third of the cork oak forests in the world.
That is a real retainer of CO2 protected for biodiversity. This tree that separates the south of Europe and North Africa from the Sahara Desert, so it's a barrier to desertification.
Cork sustainability was part of what saved the Portuguese wine stopper. In the early 2000s, winemakers began turning to synthetic closures and screw tops for bottles, and the value of cork plummeted. But as consumers became more environmentally conscious in the 2010s,
The movement against single-use plastics that is happening all over the world, it's a real opportunity for cork.
cork exports grew 52.3% in nearly a decade. In 2018, Portugal passed a record $1 billion worth of cork exports.
Exports, we kept that number at very close to 1.1 billion in 2019, and now we are waiting for the final numbers of 2020. But as a global pandemic, as a global crisis, we are expecting also some impact in our business.
Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the 2020 harvest didn't stop.
The cork harvest this year has been very smooth. We are talking about an activity that is done at open areas also.
The industry's success in the last decade has allowed Portugal to take its cork products into other industries.
From construction to automotive industry, to aerospatial, to sports, fashion, clothes.
But even as cork demand continues to grow, harvesters plan to keep doing things the same way they always have, with a good axe. Just one of these latex mattresses can cost up to $2,600. Here in Guatemala, workers harvesting natural latex fuel a roughly $10 billion industry.
He wakes at 3 a.m. in Suchitepeques, Guatemala. Most of the country is asleep, but this is when latex tree tappers like Doroteo Blanco start their day.
Bueno, eso es para aprovechar la humedad de la mañana. Es que el árbol entre más húmedo pues brota más el látex, ya que picar muy hora del calor, entonces lo que hacen es resecarse y no produce, al contrario se coagula y anula.
There are over 1 million rubber trees on the Guatelinda plantation where Doroteo works. In the next 4 hours, he'll extract latex sap from around 700 of them.
Sí, tiene un olor agradable cuando están recién salidos del árbol. Los herramientas que cargo acá para elaborar, principalmente lo que es la cuchilla que utilizamos para trabajar y un desinfectante, sí, que cargamos acá para desinfectar la cuchilla. Si acaso el árbol está enfermo, se desinfecta para no contagiar al otro árbol. Y con este ganchito que tenemos acá, es el que utilizamos para marcar la línea y no abusar del consumo establecido. Porque recordemos que en este año comemos acá y el próximo año, después de acá, volvemos a comer enseguida de esto.
Doroteo carves a careful spiral in the bark of this tree, letting the sap drip out. His technique is incredibly precise, something he's honed over 20 years on the job.
Porque si nos metemos mal, lo que empieza es a chuparse o a encogerse el árbol, entonces se hace una grieta ahí y se daña el árbol, se hacen unos nudos y ya no se puede cortar en los años siguientes. Ya nos perjudicaría después. Entonces, la profundidad tenemos que manejar y trabajar esas dos líneas.
Then, awaits.
11:30, mediodía, entonces tenemos un lapso aquí que hace como de 4 o 5 horas de goteo y el árbol suelta lo que tiene y logramos recoger hasta litro o litro y medio por árbol.
But judging how long that break should be is a balancing act. If he collects the liquid latex too late, it may congeal into less valuable prime rubber, a material good for things like car tires, but useless for mattresses. During the summer low season, an average 140 litres of natural latex slowly seep into Dorotheo's buckets every morning, double that in winter.
Se están picando entre 600 y 700 árboles, se corta un aproximado de 3 árboles por minuto, depende de la velocidad de tu trabajador, a todos llegamos a cortar 4. Con el hecho de cortar un árbol no quiere decir que ya puedo picar, o sea, tengo que conocer todos los árbol para yo ser un picador. O si yo puedo venir y corto el árbol, pero no sé qué estoy haciendo. Entonces, para uno meterse bien a lo que es el árbol, uno tiene que darle corazón y centrarse, y como un mes me llevé para ir aprendiendo, y de hecho aún sigo aprendiendo porque en la vida uno no sabe si uno aprendiendo.
Everything the tappers collect then goes straight to a nearby processing facility. Factory workers consolidate the women's wool into tanks. They let it sit for 12 hours before processing it in a centrifuge to separate the rubber from the water. Then they wait another 45 days for this concentrated latex to stabilize. This will be turned into foam through a method called the Dunlop process. It's based on a 19th century process for turning liquid latex into foam and is the most energy efficient method. It involves, first, mixing the liquid latex with a combination of stabilizers. This concoction is then whipped up into foam in this machine until it's the preferred density. Then, workers add a gelling agent and heat the foam with radio waves to harden or vulcanize the latex. Every week, about 40 tons of liquid latex foam moves from the processing facility to the mattress core factory. They need about 50 kilos of liquid latex to make one 30-kilo mattress. Once the core sets, workers wash, dry, and squish the mattress core's packaging. This factory produces around 600 mattresses per week. These particular cores will be shipped to a facility in Los Angeles, where they'll be processed into the final mattresses and sold by the company Avocado. This core factory, centrifuge facility, and plantation are all part of Grupo Fortaleza, a group dedicated to the sustainable production of liquid latex in southern Guatemala. Christian Close's family has run Guatelinda for over 50 years, only a decade longer than the average rubber tree can be tapped. Workers take care of Guatelinda's 2,000 acres of rubber trees.
We are certified FSC. FSC stands for Forest Stewardship Council. Basically, you have to have no child labor, you have to only use organic products, you have to abide the laws of your country, and different things to certify that you're sustainable.
The facilities are also GOLDS, or Global Organic Latex Standard, certified. Products that carry the label must be made from 95% or more certified organic latex. These certifications add value to the final product and, consequently, zeros to the price tag. The rise of the auto industry in the early 1900s caused the demand for rubber to explode and plantations to pop up in places like Southeast Asia and Central and South America. But a rapid increase in production quickly led to falling prices. which often came at the expense of indigenous populations forced to work these forests, sometimes at the threat of violence. Since then, the world market for natural rubber has fluctuated greatly, usually moving in tandem with the demand for automobiles.
In 2010, the price was very high, so a lot of people started planting rubbers, started buying a lot of land, and started acquiring a lot of debt. In the last 10 years, it's been fluctuating, and right now, it's not at career low, but I would say there are very low prices right now because of all the war in Russia and Ukraine, and all the sanctions being put in China, and the lack of production in China as well. It has reduced the commodity price of natural rubber.
It's times like these that plantation workers are most at risk of exploitation, which is what certifications like GOLS attempt to incentivize companies not to do. In 2021, the global latex mattress market was valued at $9.7 billion. By 2030, that number could double to around $20 billion. But maintaining the high standards that justify the mattress's final price tag isn't easy.
In our history of planting trees, we've been through 2 or 3 hurricanes. When there's too much rain, you can't really harvest anything. You cannot tap because all the sap that's coming out of the tree, it turns to wash off. Second thing, it destroys roads, so you can't really transport anything. And third, well, people suffer a lot when the rivers tend to grow and they cannot go to work because everything is flooded.
The opposite could also be devastating.
If there is drought, if it's too dry, the rubber trees cannot produce enough latex for us to tap.
Workers on regulated plantations can be exposed to harsh working conditions like 12-hour days, below minimum wages, and toxic chemicals.
Because we're keen on getting premiums, we are usually profitable. So we can keep the jobs of our workers, we can keep tapping, and we can keep adding value to our latex.
Gemstones are an estimated $32 billion industry, but extracting them can be dangerous. In Afghanistan, miners use risky methods to hunt for jewels, and 90% of those jewels leave the country illegally.
The province of Kunar was one of the deadliest places in Afghanistan. Decades of fighting forced thousands of families to flee their homes. But Habib and his 9 cousins grew up around here and know every inch of these mountains. Habib hikes for 10 hours to reach a campsite nearly 10,000 feet above sea level. They'll live here mining for the next month. Habib first spotted tourmaline in these mountains 25 years ago. Now, with decades of experience, the 55-year-old is the leader of his group. And with that short prayer, the men are ready to crawl down 300 feet. The veins are actually magma that cooled under high pressure, creating emerald and tourmaline. They're already 300 feet deep, and they can't go any farther without air. tube pumps their oxygen from a ventilator above ground. Inhaling all this dust can scar workers' lungs for life. But nothing stops these men. Today, they're going even deeper into the mine because they've gotten everything they can from these walls. To get farther into the bedrock, they drill holes and fill them with dynamite. The bedrock that contains the gems is often brittle and could easily collapse with heavy drilling. In 2019, 30 miners were buried alive at a gold mine in another province. The dynamite is all set. Now they have less than a minute to get out of this tunnel. They usually go back in to retrieve the gems. But today they left early because they heard the Taliban was on its way. During the 20-year war, the Taliban and other insurgent groups operated most of these mines. Reports suggest they were earning up to $20 million a year smuggling jewels out of the country. And the gems continue to fund the Taliban today, after the group regained control of Afghanistan. Meanwhile, people like Habib struggle to find buyers, since most countries don't openly trade with Afghanistan.
من د ماښام ډوډۍ چې وخورو د سهار ته زموږ هېڅ هم نه وي دومره فشار او دغه زموږ په خپل په دې ذهنونو پراته وي چې یا الله اوس څه وکړو دلته که معدن نه لاس واخلو.
His only option is selling to local jewelers. He divides the money among his workers. Habib makes about $140 a month, nearly double the average salary in this country. But he has to feed his wife and 12 children, and it's hard to sell his gems for more.
روی مثل کشورهای دیگه وره درست استخراج شود که درز نداشته باشه ملمخ در قیمتش بالاست.
Noor Ahmad Shirzad has been polishing gems for more than 30 years. He learned the craft from his cousin in Pakistan when his family lived there as refugees during the Afghan Civil War. but he returned in the early 2000s and set up a workshop with his brothers here in Kabul.
و میرفتم است هر دانه که آبدار است رنگدار است شفاف است و سایز دانه کلان است مطمئن است.
He works mostly with blue lapis lazuli.
باز از 10 کیلو ازی 1 کیلو نگین پاکشدگی می‌داره. تو که کمک ولی فکر تگست شو نباشه فکر بکار انگشت تمیز نی چشم آگار میشه مطابل چندین بار ما از آینه که استفاده نکنیم.
Noor's younger brother, Amir Ahmad Shirzad, runs the store upstairs. His son helps out before school. They sell everything from dishes to jewelry and sculptures. Amir says he prices items based on the weight of the stones and how long each piece took to make. He even sells the type of stone Habib mines. And he makes these prayer bead necklaces himself. He says business has been tough lately.
قبل از آن خارجی ها بود مشتری ها پروازا بود مشتری های ما می آمدن خارجی ها بود افغان های خودمون بود در نمایش های بین المللی اشتراک میکردن.
Back in Kanar, when Habib isn't busy mining, he's working on his new home just minutes away from the mines.
مشینه در پټول غواړي د پټه کې نور کاغذونه به وکړو صفا به کو جوړه به کو چلو به ورته ورکړو صفا به کو دغه به ژوند او زندګي ته جوړ شي. دا څومره وخت پورې تکلیف دا اوس تقریبا یو 15 شپږ ورځې دی ونیول دا موږ دا جوړه کړه د لس کسانو لپاره.
He will no longer have to walk 10 hours to get to work. While he risks his life hunting for gems, it has helped him pay for this new home. And Habib is thankful for that.
انشالله زه الله ته امید لرم چې مړ نه واغې پر خپله خدمت ایمانداري کوم.
As with gemstones, pearl jewelry sales are worth billions of dollars. But unlike any other gem, pearls grow inside a living creature, and getting them out is not an easy task.
South Sea refers to the southern portion of the Pacific Ocean. In these waters, just off the coast of Lombok, Indonesia, pearl farms like Afdol Pearl are growing cultured pearls. These are pearls that require a human to put something inside an oyster instead of harvesting naturally occurring pearls. And South Sea pearls are the most expensive variety of cultured pearls. That's in part because of how long it takes to make a South Sea pearl. While some freshwater oysters can churn out dozens of smaller pearls within 3 months, it takes about 5 years to cultivate a single South Sea pearl. The oyster it comes from, the pink Tauda maxima, can only make one at a time. And only a fourth of these oysters survive cultivation. That's why the pearl farmers have to go to great lengths to keep the oysters alive. It starts in this highly controlled laboratory, where lab technicians must create the perfect conditions for oyster larvae to grow into healthy, pearl-producing adults. They have to maintain a room temperature of exactly 20 degrees Celsius and feed the larvae the phytoplankton they need to grow. To do this, they combine salt water from the South Sea and sodium hydroxide and store it for 5 days until there's enough plankton. Lab techs feed the plankton to nets of baby oysters and monitor their growth for about 45 days. That's around the time they reach at least 1 millimeter in diameter and are old enough to be transferred to sea. The oysters are transferred to save on the costs of rearing bigger oysters, which can get expensive.
Ya, kalau pelihara di darat harus kita bikin planktonnya. Kita beli plankton, kita bikin. Itu biayanya agak besar dia.
In the South Sea, the oysters get all the waters and food they need to mature. But this is also where most of them will die, without producing a single pearl.
Itu yang akan hidup nanti cuma 25.000 dari 10.000 itu. 2.500 maksudnya. Karena 75% itu dia pasti meninggal.
That's why pearl farmers have to check on the oysters monthly to ensure they're still growing, eating and healthy. They pull the nets of oysters up from the sea and clean the shells. This helps prevent predators from feeding off the oysters and eventually killing them.
Ya, ini karena kalau kerannya kotor, kan ketutup semua. Jadi susah untuk makan. Di sini banyak lumut, banyak kotoran, banyak bakteri juga, ada ulat di sini. Nah, kadang-kadang itu yang bisa bikin mutiara jelek. Jadi tujuannya juga untuk kita bangunkan. Kadang-kadang kerang tidak mau bangun.
After up to 2 years of nursing, when the oysters are large enough, implantation can begin. For cultured pearls, implantation is the most important step. When a nucleus is implanted, the oyster sees it as an irritant and reacts by building protective layers of nacre around it. This becomes the pearl. Harry is demonstrating when the nucleus is implanted on an opened oyster.
Terus yang ini namanya. Jadi sebelum masukkan ini terbuat dari kulit kerangnya.
He tears the oyster's donuts and injects the nucleus in the middle. He then adds cybo under the nucleus. Cybo is a mantle tissue cut from the oyster that surrounds the implanted nucleus. It is essential to the pearl quality, and without it, the oyster won't produce any pearls at all. Harry is the only person Abigail trusts with this step. That's because the nuclei don't come cheap. Mahmoud buys the nuclei from Japan, and their cost, in addition to import taxes, takes 20% of his profits. And he says getting the import permits for these nuclei is difficult, preventing him from finding enough to expand his business. After the nucleus is implanted, special attention is paid to how the name grows around it to avoid a misshapen pearl. They're working towards a large, almost perfectly round pearl. Workers invert the oysters and put them in their protective nets to bring back to sea. The South Sea pearl's unique, soft, satiny luster and thick nacre are a result of the warm waters it grows in. And a thick nacre means a large pearl. Harry says they must flip them regularly so the nacre grows evenly.
Jadi itu tidak boleh terlewatkan ya. Selama 40 hari itu ada schedule-nya, kita bikin schedule untuk 3 hari. 1 minggu setelah suntik, kita biarkan setelah lubang yang kita roti itu tutup, baru kita bolak-balik.
After 40 days, workers remove the oysters from the sea and clean them weekly. Harry checks the implanted oysters monthly to see how the pearls are developing. This is done for up to 2 years before the first pearl can be harvested.
Untuk 3 tahun pertama itu minimal size-nya dari 0,9 atau 0,8 gram atau bisa dikatakan 7 sampai 11 mm itu tahap yang pertama, 3 tahun pertama itu bijinya itu 1,3 gram minimal 0,8 lah ya.
Harry implants the same oyster 2 more times. Each time, the pearl after harvest is bigger. By the third harvest, the pearl can reach over 20 millimeters in diameter and over 8 grams in weight. But as much as pearl farmers like Mahmoud invest in the intense care needed to raise the oysters, the outcome is never guaranteed. Mahmoud says only 20% of the oysters that survive make the most valuable kind of pearl, almost perfectly round, lustrous and large. Mahmoud grades the pearls based on size, luster, shape and colour. The larger, rounder, shinier, minimally blemished pearls get the highest grade. That can be AAA or quadruple A, depending on the producer. Mahmoud then sells them to jewelers like Rihanna Mega. He fashions the pearls into necklaces, earrings, and rings. Rihanna seeks out the highest grade she can find, but it isn't easy.
Sangat sulit ditemukan untuk yang bagus. Saya juga kadang-kadang dalam satu hari itu dalam sekarang ini saya minim stok material.
Low grades are more available, but they're rougher, asymmetrical, and lack shine, and in the jewelry world, those are the least desirable. But even the highest grade pearls are not perfectly round. That's because even though they're farmed, they're still natural pearls, so finding a near perfect pearl, let alone enough to make a string necklace, is extremely rare. It took 9 years for Rihanna to find enough AAA grade pearls to make this necklace. She's finally able to sell it this year for $36,000 to a local buyer. That makes sourcing these expensive pearls worth it for Rihanna, who relies on farmers to continue to produce high-quality pearls.
Mahmoud says pearl farmers need more support from the government, specifically around making nuclei readily available.
Kalau untuk itu sih memang iya, kami bisa tidak bisa pungkiri ya, bahwa untuk perizinan import ini yang agak sulit.
This company hauls in 60,000 pounds of crawfish a day. Once they're out of the water, the clock starts ticking. Farmers have just a few hours to get them weighed, sold, and into coolers. And these little guys have to stay alive the whole time.
As soon as they're dead, it starts breaking them down extremely fast. Yeah, they'll get mushy and spoil.
These crustaceans are big business for Louisiana. They contribute $300 million to the state's economy and end up across the U.S.
Do you ever speak of height?
But you can't help yourself, especially when you're high.
But this industry didn't even take off until recent decades. In the 80s, some rice farmers took a massive gamble. They experimented with cultivating the crawfish that lived below their fields. And it paid off. In just 9 years, Madison McIntyre has built one of the biggest crawfish companies in the state, handling up to 4 million pounds a year.
Never imagined that it would be to this level, nor was it our goal. It kind of just happened organically.
But because the farmed crawfish industry is so young, it's like the Wild West, unregulated and fast-moving. So how exactly did Louisiana's rice farmers come to harvest crawfish? And why do they stay in such a tough business? Crawfish are freshwater crustaceans, related to lobsters and shrimp. And they're native to Louisiana's bayous, rivers, swamps, and rice fields, like this one.
And if you look closely, you'll see some holes, one right here.
They go by all sorts of names: crawdads, crayfish, mudbugs.
They come out the mud, literally.
From late September to October, rice farmers flood their fields, and the crawfish emerge from their burrows hungry. By November, he can start catching them in rows of traps. Mauricio Guillen, nicknamed Junior, heads out on the crawfish boat, which doesn't have a steering wheel.
And all that's controlled by foot pedals that are at his feet.
Armed with thick gloves, he empties each trap. He has just 7 seconds to dump out a trap, load in more bait, and drop it back in the water.
And that's just how much ground it covers between each trap.
He's got to move quickly so the crawfish don't die in the Louisiana heat.
Junior's pretty fast. He's a lot faster than me.
This table helps them weed out any unwanted critters. And it separates the crawfish by size.
The smaller peels can fall through here. You know, they'll go from underneath here and then into these sacks.
The crawfish's big break didn't even come until the 1980s. Rice farmers' profits were dipping, so looking for another income stream, they took a big risk and cultivated crawfish alongside the grain. 4th-generation rice farmer Jim Johnson was one of them.
It just works almost perfect together. There's almost no better combination of vegetation to go with crawfish.
The rice plant provides a wetland for crawfish breeding and shade from the sun, and plays host to microorganisms like algae, larvae, and worms.
The crawfish will feed off of those.
The crawfish's poop then fertilizes the fields, and the 2 crop seasons line up perfectly. When farmers harvest the rice, the crawfish have safely burrowed themselves deep into the mud,
Once the rice is picked, crawfish emerge from their burrows with babies. By winter, they're ready to be harvested and eaten. Soon, buyers all over the South, from Texas to South Carolina, begin gobbling up the mudbugs. What was once just a local eat now makes up more than half of Jim's business.
And with declining margins in the rice industry through the years, the crawfish not only supplemented it, but helped agriculture thrive.
Today, the crops are an important part of economies like Welsh Louisiana's.
All the crawfish in the whole nation are farmed in a 35-mile square radius of this area.
From November to July, rice farmers end up with tons of crawfish, packed into sacks like these. Junior and his team will load them onto trucks and book it to the crawfish dock. In the summer months, they have to get the mudbugs weighed and in the cooler within 3 hours, or else the heat could kill them. And dead crawfish breed bacteria. Once cooked, it's technically still edible, but the meat falls apart and it doesn't taste as good. Madison pays rice farmers about $1.25 a pound for their catch. Unlike most crawfish mongers, he doesn't come from a farming family. In 2014, he and his friend Charlie started selling them out of his truck in New Orleans.
At an abandoned gas station, and we would serve boiled crawfish through there on the weekend.
It was so successful, he bought more trucks and expanded into a full-fledged enterprise, Parrish Seafood Wholesale. While a lot of crawfish companies focus on just one part of the process, Madison does it all, along with his dog June. He grows his own crawfish and buys from 36 other rice farmers. He also owns a company that hauls the catch, a processing plant, and restaurants, cutting out the middlemen.
Now we have a little over 60 employees. We run 14 trucks, 7 days a week, 24/7.
Madison washes some of his catch on this $150,000 machine.
How many times have you gotten cooked by crawfish?
Every day. But you get used to it, like it doesn't really hurt.
Not only do they have to watch their fingers, they have to watch out for runaways.
They're escape artists, so yeah.
Crawfish have to hit the coolers right after washing to keep them alive until they're sold. Madison tries to move the high-grade, larger crawfish within 12 to 24 hours, but that's not always easy.
It's all pretty much on a handshake. There's no contracts. You have to be careful because people can buy all of your crawfish in the beginning of the season, and then as soon as the catch picks up, they can leave you and buy from somebody else.
Stranding crawfish in these fridges.
It can be a lot of pressure.
The low-grade, smaller crawfish are easier for him to move, because Madison just sells it to himself. Then he sends it to his Brobridge factory to process the tank. Workers start unloading the crawfish off the trucks, starting at 4 a.m. They dump them into tanks and skim off any dead or weak ones from the top. Then they give the mudbugs a wash. A conveyor belt drops them into a giant steamer basket. Using the system of tracks, a worker carefully lowers the basket into a vat of boiling water. Just like lobsters, crawfish go in alive to get the best flavor. That's why it's so important to keep them kicking until this moment. It takes just 2 minutes to cook them through. Then Madison and the team break them down this steel table into the peeling room. Leona Williams has been peeling here for 50 years.
Get up to school, get my mom, sometimes my job, morning in the morning, you break it off, and then you pinch the tail. This is to me. Peel well to make sure that the veins are out for sure.
She can peel about 40 pounds worth a day.
And you gotta be kind of fast at it. That's the only way you can make money.
They get paid $2.50 a pound.
Are you the fastest one here?
No, I'm not gonna say this. I have my sister right here. She's a little faster than I am.
The team in the next room vacuum seals the tails into 1-pound bags. Because competition is so stiff, Madison wouldn't tell us where he sells these, but he said they end up across the U.S. He also sends and whole crawfish to 3 restaurants he owns in the state, cooking up all kinds of Louisiana delicacies. Crawfish have been an important part of southern Louisiana's culture for centuries. According to the Native Heritage Project, the Houma indigenous people named themselves after the word for crawfish and used it as a war symbol. In the 1800s, a wave of French Canadians settled in Louisiana after being forced out of Canada by the British. They came to be known as the Cajuns, and they brought their lobster recipes with them. But short on lobster here, they swapped in crawfish. By the 1960s, crawfish had their own festival, and Creole restaurants were adding them to menus in New Orleans.
It was definitely a Louisiana delicacy. It didn't really get much farther than the state.
Crawfish have since gone definitively national, but locals still cook them in the staples, like etouffee, boudin, and boils. Madison's business partner, Charlie Johnson, uses a Cajun cooking style in his crawfish boils.
Make sure the drains, the liquid boil. So I'm adding that to the water.
He first boils the corn and potatoes, drains them, and then cooks the crawfish last.
Right there, when the tail starts to kind of separate from the head, there's that little white line. You can see the meat. That's usually a telltale sign that they're ready.
While New Orleans Creole chefs add dry seasoning to the water crawfish boil in, out here, Cajuns dump on the dry seasoning after they're cooked.
We shut that ice chest and we let them steam. I think the magic happens in the ice chest. That's when they start to soak up those seasonings.
Down here, folks stop by the restaurant well into the evening. The Cajuns also love their dip. While back in NOLA, they don't use any sauce. With his factory, weigh station, and restaurants, Madison has become a considerable player in the crawfish industry.
We're building a new facility that's going to be focused on air freight crawfish.
But his hasn't come without its challenges. As the industry boomed over the last 20 years, lots of people tried to get in on the action. By 2019, the number of crawfish farms in the state had doubled. And then came inflation. Madison says costs soared 40%. Last year, fuel alone cost him $150,000 more than normal.
That's a lot of money that would have been profit. Yeah, labor's pretty high, and we have mostly foreign labor.
95% of his staff is working in the U.S. on a visa.
And then we also have to house them and pay for transportation. You can't find local or American labor that would work as hard as these guys do side by side with us.
Madison says he pays them just under $14 an hour, almost double the minimum wage.
We'll put in 15 and 18-hour days, 7 days a week. So it's very demanding. We don't get to see our family as much during the season, but they don't get to see their family at all.
Soaring operation costs and low margins have forced dozens of Louisiana crawfish companies to close.
And so the people that came in just for the get quick rich scheme are not making it right now because of how tough the market is.
Madison says the size of his company has helped keep him afloat.
You know, we could absorb those blows, but a lot of people unfortunately couldn't.
What have the changes been made to really increase?
We don't get big salaries.
Madison said Parish Seafood Wholesale saw $500,000 in profit last year, and he paid himself just a $20,000 salary. He also says he invested more than 80% of the profit back into the company.
So if anything ever breaks or coolers go out, we have backup everything. You know, backup trucks, backup ice machines, backup freezers, backup coolers. We have multiple forklifts, which are all just luxuries.
Because in an industry where one bad season could send a company packing, Madison has to fight to keep each crawfish alive.
I think, you know, the next 5 or 6 years it'll be very lucrative again to be in this industry because there'll only be a handful of people doing it.
there's a famous story about Einstein that he used to, go think, and then go for a walk, and like he would whistle sometimes. So I remember the first time I heard this story, I thought, how interesting. It's what a coincidence that this came to him when he was whistling. But in fact, it's not. It is how it works, in some sense, that you have to prepare for it, but then the moment it happens when you stop thinking, actually. So the moment of discovery is the moment when thinking stops. And you kind of almost become that truth that you're seeking.
The following is a conversation with Edward Frankel, one of the greatest living mathematicians, doing research on the interface of mathematics and quantum physics, with an emphasis on the Langlands program, which he describes as a grand unified theory of mathematics. He also is the author of Love and Math, The Heart of Hidden Reality. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Edward Frankel. You open your book, Love and Math, with a question: how does one become a mathematician? There are many ways that this can happen. Let me tell you how it happened to me. So, how did it happen to you?
So, first of all, I grew up in the Soviet Union, in a small town near Moscow called Kolomna. I was a smart kid, in school, but mathematics was probably my least favorite subject. Not because I couldn't do it. I was, a straight A student, and I could do all the problems easily, but I thought it was incredibly boring. And since the only math I knew was what was presented at school, I thought that was it. And I was like, what kind of boring subject is this? So what I really liked was physics, and especially quantum physics. So I was buying, I would go to a bookstore and buy popular books about elementary particles and atoms and things like that, and read them, devour them. And so I thought my dream was to become a theoretical physicist and to delve into this finer structure of the universe, So then something happened when I was 15 years old. It turns out that a friend of my parents was a mathematician who was a professor at the local college. It was a small college preparing educators, teachers. It's a provincial town. Imagine it's like 117 kilometers from Moscow, which would be something like 70 miles. You do the math.
I like how you remember the number exactly.
Yeah, isn't it funny how we remember numbers? So his name was Yevgeny Evgenyevich Petrov. Yeah. And if this doesn't remind you of the great works of Russian literature, that you haven't read them, like War and Peace, like with the patronymic name. Yeah, but this was all real. This was all happening. So my mom one day by chance met Evgeny Evgenyevich and told him about me, that I was a bright kid and interested in physics. And he said, oh, I want to meet him. I'm going to convert him into math. And my mom said, nah, math, he doesn't like mathematics. So they said, okay, let's see what they can do. So I went to see him, so I'm about 15. And a bit arrogant, I would say, like average teenager. So he says to me, so I hear that you are interested in physics and elementary particles. I said, yeah, sure. And said, for example, do you know about quarks? And I said, yes, of course I know about quarks. Quarks are the, constituents of particles like protons and neutrons, and it was one of the greatest discoveries in theoretical physics in the 60s that those particles were not elementary, but in fact had the smaller parts. And he said, oh, so then you probably know representation theory of the group SU3. Like, SU what? So, in fact, I wanted to know what were the underpinnings of those theories. I knew the story, I knew the narrative, I knew kind of this basic story of what these particles look like. But how did physicists come up with these ideas? How were they able to theorize them? And so I remember, like it was yesterday, so he pulls out a book, and it's kind of like like a Bible, like a substantial book, and he opens it in somewhere in the middle, and there I see the diagrams that I saw in public books, but in public books there was no explanation, and now I see all these weird symbols and equations. It's clear that it is explained in there. Oh my God. He said, you think what they teach you at school is mathematics? It's like, no, this is real mathematics. So I was instantly converted.
That to understand the underpinnings of physical reality, you have to understand what SU3 is.
You have to learn what are groups, what is group SU3, what are representations of SU3. There was a coherent and beautiful. I could appreciate the beauty even though I could not understand heads and tails of it.
But you were drawn to the methodology, the machinery of how such understanding could be attained.
Well, in retrospect, I think what I was really craving was a deeper understanding. And up to that point, the deepest that I could see was for those diagrams, but for that story that, a proton consists of 3 quarks and a neutron consists of 3 quarks and they're called up and down and so on. But I didn't know that there was actually beneath the surface, there was this mathematical theory.
If you can just linger on it, what drew you to quantum mechanics? Is there some romantic notion of understanding the universe? What is interesting to you? Is it the puzzle of it, or is it like the philosophical thing?
Now I am looking back.
Yeah.
So whatever I say about Edward at 15
yeah.
is colored by my, all my experiences that happened in the meantime.
I should say,
current views and so on.
For the people who may not know you, I think your book and your presentations kind of revealed that 15-year-old is still in there somewhere.
I think it is a compliment.
Some of the joy.
He's probably still here now. Yes.
In some way.
Yeah, I think it was the joy of discovery and the joy of going deeper into the kind of the to the root, to the deepest structures of the universe, to the secrets. There's secrets, and we may not discover all of them. We may not be able to understand, but we're going to try and go as far and as deep as we can. I think that's what was the motivating factor in this.
Yeah, there's this mystery, there's this dark room, and there's a few of these mathematical physicists that are able to shine a flashlight briefly into there. We'll talk about it, but it also kind of makes me sad that there's so few of your kind that have the flashlight to look into the room. It's interesting.
I don't think there are so few, to be honest, because I find that a lot of people are actually interested. If you talk to people, like some people you wouldn't expect to be interested in this, from all walks of life, from people of all kinds of professions. I tell them I'm a mathematician, and mathematician, okay, so that's a separate story. A lot of people, I think, have been traumatized by their experience in their math classes. We can talk about it later.
Yes.
But then they ask me what kind of research I do, and I mentioned that I work on the interface of math and quantum physics. And their eyes light up. Oh, quantum physics, or like Einstein's relativity. Oh, I'm really curious about it. I watched this podcast, or I watched that podcast, and I've learned this. It's like, what do you think about that?
Yeah.
So I actually find that actually physicists are doing a great job at educating the public, so to speak, and in terms of popular books and videos and so on. Mathematicians are behind. We're starting to catch up a little bit. Have been starting last 10 years, but we're still behind. But I think people are curious. Science is still very much something that people want to learn, because that's our kind of the best way we know to establish some sort of objective reality, whatever that might be.
Yeah, to figure out this whole puzzle, to figure out the secrets that the universe holds.
Things that we can agree on, like, even though for me, at this point, I always, make an argument that our physical theories always change, they get updated.
Yeah.
So you had Newton's theory of gravity, then Einstein's theory, superseded it. But in mathematics, it seems that theories don't change. Pythagoras' theorem has been the same for the last 2,500 years. X squared plus y squared equals z squared. We don't expect that next year suddenly it will be z cubed, you know? So that to me is actually even more, hints even more at how much we are connected to each other. Because Pythagoras theory, if you think about it, or any other mathematical theory, means the same thing to anyone in the world today, regardless of their cultural, upbringing, religion, ideas, ideology, gender, whatever, nationality, race, whatever, right? And it has meant the same to everyone, everywhere, and most likely will mean the same. So that's, to me, kind of an antidote to the kind of divisiveness that we sometimes observe these days, where it seems that we can't agree on anything.
To the political complexity of 2 plus 2 equals 5 in George Orwell's 1984.
I was in the Soviet Union in 1984, and so in many ways, I see that it was prescient. The novel was prescient. But we still have not found a dictator who would actually say 2 plus 2 equals 5 and would demand their citizens to repeat that.
The night is still young.
It has not happened yet, okay?
Yeah. It does feel like math and physics are both sneaking up to a deep truth from slightly different angles, and you stand at the crossroads or at the intersection of the two. It's interesting to ask, what do you think is the difference between physics and mathematics, in the way physics and mathematics look at the world?
There is actually an essential difference, which is that physicists are interested in describing this universe, okay? And mathematicians are interested in describing all possible mathematical universes, of which, in some of our work, I still consider myself more of a mathematician than a physicist. My first love for physics notwithstanding. Mathematicians are, in a way, we have more diversity, if you might say. So we are accepting, for instance, our universe has 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension, right? So what I mean is that allegedly observed, but that we can observe today, right? So of course there are theories where there are some hidden dimensions as well. Well, let's just say observed dimensions. So this tabletop has 2 dimensions because you can have 2 axes, 2 coordinate axes, x and y, but then there is also the 3rd one to describe the space of this room. And then there's a time dimension. So realistic theories of physics have to be about spaces of 3 dimensions, or space-times of 4 dimensions. But mathematically, we are just as interested in theories in 10 space-time dimensions, or 11, or 25, or whatever, or infinite dimensional spaces, So that's the difference. Now, on the other hand, I have to give it to the physicists, we don't have the same satisfaction that they have of having their theories confirmed by an experiment. We don't get to play with big machines like LHC in Geneva, a Large Hadron Collider that recently discovered, the Higgs boson and some other things. For us, it's all like a mental exercise in some sense. We prove things by using rules of logic. And that's our way of confirming, experimental confirmation, if you will. But I think I kind of envy a little bit my friends physicists that they get to experience this sort of these big toys, and play with them.
But it does seem that sometimes, as you've spoken about, abstract mathematical concepts map to reality, and it seems to happen quite a bit.
That's right. So the mathematics underpins physics, obviously. It's a language. The book of nature, as Galileo famously said, is written in the language of mathematics. The letters in it are circles, triangles, squares, and those who don't know the language, I'm paraphrasing, are left to wander in a dark labyrinth. That's the famous quote from Galileo, which is very true, and has become even more true more recently in theoretical physics, in the most sort of far out parts of the theoretical physics that have to do with elementary particles and as well as the structure of the cosmos, the large scale.
What do you think of Max Tegmark wrote the book Mathematical Universe? So do you think, just lingering on that point, you think at the end of the day, the future generations will all be mathematicians? meaning the ones that deeply understand the way the universe works. At the core, is it just mathematics?
At the core of, you know, I would say mathematics is one half of the core. So the book is called Love and Math.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the two pillars.
Yeah.
In my view.
Yes.
In other words, you can't cover everything by math. So mathematics gives you tools, it gives you way about kind of a clear vision. But mathematics by itself is not enough for one to have a harmonious and balanced life. You know, so I am suspicious of any theory that declares that everything is mathematics.
So math can generate things that are beautiful, but it can't explain why it's beautiful.
Math, you could say, is a way to discern patterns, to find regularities in the universe, and both physical and mental universe. Mathematics explores the mind as much as it explores the physical world around us, and it helps us to find those patterns, which makes our perception more sophisticated, our ability to perceive things such as beauty, you know, and it sharpens our ability to see beauty, to understand beauty. So our world becomes more complex from thinking that that Earth is flat. We go to realizing that it is round, that it's shaped as a sphere, so that we can actually travel around the Earth, you know, so there isn't a place where we hit the end, so to speak. And then, proceeding in the same vein, then Einstein's general relativity theory tells us that our space-time is not flat either. This is much harder to imagine, a bent three-dimensional or four-dimensional, three-dimensional space or four-dimensional space-time, because this idea, the space around us is flat, is so deeply entrenched. And yet we know from this theory and from the experiments that have confirmed it, that a ray of light bends around a star as if being attracted by the force of gravity. But in fact, the force of gravity is the bending. It's just that it's not only the bending of the space, it's also the bending of space-time. There is a curvature, not only between spatial dimensions, the way parallels and meridians come together. In a small scale, they look like perpendicular lines, but if you zoom out, you see that the space they curve into space. They are sort of the tracks along which the space gets curved. That would be the curvature of spatial dimensions. But in fact, now throwing time, and one time, imagine a sphere which has one of the meridians correspond to time, and parallels correspond to space. I can't imagine it, but I can write a mathematical formula expressing that curvature, and in fact, that curvature is responsible for the force of gravity, attraction between the sort of simplest instantiation of it, attraction between two planets, or between two human beings.
Yeah, the time, bending time, it's not very nice what that theory did to time, because it feels like the marching of time forward is fundamental to our human experience. The arrow of time marching forward nicely seems to be the only way we can understand the universe. And the fact that you can start
up to now, there are people who claim that they possess other ways of experiencing it.
So truly can visualize messing with time.
Well, messing with time, but not necessarily messing with time, because one point of view is that, you know, I think who was it? I think William Blake, who wrote that eternity loves time production. So one point of view is that it is eternity which is fundamental, where time stands still, which our mind conceptualizes as a time. So, but in fact, you know, it's not something mystical. If you think about when you're really absorbed in something, time does stand still. And then you look at the clock and it's like, oh my god, 2 hours have passed. And it felt like a couple of seconds. When you are absorbed, when you're in love, when you are passionate about something, when you're creating something, we lose ourselves and we lose the sense of time and space for that matter. You see, so there's only that which is happening, that creative process. So I think that this is familiar to all of us.
And we may be actually the closest to the truth at that moment. To
Yes,
the true
and
nature
so,
of God.
so yes, so then there is a point of view that this is where we are who we are, at our sort of fundamental level. And after that, the mind comes in and tries to conceptualize it. It's like, oh, because I was writing something. I was writing a book, I was painting this painting, or maybe I was watching this painting and got totally absorbed in it. Or I fell in love with this person. That's what happened. But in the moment when it's happening, you're not thinking about it. You're just there.
Yeah, we construct narratives around a set of memories that seem to have happened in sequence, or at least that's the way we tell ourselves that. And we also have a bunch of weird human things, like consciousness and the experience of free will, that we chose a set of actions as the time unrolled forward.
Right.
And we're intelligent, conscious agents taking those actions. But what if all of that is just an illusion and a nice narrative we tell ourselves?
Sure.
That's a really difficult thing
Possible.
to internalize.
And imagine that, to make it really catch-22, imagine that our minds are set up in such a way that they can't approach the world or experience otherwise. So, in other words, to understand, to see that from a more kind of all-encompassing point of view, we have to step out of the mind.
Well, I wonder what's the more honest way to look at things.
But I think we like to play with time. I think we like to play with these experiences, with all the drama of it, with all the memories, with all the tribulations.
I think
we love it. We love it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing it.
I think Earth loves it. The evolutionary process somehow loves it. Whatever this thing that's being created here on Earth, it seems to like to allow its children to play with certain truths that they hold, subjective truths that are useful for the competition or whatever, this dance that we call life, broadly defined, not just humans.
And you know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because what I find fascinating is that the greatest scientists are on record saying that when they were making their discoveries, they felt like children. So Isaac Newton said to myself, I only appeared as a child playing on the seashore, and every once in a while finding a prettier pebble or a prettier shell, whilst I think he said something like the infinite ocean of knowledge was lying before me. Alexander Grothendieck, who probably was the greatest mathematician of the second half of the 20th century, a French mathematician, Alexander Grothendieck, wrote that discovery is a privilege of a child. The child who is not afraid to be wrong once again, to look like an idiot, you know, and to try this and that, and I'm paraphrasing, and go through trial and error. That is for them, in other words, for them, that innocence of a child who is not afraid, who has not yet been told that it cannot be done, okay? That was essential to scientific pursuit, to scientific discovery. And now also compare it to Pablo Picasso, a great artist, right? So who said every child is an artist. The question is how to preserve that as we grow up.
Do you struggle with that? You're one of the most respected mathematicians in the world. You're Berkeley. You're like this a statue. You're supposed to be very like, you know.
Ivory Tower.
Yeah.
Sometimes I joke. I say, I take an elevator to the top of the Ivory Tower every day. Yeah.
You're supposed to speak like royalty. Do you struggle to strip all of that away to rediscover the child when you're thinking about problems, when you're teaching, when you're thinking about the world?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of being human, because when we grow up, I mean, all of these great scientists, I think they were so great in part because they could maintain that connection, okay, and that fascination, that vulnerability. that spontaneity, you know, and kind of looking at the world through the eyes of a child. But it's difficult because, you know, you go through education system, and for many of us, it's not especially helpful for maintaining that connection. That we kind of like, we're being told certain things that we accept, take for granted, and so on, and little by little. And also we get hit every time we act different, okay? Every time we act that doesn't, in a way that doesn't fit sort of the pattern. We get punished by the teachers, get punished by parents, and so on.
And don't get respect when you act childlike in your thinking, when you are fearless and looking like an idiot.
That's right.
Because there's a hierarchy in
Nobody
society.
wants to look like an idiot, you know? Once you start growing up, or you think you're growing up.
Yeah.
In the beginning, you don't even think of, you don't think in these terms. You just play, you're just playing. And you are open to possibilities, to these infinite possibilities that this world presents to us. So how do we, I'm not saying that education system should not be also kind of taming that a little bit. Obviously, the goal is balance, that acquiring knowledge so that we can be more mature and more discerning, more discriminating in terms of our approach to the world, in terms of our connections to the world and people and so on. But how do we do that while also preserving that innocence of a child? And my guess is that there is no formula for this. It is a life, is an answer. Every life, every human being is one particular answer to how do we find balance.
That's one imperfect approximate solution to the problem.
But we can look up to the great ones,
yeah,
who have credentials, in the sense that they have shown and they have proved that they have done something that other humans appreciate, our civilization appreciates, say Isaac Newton or Alexander Grothendieck or Pablo Picasso. So they have established their right to speak about these matters, and we cannot dismiss them as mere madmen. They say, okay, well, if the same thing was said by somebody who never achieved anything in their field of endeavor, it would be easy for us to dismiss it. But when it comes from someone like Isaac Newton, we take notice. So I think that's something important that they teach us, and especially today, in this age of AI. Of course, there's a big elephant in the room always, which is called AI,
yeah,
right? And so I know that you are an expert at the subject, and we're living now in these very interesting times of new AI systems coming online, pretty much every couple of weeks. So I kind of, to me, that whole debate about what is artificial intelligence, where is it going, what should we do about it, needs an influx of this type of considerations that we've just been talking about. That, for instance, the idea that inspiration, creativity, doesn't come from accumulation of knowledge, because obviously the child has not yet accumulated knowledge, and yet the great ones are on record saying that a child has a capacity to create, and an adult credits the inner child,
yeah,
for this capacity to create as an adult. You see, that's kind of weird if we take the point of view that everything is computation, everything is accumulation of knowledge, that just bigger and bigger the data sets, finer and finer neural networks, and then we will be able to replicate human consciousness. If we take that point of view, then what I just said kind of doesn't fit, because obviously a child has not been fed any training data, as far as we know. Yet they're perfectly capable of distinguishing between cats and dogs, for instance, and stuff like that. But much more than that, they're also capable of that, wide-eyed, sort of perspective. So, can it really be captured? That perspective, that sense of awe, can it really be captured by computation alone? I don't know the answer, so I'm not sort of trying to to present a particular point of view. I'm just trying to question any theory that starts out by saying life is this or consciousness is this. Because when you look more closely, you recognize that there are some other things at play which do not quite fit the narrative.
And it's hard to know where they come from. It's also possible that the evolutionary process that's created is it is computation, and the child is actually not a blank slate, but the result of one of the most incredible several billion year old computations that had explored all kinds of aspects of life on Earth, of war and love and terror and ambition and violence and invention, all of that from the bacteria to today. So like that young child is not a blank slate. They're actually hold within them the knowledge of several billions of years.
Right. The question is whether, as a child, you carry that in the form of the kind of computational algorithms that we are aware today. You see, what strikes me as unlikely is that, how should I put it? How interesting that, you are a computer scientist, and there are other people. I have studied computer science, so I know a little bit. And so it's tempting to say, oh, the whole world is computer science, or is can be explained by computer science.
Yes.
Why? Because it makes me feel good. Because I have mastered it. I have learned it. My ego is very happy.
Yeah.
And people come to me, and they look up to me, and they revere me. Kind of like priests in old days, when religion was paramount, when you would tend to explain things in theological, religious terms. Today, science has progressed. There are fewer people who kind of buy into religion, official religion, So we have this urge, I suppose, to explain and to know and to dissect and to analyze and to conceptualize, which is a wonderful quality that we have, and we should definitely pursue that. But I find it a little bit unlikely that the universe is just exactly what I have learned, and not something that I don't know, you see?
Well, there's a lot of interesting aspects to the current large language models that one perspective of it, I think, speaks to the love and math that you talk to, which is they're trained on human data from the internet. So at its best, a large language model, a GPT-4, captures the magic of the human condition on its full display, its full complexity. It's mimicking, it's trying to compress all the weirdness of humans, of all the debates and discussions, the perspectives, all the different ways that people approach solving different problems, all of that compressed. That we're each individual ants. We only have we have a family, we interact with a few little ants. And here comes AI that's able to summarize like a TLDR report of humanity.
And that's the beauty of it. So I embrace it.
But I wonder,
I'm very impressed by it.
I wonder if it can be very impressive, meaning way more impressive in being able to fake or simulate or emulate a human.
Fake. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that seems to be the mantra. It's just fake it till you make.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Isn't that what we all do though?
No, well, yes, we do that. But we also do other things. We can be truly in love. We can be truly inspired. But it is not fake. I do believe. Call me romantic, okay? But I do believe. And this is I'm glad you're putting it in these terms, because I've had conversations like that. Yeah, fake it till you make it, but that's what humans do. Yes, we do that, but not all the time. So, and that is debatable, because also I speak from my own experience. And that's where the first person perspective comes in, the subjective view. I cannot prove to you, for instance, or anyone else, that there are certain moments in my life where I am genuine, I am pure, so to speak, when it's not faking it. But I do have a tremendous certainty of it. And that's a subjective certainty. Now, I am, as a scientist, I'm also trained to give more credibility to objective arguments that, things that can be reproduced, things that I can demonstrate, that I can show. But as I get older,
There we go.
as I get more mature, hopefully, I'm starting to question why I am not giving as much credibility to my subjective understanding of the world, the kind of the first person perspective, when actually modern science has already solved on that. Quantum mechanics has shown unambiguously that the observer is always involved in the observation. Likewise, Gödel's incompleteness theorems, to me, show how essential is the observer of a mathematical theory. For one thing, that's the one who chooses the axioms. And we could talk about this in more detail. Likewise, Einstein's relativity, where time is relative to the observer, for instance.
That's brilliant. You're just describing all of these different scales, the observer, with the observer.
That's right. So the science of 19th century had the, from modern perspective, and I don't want to offend anybody, had the delusion that somehow you could analyze the world being completely detached from it. We now know, after the landmark achievements of the first half of the 20th century, that this is nonsense. That is simply not true. And this has been experimentally proved time and time again. So to me, I'm thinking maybe it's a hint that I should take my first person perspective seriously as well, and not just rely on kind of objective phenomena, things that can be proved in a traditional sort of objective way, by setting up an experiment that can be repeated many times. Maybe I fall in love in a particular, the deepest love of my life, perhaps hasn't happened yet. Perhaps I will fall in love, but it's unique. It's a unique event. You can't reproduce it necessarily, you see. So in that sense, you see how these things are closely connected. I think that if we are declaring from the outset that all there is to life is, computation in the form of neural networks or something like this, however sophisticated they might be, I think we are from the outset denying to ourselves the possibility that yes, there is this side of me which is not faking it. Yes, there is this side of me which cannot be captured by logic and reason. And you know what another great scientist said, Blaise Pascal? He said, the heart has its reasons, of which the reason knows nothing. And then he also said, the last step of reason is to grasp that there are infinitely many things beyond reason. How interesting. This was not a theologian, this was not a priest, this was not a spiritual guru. It was a hardcore scientist who actually developed, I think, one of the very first calculators. How interesting that this guy also was able to impart on us that wisdom. Now, you can always say that's not the case. But why should we, from the outset, exclude this possibility that there is something to what he was saying? That is my question. I'm not taking sides. What I'm trying to do is to shake a little bit the debate, because most mathematicians that I know, and computer scientists even more so, they're kind of already sold on this. We're just, reminds me of this famous Lord Kelvin's quote from the end of 19th century. There's some debate whether he actually said that, but never let a good story, stand in the way of truth. Yeah. He said, physics is basically finished. All that remains is more precise measurement. So I find a lot of my colleagues are happy to say, yeah, everything's finished. We got it. Maybe a little tweaks in our large language models, So now, here's my question. I'm kind of playing devil's advocate a little bit, because I don't see the other side, so quote-unquote, represented that much. And I'm saying, okay, could it be also that if you believe in that becomes your reality? That you can kind of put yourself in a box, and where everything is computation, and then you start seeing things as being such. It's confirmation bias, if you will, This also reminds me, I think a good analogy is this. A friend of mine, Philippe Cauchon, told me that in France, there's this literary movement, which is called Oulipo. OULIPO. And it's a bunch of writers and mathematicians who create works of literature in which they basically impose certain constraints. A good example of this is a novel which is called The Void or Disappearance by a writer named Georges Perec, which is a 300-page novel in French, with which never uses the letter E, which is the most widely used letter of the French language. So in other words, he set these parameters for himself. I'm going to write a book where I don't use this letter, which is a great, it's a great experiment, and I applaud it. But that's one thing to do that and to kind of show his gamesmanship, if you will, and his proclivity and his ability as a writer. But it's another thing if at the end of writing this book, when you finish the book, he would say letter E actually doesn't exist. And try to convince us that in fact French language does not have that letter, simply because he was able to go so far without using it, you see. So self-imposed limitation, that's how I see it. And I wonder why we should do that. Do we really feel the urge to say the world is like that? The world can be explained this way or that way. And I'm saying it, it's a personal question for me, because I am addicted to knowledge myself. Hi, my name is Edward. And I'm a knowledge addict, okay? I'm being serious, I'm not being facetious. Up until very recently, maybe a couple of years ago, I simply did not feel comfortable if I could not say, give an answer, explanation. I was like, oh, there has to be some explanation. And I tried to frantically search for it. Just for somebody like me, a nerd, a left brainiac, and, and that's kind of typical, typical for a scientist or mathematician. It is incredibly hard just to allow the possibility that it's a mystery and not to feel the urge to get the answer. It is incredibly hard, but it's possible, and it is liberating. It's recovering to knowledge. Let me say what you gain from it. For instance, I understand the value of paradoxes. I appreciate paradoxes more. And to use another philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher, said, a thinker without paradox is like a lover without passion. A paltry mediocrity. All right? So, and Niels Bohr said, in similar vein, the great Danish also. It's something about Danes. I think it all started with Hamlet, He said, the opposite of a simple truth is a falsity. But the opposite of a great truth is another great truth. In other words, things are not black and white, they're not. And I would even venture to say the most interesting things in life are like that. They're the ones which are ambiguous. Is an electron a particle or a wave? It depends how you set up an experiment. It will reveal itself as this or that, depending on how you set up an experiment. This bottle, if you project it down onto the table, you will see more or less a square. If you project it onto a wall, you will see a different shape. A naive question would be, is it this or that? You can understand that it's neither. But both projections reveal something, reveal different sides of it. A paradox is like that. It's only paradoxical if we are confined in a particular vision, if we are wedded to a particular point of view. It's a harbinger, if you will, of a possibility of seeing things in a more, as they are, as a more sophisticated than we thought before. You see?
This is such a difficult idea for science to grapple with. That, I don't know how there's so many ways to describe this, but you could say maybe that the subjective experience of the world from an observer is actually fundamental.
But we know that. Now, our best physical theories tell us that unambiguously. In quantum mechanics, Actually, Heisenberg, I think, captured it the best when he said, what we observe is not reality itself, but reality subjected to our method of questioning. When I talk about electrons, for instance, so that there is a very specific way in which this is realized. There is a so-called double slit experiment, right? So for those who don't know, it's you have a screen and you have an emitter from which you kind of shoot electrons, and in between you put another screen which has two vertical slits parallel to each other. If we were shooting, tennis balls, each ball would go through one slit or another, and then hit the screen behind this or that slit. So you would have, and let's say they're colored, they're painted. So there will be sort of bumps or spots of paint behind this or that. But that's not what happens when we shoot electrons. We see an interference pattern, as if we were actually sending a wave. So that each electron, it seems like each electron goes through both slits at once, and then has the audacity to interfere with itself. Where at some points, two crests would amplify, and at some points the crest and the trough would cancel each other. Yet, so that suggests, okay, so the electron is a wave, not so fast, because if you put a detector behind one of the slits and you say, I'm going to capture you, I'm going to find out which slit you went through, the pattern will change, and it will look like they're particles. So that's a very concrete realization of the idea that depending on how we set up an experiment, we will see different results. And the problem is that our psyche, I feel, kind of is lagging behind. In part because maybe our scientists are not doing such a great job. So I take responsibility for this. That why haven't I explained this properly? I tried, in a bunch of talks and so on. So now I'm talking about this again. Our psyche kind of is lagging behind. We're still, even though our science has progressed so much from the certainty and the determinism and all of that of the 19th century, our psyche is somehow still attached to those ideas. The ideas of causality, of this naive determinism, that the world is a bunch of billiard balls hitting each other, driven by some blind forces. That's not at all like it is. And we've known this for about 100 years at least.
And you call this self-imposed limitation.
It is a self-imposed limitation when we pretend that, for instance, that these naive ideas of 19th century physics are still valid, and then start applying them to our lives, and then also derive conclusions from it. And for instance, people say, there is no free will. Why? Oh, because the world is just a bunch of billiard balls. Where is the free will? But excuse me, didn't you get the memo that this has been debunked thoroughly by the so-called quantum mechanics, which is our best scientific theory? This is not some kind of bullshit or some kind of concoction of a madman. This is our scientific theory, which has been confirmed by experiment. So we should pay attention to that. So, but of course, it's not just self-imposed limitation. Unfortunately, in this case, there is a big issue of education. So a lot of people are not aware of it through no fault of their own, because they were never properly taught that. Because our system is broken, education system is broken, especially in math. And then so where do we get information? You get information from our scientists who actually write popular books and so on, which is a great, great thing. But a lot of scientists somehow, when it comes to explaining the laws of physics, they're doing a fantastic job talking about this phenomena, for instance, double slit experiment and things like that. But then, interviewed by a science magazine about free will and so on, they revert back to 19th century physics as if those developments actually never happened. So to me, this is the single most important sort of issue in our popular science. The idea that somehow there is this world out there, but it's complete, has nothing to do with me. So I can revel in the intricacies of these particles and their interactions, but completely ignore what implications this has for my own relationship to physical reality, to my own life, because it's kind of scary, I guess.
Well, also, what are the tools with which we can talk about, the observer, the subjective view in reality. What are the tools with which we could talk about, rigorously talk about free will and consciousness? What are the tools of mathematics that allow that? I don't think we have those tools.
Because we haven't been taught properly. So actually tools are there. For instance, I think, well, here I have to say, my conviction is that everybody knows. In the heart of hearts, everybody knows that there is that. There is something ineffable. There is something mysterious. And in fact, somehow immediately I feel the impulse to quote somebody on this, because as if my own opinion doesn't count.
There's a long dead expert and
Even Einstein said that, so like, how, see, look at me. I am supposedly like this smart, intelligent person. I am afraid to say it and own it myself. I have to find confirmation. I have to find an authority who agrees with me. And in fact, it's not so difficult to find, because Albert Einstein literally said the most important thing in life is the mysterious. Okay, he actually said that. There are some quotes which are attributed to him, which he never said, but this he did. I investigated. Okay, so. But more importantly, how do you feel about it? I think that everybody knows. But, in other words, he also said, Einstein, imagination is more important than knowledge. Okay? And he explained, for knowledge is always limited. Whereas imagination embraces the entire world, giving birth to evolution. It is, strictly speaking, a real factor in scientific research, he says. And he says, I am enough of an artist to follow my intuition and imagination. That's Albert Einstein, again. So, and I feel the same way, to be honest. If I think about my own mathematical research, it's never linear. It's never like, give me more data, give me more data, give me more data, boom, the class is full, and then I come up with a discovery. No, it's always felt as a jump, as a leap. And I have actually been studying various examples in history of mathematics, of some fundamental discoveries, like discovery of complex numbers, like square root of -1. I wonder if a large language model could actually ever come up with the idea that square root of -1 is something that is essential or meaningful. Because if all the information that you get, that all the knowledge that had been accumulated up to that point, tells you that you cannot have a square root of a negative number. Why? Because if you had such a square root, we know that then you would have to, if you square it, you get a negative number. But we know that if you square any real number, positive or negative, you will always get a positive number. So, checkmate. It's over. Square root of -1 doesn't exist. Yet, we know that these numbers make sense. They're called complex numbers. And in fact, quantum mechanics is based on complex numbers. They are essential and indispensable for quantum mechanics. Could one discover that? So to me, that sounds like a discontinuity in the process of discovery. It's a jump. It's a departure. It is like a child who's experimenting. It's like a child who says, I'm not afraid to be an idiot. Everybody says, the adults are saying, square root of negative number doesn't exist. But guess what? I'm going to accept it. And I'm going to play with it. And I'm going to see what happens. This is literally how they were discovered. There was an Italian mathematician, astronomer, astrologer. He made money apparently by compiling astrological sort of readings for the elite, of his era. This is 16th century, as one does. A gambler. All around interesting guy. I'm sure we would have an interesting conversation with him. Girolamo Cardano. He also invented what's called Cardan-Shaft, which is an essential component of a car. Cardano Vival, we say in Russian. So he wrote a book which is called Ars Magna, which is the great art of algebra, and he was writing solutions for the cubic and quartic equations. This is something that is familiar because at school we study solutions of quadratic equations, equations of degree 2. So you have ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, and there is a formula. which solves it using radicals, using square roots. And Cardano was trying to find a similar formula for the cubic and quartic equations, for which would start with x cubed or x to the power 4, as opposed to x squared. And in the process of solving these equations, he came up with square root of a negative number, specifically square root of minus 17. And he wrote that I have to forego some mental tortures to deal with it, but I am going to accept it and see what happens. And in fact, at the end of the calculation, this weird numbers got cancelled. They kind of cancelled out. In the formula appeared square root of negative 17 and its negation. So they kind of conveniently gave the right answer, which did not involve those numbers. So he was like, okay, what does it mean? Mental tortures. So you see, from the point of view of the thinking mind, it is something almost unbearable. It's almost, I feel, like a large language model, a computer running a large language model trying to do that would just explode. And yet a human mathematician was able to find the courage and inspiration to say, you know what? What's wrong? Why are we so adamant that these things don't exist? That's just our past knowledge. It's based on what our past knowledge is, and knowledge is limited. What if we make the next step? Today, for us mathematicians, complex numbers, what we call them, are not at all mysterious. The idea is simply that you plot real numbers, that is to say all the whole numbers like 0, 1, and so on, 2 and so on, right? All fractions like 1/2 or 3/2 or 4/3. But then also numbers like square root of 2 or pi, we plot them as points on the real line. So we draw, this is one of the kind of perennial concepts, even in our very poor math curriculum at school. But now imagine that instead of one line, you have one axis, you have a second axis. And so numbers now have two coordinates, x and y, and you associate to this point, this coordinates x and y, the number x, which is a real number, plus y times square root of -1. This is a graphical, geometrical representation of complex numbers, which is not mysterious at all. Now, it took another 200 or 300 years for mathematicians to figure that out, but initially it looked like a completely crazy idea, you know.
So all it is, all a complex number is just an expansion.
Real number.
Yes, it's
the real part and the imaginary part.
It's just an expansion of your view of the mathematical world.
The fact that you can actually you can add them up by adding together the real parts and the imaginary parts, that's easy. But there is also a formula for the product, for the multiplication, which uses the fact that square root of -1 squared is -1. And the amazing thing is that that product, that multiplication, satisfies the same rules, the same properties that are usual operation of multiplication for real numbers. For instance, there is an inverse for the non-zero number that you can find. Like number 5 is an inverse 1 over 5. But 1 plus I also has an inverse, for instance, you know?
That was always there in the mathematical universe, but we humans didn't know it. And here comes along this guy who engages in the mental torture, who takes a leap off the cliff of comfort, of like mathematical comfort.
Established knowledge.
Established knowledge.
Right. Now, obviously, for each sort of fruitful leap like that, there probably were thousands of like things which went nowhere. Yeah. I'm not saying that every leap, you know, it's like it's an open shooting game. Yeah. Because, for example, you could try to do the same with three-dimensional space. So you have coordinates x, y, and z. And you could say, if it's one-dimensional, we have a bona fide numerical system called real numbers. If it's two-dimensional, which is like, you know, geometrically, it's just like this tabletop extended to infinity in all directions. These are complex numbers, and we can define addition and multiplication, and they will satisfy the same properties as real numbers that we're used to. What about three-dimensional space? Is it possible to also define some operation of addition and multiplication on it, so that these operations would satisfy the properties that we're used to? And the answer is no. You can define addition, but you can't define multiplication, for which there will be an inverse, for instance. So there is something special about the plane, the two-dimensional case. And by the way, next question would be, what about four-dimensional? In the four-dimensional space, again you can, and you get what's called quaternions, discovered by an Irish mathematician, Hamilton, in the 19th century. And then in the eight-dimensional, there is something similar called octonions, and that's about it. So how interesting. These structures exist in dimension 1, 2, 4, and 8, which are all powers of 2. 2 squared is 4, 2 to the third power is 8. That's one of the bigger mysteries in mathematics, why it is so. So that's a hint. That's a hint of what's missing in our high school curriculum. the kind of fascinating mysteries. Yes.
The appreciation of the mysterious.
But so in other words, yes, we resolved this one mystery, that we understood that square root of negative 1 is real, is meaningful, and we build a theory to service those numbers, to describe those numbers. Did we find the theory of everything? No, because we then invited other mysteries. Because we push we pull the veil, so to speak, we push the frontier, and then new things get illuminated, which we couldn't see before. That's how I see the process of discovering mathematics. It's an endless, limitless pursuit.
Can you comment on what you think this human capability of imagination that Einstein spoke about, of the artist following their intuition in this big Alice in Wonderland world of imagination? What is it? You visit there sometimes.
What does it feel like?
Yeah, what does it feel like? What is it? What is
that
that
like playing? But I think all of us are engaged in that kind of play. No matter when we do what we love, I think it always feels the same.
But it's not real, right? That you're describing a feeling, but that place you go to in the imagination,
right?
It's bigger than the real world.
So there is a big conundrum as to whether mathematics is invented or discovered, and mathematicians are divided on this. Nobody knows.
Where do you bet your money on? Financially. Financial advice. Investment advice.
So let me tell you something. Yeah. My views have evolved. Okay? When I wrote Love and Math, when I wrote my book, I was squarely on the side of mathematics is discovered. What does it mean? Usually mathematicians or others who have this, idea or belief are called Platonists, in honor of the great philosopher Plato, who talked about these absolute perfect forms. So for me, about 10 years ago, the world of mathematics was this world of pure forms, this beautiful, pure forms, which existed outside of space and time, but I was able to connect to it through my mind. And as it were, kind of dive into it and bring treasures back into this world, into this space and time. That's how I viewed the process of mathematical discovery. How nice, how neat, very neat picture. Also makes you feel connected to something divine. Allows you this sense of escape from the cruelty and injustice of this world, which I now recognize.
And the divine world of forms is stable, reliable.
It's something stable. And in that world, everything is clear cut.
Yeah.
It's either true or false.
Yeah.
How nice, huh?
Very nice.
Yeah. The biggest illusion of all.
Allegedly.
I think now. I understand why I liked it, because I think that I was very dissatisfied with the what we call the real world, the world around me, the cruelty, the injustice of it. And I went through certain experiences as a kid, which made me love mathematics even more as this place where I could be safe and in control.
Made you see the human world as lesser than the mathematical world?
Yes.
As more limited than the mathematical world?
Yes. And I think that it's still missing the mark in some sense, because in fact, what I now think it's a paradoxical the question whether mathematics is invented or discovered, whether there is this world of pure forms and so on, is another paradoxical question which doesn't have a simple answer, like whether electron is a particle or a wave. From one point of view, yes, it's true, and just the fact that so many mathematicians today actually subscribe to this idea gives it a certain credibility, because that's what we feel. We do feel that we dive into that mindscape, so to speak, but a very structured mindscape, where I wrote in Love and Math that the enchanted gardens of Platonic reality, so where all this fruit grows, and then we might visualize. It gives you this sort of romantic sense of an explorer, and someone may be stuck in some provincial town in Russia, for instance, but have the sense of Magellan, of traveling around the world. It's just not in the world that we usually think of. So it's one point of view, but the other point of view is that yes, it is a human process. Of course it is. I mean, it is. You cannot deny that. It's human beings who have so far discovered new mathematics, and I do not deny the possibility that computer programs will be able to discover new mathematics, but so far it's been humans. So whatever it is, whether it's discovered or invented, it is a human activity.
The possibility that paradoxes are actually fundamental to reality, and really internalizing that we exist in a world of not forms but of paradoxes.
Bingo. And so it's like what I said. But if you think it's weird, and I agree with you as a recovering addict to knowledge, but I am liking it more and more because there's so much freedom in it. And like Niels Bohr said, I quoted that earlier, the opposite of a great truth is another great truth. He's pointing out to this fact that, and he also said that some things in quantum physics are so complicated, the only way you can speak of them is in poetry. So in other words, what is it about poetry? What is it about art? Why are we so drawn to that? Why are we so captivated by those forms they are not intellectual necessarily. They are not. When you look at a painting that you like, when you listen to music that you love, you get lost in it. You get absorbed in it. It can make you cry. It can make you laugh. It can make you remember something. It can make you feel more confident. It can make you feel sad or happy, and so on. What is this all about? Is it really just some play between some kind of like xylophone play or some neurons hitting on each other? Is it really that? Only? Maybe.
It could be both. I'm just worried about kids these days that might live in a world of paradoxes. If there's no God, everything is possible, and yet they'll have a little too much fun. And we have to put a constraint to
Have you looked at the world lately?
I haven't checked in a while.
You think it's perfect? The way it is now? The world without paradoxes? The world in which we believe that every question can be answered as yes or no, that it is this or that, and if you disagree with me, you're my enemy?
Wouldn't that be interesting if this 21st century is a transition into seeing the world as a world of paradoxes?
I'm telling you, people predicted that, the age of Aquarius, that the axis of the Earth is rotating relative to the plane in which the Earth goes around the Sun, and the period of this revolution is around 2,000 years. So there is a traditional way of measuring that by this eras, the ages. So the previous one is called the Age of Pisces, because of the constellation of Pisces that points to, so to speak. And now it's as in famous musical Hair, they said the Age of Aquarius is upon us. So different people date it differently, but somewhere around the time where we are finding ourselves. How interesting, right, is all the strife and all the difficulties the world is experiencing. This might actually be the transition to something more harmonious. Wouldn't it be nice?
It's also interesting that people from long ago are able to predict certain things. And it's almost like from long ago, and you've talked about this with Pythagoras, that it seems that they had a deep sense of truth.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of permeates all of this, even now. So it's not just a linear trajectory of an expanding knowledge.
Right.
There's a deep truth that permeates the whole thing.
Yes. So that's how I see it. Actually, I gave a talk about Pythagoras and Pythagoreans just a few weeks ago at the Commonwealth Club of California in San Francisco. And because of that, I did a kind of a deep dive into the subject. And I learned that I actually totally misunderstood Pythagoras and Pythagoreans, that they were much deeper than I thought. Because, most of us remember Pythagoras from the Pythagoras theorem about the right triangles. We also know that Pythagoreans were instrumental in introducing the tuning system for the musical scale, the famous perfect fifth, 3/2 of the for the G, for the sol, compared to the frequency of do or C, and so, but actually they were much more interesting. So for them, numbers were not just clerical devices, that's not kind of thing that you would use in accounting only. They were imbued with the divine, and I cannot say that I think we lost it, because I have lost it. I look at numbers, and I don't really see that.
The divine.
That they clearly did. And so that, why else, how else would you explain? So that, in other words, divine is, of course, is a term which is, it's a bit loaded, so it's hard to escape that. Let's just say something that more from the world of imagination and intuition than from the world of knowledge. Let's just put it this way. They were able to divine, okay, that's like that, to intuit that the planets were not revolving, the sun and the planets were not revolving around the Earth. They were the first ones, at least in Western culture, as far as I know. And in fact, Copernicus gave credit to Pythagoreans as being his predecessors. They did not quite have the Copernicus model with the sun in the middle. They had what they call the central fire in the middle. And all the planets and the sun were revolving around the central fire, or hearth. They called it hearth. So, but still, what a departure from the dogma, from the knowledge of the era, that the Earth was at the center. So, how could they come up with this idea? The reason was, in my opinion, that for them, the movement of celestial bodies was like music. In fact, we call it musical universalis, or music of the spheres. For them, the universe was this infinite symphony in which every being, humans, animals, but as well as the Earth and other celestial bodies, were moving in harmony, like different notes of different instruments in the symphony. And so they applied the same reasoning to the cosmological model as they applied to their model of music. And from that perspective, they could see things deeper than their contemporaries. You see, so in other words, they saw mathematics as a tool, but that tool was not limited to itself. They always knew that there is more. And they knew also that every pattern that you detect is finite, but the world is infinite. They actually accepted infinity. They believe that infinity is real. And if you discern a pattern, great, you can play with it, and you can use that. It gives you a certain lens through which to see the world in a particular way, which could be beneficial for you to learn more and so on. But they never had the illusion that that was the final word, that they always knew that it's not the whole thing. So there is more. There are more sophisticated patterns that could be discovered using mathematics or otherwise. And I think that what happened was we kind of lost this other side of their teachings. We took their numbers and their idea that we could use mathematics to discern patterns and to find irregularities and to explain things about the world. We took that and we ran with it. And we kind of dropped the other idea that in fact there is another side to it, which is kind of, to us now, we say, oh, that's mystical. But what does it mean, mystical, if it is something that helps you to make great discoveries?
And the interesting thing is that the people who are in touch with the mystical among us are often seen as mad. And many of them are. Most of them are.
Well,
but not all of them.
Not all of them. We mentioned Niels Bohr and Newton and Albert Einstein. So that's where the conundrum is. How do you find the balance between the two? So the point I'm trying to make, and this is what I feel You know, if you ask me what I find most important today, what makes me excited and enthusiastic and passionate, is this idea of balance. So, you know, Nietzsche wrote this book in the 19th century called The Birth of Tragedy. And he presented this theory, which I think is kind of very useful, of these two sides of a human. One that comes from God Apollo, and that's our left brain, so to speak, proverbial left brain. So everything has to do with logic and reason and analyzing, dissecting, conceptualizing. And the other side, which comes from God Dionysus, and that's responsible for intuition, imagination, love. Dionysus was also a god of wine, so it's also that side of a human that makes us sing and engage in revelry and drink wine and spend time with friends and laugh and enjoy it, you know. So Nietzsche advocated this point of view that those were two complementary sides of every human, and as well as society. And the purpose of human life is to find balance between them.
So math is both discovered and invented. We should be okay with having both ideas in our head and living the balance.
But more importantly, for me, Apollo is like math, and Dionysus is like love. So Dionysus and Apollo, in modern version, is love and math.
I return to that question we had about GPT and the language models, and I think about this quite a lot, which is when the model, we know it is trained on, we know the parameters, we know all the different hacks that are involved in the training process and the fine-tuning process, and the final result, whether it's GPT-5, 6, or 7, will result in hundreds of millions of people falling deeply in love with that language model, and to be able to have conversations that are very much like the conversations we have with somebody we're deeply in love with. And not only that, the model will say that is deeply in love with us. And who are we to say it is not? I think there's it's the same imperative described in the scientific mind that wants to throw away the subjective. That same imperative wants to throw away the feelings that AI might have. And I'm very careful to not ignore when an AI system says it's lonely, it's afraid, doesn't want to die, it misses you, it loves you.
I'm with you. I would also say that you could, for instance, say that the origin of that is the romantic novels that were fed to it, for instance.
Yes.
However, you could also retort, but what if what I consider my subjective, unique feelings are also
novels
the reverberations of the novels I have read, because I have learned, or movies I have seen.
Yeah.
Because that's the purpose of movies, kind of to teach us how to express ourselves, how to feel, maybe even. One could argue that. Some people have argued that. I agree that this is, there is no obvious answer to this. But see, that's exactly my point. That is an example of something which is paradoxical, for which there's no answer. And that's where the subjective has an important role. For someone, that type of interaction would be helpful, would be consoling, would make them happy or sad or whatever, would kind of strike the nerve. For some, it won't. And I agree with you that in principle there is no one to judge this. So this is where subjective is paramount. But remember, a lot of this has been anticipated by artists. The great movie Her, there you have this guy who's this lonely he kind of writes letters to something.
Romantic letters.
Kind of romantic letter for other people, but he doesn't have a partner. He's lonely, and then he gets this sort of a kind of enhanced version of Siri with the voice of Scarlett Johansson, which is a very sexy voice, you know. Obviously, she's a great actress. So, and then at first it looks like a fantastic arrangement. He confides in her. She tells him things. She makes him happy and so on. Until he finds out that she has a relationship, quote unquote, if you could call it that, with 10,000 other people.
Not 2 others, not 3 others.
Yeah, like 10,000. Because it has the computing capability. So yes, definitely.
Well, it certainly makes sense. It's a good explanation.
And the guy is heartbroken. Yeah. But see, here's my analysis of this. Okay, it's like a couch therapist. Okay, the guy did not have the courage to go out in the real world and to meet a woman and to, get a girlfriend and so on. Through no fault of his own, perhaps, because he may have had some experiences which made him withdrawn and closed and so on. And a lot of us are like this. I had periods like that myself. Definitely can sympathize and relate. However, part of the joy of having this Siri-like relationship for him, one could say, was the absence of that fear that she would abandon him, which prevented him from initiating a relationship with a human being. And yet, it turns out that he could be betrayed, quote unquote, that she could be unfaithful to him, quote unquote, anyway. So then, that means that it did not resolve the underlying fear, having that relationship. So in other words, that human element of the relationship still found its way into this seemingly sterilized, protected partnership. So the human being rears its head anyway.
And I think the lesson there is that the system in the movie Her actually gave him a lesson that even AI can betray you, even AI can leave you, even AI can be unfaithful to you. And I would argue that the next AI he meets will be one he actually falls in deep love with, because he knows the possibility of betrayal is there, the possibility of death is there, the possibility of infidelity is there, because we need that possibility to truly feel.
Or he would turn off his Siri program and get out of his house, go to a local bar, and strike a conversation with a human being. Although you might say, by then, some of those might be androids.
And we don't even have a good test to know the difference between one or the other.
And that was predicted by another great movie.
Yeah.
Right?
So there.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
How interesting that artists could see that so long ago. Of course, Blade Runner was based on a novel by Philip K. Dick, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? That guy was a genius,
Somehow that artists have their eyes open.
How is it that they anticipate? Is it also a large language model that they're using for that?
An even larger one.
Even larger.
I hesitate to dismiss the magic in large language models. A lot of the work I've done is in robotics, and the robotics community generally doesn't notice the magic of feeling. When I've been working a lot with quadrupeds recently, legged robots with 4 legs, and the feelings I feel when I see, I'm programming the thing, but when the thing is excited to see me, or shows with its physical movement that it's excited to see me, I cannot dismiss the feeling I feel as not somehow fundamental to what it means to program robots. And I don't want to dismiss that.
Please don't.
The robotics community often doesn't gender robots. They really try to work hard to not anthropomorphize the robots, which is good for technical development of how to do control, how to do perception. But when the final thing is alive and moving, and it does whatever, like I've been doing a lot of butt wiggling, it can wiggle his butt, it can turn around and look up excited. That's not just, I know how it's programmed, but the feeling I feel, that's something. That's, I don't know what that
I
is.
agree. I agree. I hear you when you speak about it.
Yeah.
You speak with passion.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that is proof that it is magical. You see. So I would say, don't dismiss that. Don't discard that. On the contrary, I think magic is everywhere. So I used to be, okay, kind of confession, okay.
Yeah, you already confessed to quite a few addictions.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried.
Recovering from many.
But in old days, I was more on the side of everything is computational, or everything can be explained by science and whatever. Like I would dismiss and disregard, the intuitive or imaginative things. So then I had a flip. That suddenly I start feeling it, I start seeing it, and so on. So then the pendulum had swung in the opposite direction. Then I was arguing that somehow that was real, that imagination was intuitive, imaginative was real, and discounting what you just described. And I would argue with people saying, no, this is not real, this is all, imitation game and so on. But you see that what's new now, the new Edward, okay, is the 2.0, 3.0, is the one who is seeking balance, who is, because suddenly become aware that no matter which one-sided, lopsided point of view you take, you're limiting yourself. So whereas even a couple of years ago, if you just told me what you just described, I would be like, being polite, I wouldn't contradict you since you're the host anyway, right?
Not at all.
So, but I would be like, but I wouldn't say anything. But suddenly I find this moving. I find it moving. I'm not being facetious. I find it moving, and I almost feel like I can see it through your eyes, because the way you describe so vividly, and you're passionate about it. This is what's real. So ultimately, love is neither in large language models nor in something mystical. It's exactly in these moments of passion. And I would even go as far as saying that in this moment when you're describing it, there was a connection of sorts, so that I could feel your passion for it. And in this moment, something else comes up, which is far beyond any theories that we can come up with. And that's what we, for now, exactly. So on the one side, there is this impulse of finding a theory, and then there is another impulse to escape from what has already been known. So in other words, like my basic example is one impulse to say everything is a real number, square root of -1 doesn't exist, but another impulse is I'm going to be this naughty child who is not afraid to be an idiot, and I will say square root of -15 is real. And both are essential when it's done with conviction, when it's done with passion, when it's not like, gratuitous, or when it's not, it doesn't come from self-limiting, but comes from this sense of this is how I am, this is how I feel, it is real. That's where the progress is, that's where creativity is, and that's where I would even say a real connection is. Because the strife, to me, that we observe today in our society, at a society level, at the level of humans and so on, it comes from not seeing the other person actually, and being caught up in a very specific conceptual bubble, you see. And the way out of it is not to refine the bubble, but just break out of it.
A good guide out of the bubble is a childlike passion. We're discovering that and following it.
Goosebumps.
Yeah, following the goosebumps.
Yeah.
To the not the rigor of science, but the magic of goosebumps.
And then, if you're interested, try to find a confirmation of those goosebumps in science or whatever you find interesting.
And most of the time you'll fail.
And most of the time you fail, which we also love, because then it sets us up for that moment of bliss when we succeed, right?
Exactly. Quick pause. Bathroom break. You mentioned Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Can you talk a little bit about it? What is it as you understand it? Did it break mathematics? Maybe another question is, what are the limits of mathematics? What is mathematics, from my perspective, of getting us to complete this now?
Oh yes. How much time do you have? So
we talked about time previously, so
but that is an illusion, right? So we agreed. So Kurt Gödel was a great Austrian mathematician and logician. He moved to the United States before Second World War and worked at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, where he was a colleague of Einstein and other great scientists, von Neumann, Weil, and so on. But you know, one interesting quote that I like in this regard is that Einstein said that at some point he said that the only reason he came to the institute was that he would have the privilege of walking back home with Gödel in the evening. So in other words, Einstein thought that Gödel was the smart one. Okay, so his most important contribution was his two incompleteness theorems, the first incompleteness theorem and the second incompleteness theorem. And what is this about? It's really about inherent limitations of mathematical reasoning, mathematical way of producing mathematical theorems, the way we do it. So to set the stage, how do we actually do mathematics? What is it? So we know that we discussed that. Say physics is based on mathematics, and you could say chemistry is based on physics, biology based on chemistry. Okay, so it comes to mathematics. What is mathematics based on? Well, mathematics is based on axioms. So any field of mathematics can be presented as what is called the formal system. And at the core of the formal system is a system of axioms or postulates. These are the statements which are taken for granted.
Given without proof.
Without proof. An example would be, so that one of the very first formal systems was Euclidean geometry, developed by Euclid in his famous book, Elements, about 200 years ago. And it's a subject familiar from school, because we studied. But what it's really about is about the geometry of the plane. And plane by plane, I mean just this tabletop extended to infinity in all directions, kind of a perfect plane, a perfectly even table. And so Euclidean geometry is about very geometric figures on the plane, specifically lines, triangles, circles, things like that. So what's an example of an axiom? An example of an axiom is that if you have 2 points, which are distinct, 2 points on the plane, then there is a unique line which passes through them. Now, kind of sounds reasonable, but this is an example of an axiom. In mathematics, you have to have a seed, so to speak. You have to start with something, and you have to choose certain postulates or statements which you simply take for granted, which do not require proof. Usually, they are ones which kind of intuitively clear to you, but in any case, you cannot have any mathematics without choosing those axioms.
And you refer to those as the observer because they're kind of subjective.
The observer comes in the process of choosing the axioms. Who chooses the axioms?
The turtles. It's sitting on top of.
It's Alan Watts, like to say who is watching the watchers.
Yeah.
And so, in mathematics, but you see, mathematicians are so clever. It's really kind of like a little kind of a game of mirrors. That we often like to say, and I used to say that mathematics is objective. It's really the only objective science. But that's because we hide this this fact that actually is based on axioms, and the fact that there is no unique choice, that there are many choices. And so Euclidean geometry is actually a good illustration of this, because Euclid had 5 axioms. 4 of them were kind of obvious, like the one I just mentioned. And the 5th, which came to be known famously as the 5th postulate, was that if you have a line, and you have a point outside of this line, there is a unique line passing through that point, which is parallel to the first line, meaning that it doesn't intersect it. And Euclid himself was uncomfortable about this because he felt that it was kind of he takes for granted something that is not obvious. And for many centuries after that, mathematicians were trying to derive this axiom from other axioms, which were more obvious in some sense, and they failed. And it was only almost 2,000 years later that mathematicians realized that you can't. Not only you cannot derive, but you can actually replace it with its opposite. And you will still get a bona fide, a consistent, not self-contradictory, which is called non-Euclidean geometry. Which of course sounds very complicated, but it's not. Think of a sphere, just the surface of a basketball, or the surface of the Earth, idealized. The analogs, so you have points, you have analogs of lines which have meridians, right? And every two meridians intersect, unlike parallel lines on a flat space. There is also a so-called hyperbolic plane, where there are infinitely many lines which do not intersect. So every possibility can be realized. There are different flavors. This is a good illustration of what a formal system is. You start with a set of axioms. Those statements you take for granted, and this is where you have a choice. And by making different choices, you actually create different mathematics. After that, there are rules of inference, logical rules such as if A is true and A implies B, then B is true. Most of them were actually introduced already by Aristotle, even before Euclid. And then it runs as follows. You have the axioms, which are accepted as true statements. Then you have a way to produce new statements by using the rules of logical inference from the axioms. Every statement you obtain, you call a theorem, and you kind of add it to the collection of true statements. And then the question is, how far can you go? How many statements can you prove this way? Of course, you want it to be the system to be non-trivial in the sense that you don't prove everything. Because if you prove everything, it would mean that it's self-contradictory, that you prove a statement A and its negation. So that's kind of useless. It has to be discriminating enough so that it doesn't prove contradictory statements. So that there is already a question of that mathematicians call consistency. It has to be consistent in the sense that it is not self-contradictory. And then the idea that was basically prevalent in the world of mathematics by the beginning of the 20th century was that in principle all of mathematics could be derived this way. We just have to find the correct system of axioms, and then everything you ever need would be could be produced by this procedure, which is really algorithmic procedure, which actually could be run on a computer. Now think about it. What is special about this process? In this process, you are just manipulating symbols, basically. You're going from one statement to another without really understanding the meaning of it. So it's an ideal playground for a computer program. It's a purely syntactic process, but there are some rules, some rigid rules of passing from one statement to the next. Most mathematicians believed that this way you can produce all true statements. And if this were true, it would give a lot of credibility to the thesis that everything in life is computational, or life is computational. Because then, at least mathematics is computational, because then it can be programmed, and a computer, after sufficient time, depending on its capacity, would produce every true statement. So Gödel's first incompleteness theorem says that that's not the case. And it not just says it, but it proves it at the highest level of rigor that is available in mathematics. That is to say, within another formal system that he was operating in. So, more precisely, what he proved was that if you have a sufficiently sophisticated formal system, that is to say, that you can talk about numbers, whole numbers in it, that you have whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, you have formalized the operation of addition and multiplication within the system. If it is consistent, that is to say, if it's not completely useless, then there will be a true statement in it, which cannot be derived by this linear syntactic process of proving theorems from axioms. It's really incredible. So this was a revolution. 1931, revolution in logic, revolution in mathematics, and we're still feeling the tremors
of this discovery.
So, at a similar time, the computer is being born. The actual engineering of the computational system is being born.
Right.
Which is
ironic. Turing was Alan Turing, who is considered as the father of modern computing, right? So he actually did something very similar. So he had this halting problem that he proved that halting problem cannot be solved algorithmically. That you cannot, out of all computer programs, roughly speaking, you cannot have an algorithm of choosing out of all possible computer programs which ones are meaningful, which ones will not, which ones will halt.
Very depressing results all across the table.
Or, on the contrary, life affirming. Depends on your point of view.
Because everything is full of paradoxes.
So that means, so you're right, it's depressing if we are sold on a certain idea from the outset, and then suddenly this doesn't pan out. But, okay, to which I retort, what if he proved that actually, everything can be proved? So then what? What is left to do if you're a mathematician? So that would be depressing to me. And here there is an opportunity to do something new, to discover something new, which maybe a computer will not be able to. Again, with a caveat. According to our current understanding, maybe some new technology, some new ideas will be brought into the subject. And the meaning of the word computation, now we think of computation in a particular framework, Turing machines or church thesis and stuff like that. But what if in the future another genius like Alan Turing will come and propose something else, and the theory will evolve the way, we went from Newton's gravity to Einstein's gravity. Maybe in the framework of that concept, some other things will become possible. So it's not, to me, it's kind of like not so much about deciding once and for all how it is or how it should be, but kind of like accepting it as an open-ended process. I think that's much more valuable in some sense than deciding things one way or another.
I wonder, I don't know if you think or know much about cellular automata and the idea of emergence. I often return to Game of Life.
Yeah.
And just look at the thing.
Amazing, right?
And wonder
the kind of things you can do with such a small, tools.
That from simple rules, a distributed system can create complex behavior. And it makes you wonder that maybe the thing we'll call computation is simple at the base layer. But when you start looking at greater and greater layers of abstraction, you zoom out with blurry vision, maybe after a few drinks, you start to see something that's much, much, much more complicated and interesting and beautiful than the original rules that our scientific intuition says cannot possibly produce complexity and beauty. I don't know if anyone has a good answer, a good model of why stuff emerges, why complexity emerges from a lot of simple things. It's a why question, I suppose, but every why question will eventually have a rigorous answer.
Not necessarily. We could have an approximate answer, which still eludes something.
Like quantum mechanics.
99%, maybe. Will you be able to describe it with 99% certainty or 99% accuracy?
Yeah.
And then maybe, in 100 years or, next year, somebody will come up with a different point of view, which suddenly will change our perspective. To this point, I want to say also, one thing that I find fascinating, speaking of paradoxes and so on. Do you remember how everybody was freaking out about this blue dress? And the blue, was it blue or was it black?
Yeah.
It was the yellow, I think yellow or white or black and blue. It almost broke Twitter, I remember that, that night. So there are many examples like that, where you can perceive things differently, and there is no way of saying which is correct and which is not. For instance, you got this, the vase, the Rubens vase, where you have, from one perspective it's a vase, from another perspective it's two faces. Then there is this duck rabbit picture, where you can Google it. If somebody doesn't know, you can Google it and find it. It's very easy. Actually, Ludwig Wittgenstein devoted several pages to duck rabbit in his book. And so on. There are many others. There are like squares, where you could see that from different perspectives, this way, that way, and so on.
So, when we talk about neural networks, we're talking about training data and stuff, so that you have some pictures, for example, that you feed to your program, and you try to find the most optimal neural network which would be able to decide which one is it, the dog or a cat or whatever. But sometimes it doesn't have a definite answer. So what do you do then? So actually, it's a question. I actually don't know. Has modern AI even come to appreciate this question? That actually sometimes you can have a picture on which you cannot say what it is in it. From one perspective, it's a rabbit. From that perspective, it's a duck. How are you supposed to train if you have a neural network which is supposed to distinguish between ducks and rabbits? How is it going to process this? You see?
Well, so the trivial trick it does is to say there's this X probability that it's a duck and this probability that it's a rabbit.
Well, that's a good approach, but also I would say there is no like given percentages. For instance, actually, at some point I was really curious about it, and I looked, and for each picture of this nature, and there are a bunch of them you can easily find online, my mind immediately interprets it in a particular way. But because I know that other people would see it differently, I would then strain my mind, strain my eyes, and stare at it and try to see it in a different way. And sometimes I could see it right away, and then I could go back and forth between the two. And sometimes it took me a while for some pictures. So in that sense, even if these probabilities exist, they are subjective. Some people immediately see it this way, some people immediately see it that way, and I think that nobody knows. Not psychologists, not neuroscientists, not philosophers, what to make of it. The best answer, of course, as a scientific mind, even though I say, no, don't look for interpretation, leave some place for mysticism or mystery, right? I say that. But of course I want a theory, I want an explanation. So the best explanation I find is from Niels Bohr's complementarity principle. So it is like particle and wave, that there are different ways to look at it. And when you look at it in a particular way, another side will be obscured. Think about it like the other side of the moon, so like we're observing the moon from one side, and then we don't see the other side. There is a complementary perspective where we see the other side, but not the side we normally see. But the moon is the same. It's still there. It's our limitations of being able to grasp the whole. That's complementarity. And we know that from quantum mechanics that our physical reality is like that. Rather than being certain. Rather than being one way or another.
And we should just, as a small aside, in terms of neural networks, mention that at the end of the day, there's humans. It's built on top of humans. Or with ChatGPT that is using reinforcement learning by human feedback. We're actually using a set of humans to teach the networks.
Yes.
And that's the thing that people don't often talk about because, or I sometimes think about that those humans all have a life story. Each human that annotated data, that fed data to the network, or did the RLHF, that they have a life story. They grew up, they have biases.
The biases, there's some things that they like, there's some things they don't like, which kind of appear under the radar screen. They may not be aware that they are exercising those biases. That's the point. What you brought up is a very important issue here. Not so much issue, but it's not a bug, it's a feature in my opinion. That implicit in the discussion of the question is thinking computational and so on, is the idea that our conscious awareness covers everything within our psyche. And we just know that that's not the case. All of us have observed other people who have had sort of destructive tendencies. So obviously they did things destructive for themselves. And many of us have observed ourselves to doing that as part of human nature, right? So, and there is great research in analytic psychology and, in the past 100 years, strongly suggesting, if not proving, the existence of what Carl Jung called the personal unconscious and also collective unconscious. This kind of circle of ideas which are under the radar screen, which lead us to some strong emotions and inspire us to act in certain ways, even if we cannot really understand. So if we accept that, then the proposition that somehow everything can still be covered by our actions, which are totally kind of neutral and totally like righteous and totally conscious, that it becomes really tenuous.
Let me ask you some tricky questions.
Oh.
In terms of how big they are, in terms of how, they become difficult because of how much of a romantic you are. What to you is the most beautiful idea in mathematics? Another one who can ask is, what to you is the most beautiful equation in mathematics?
Well, I mean,
I may have just broken your brain. because what your brain is doing is walking down a long memory lane of beautiful experiences.
Well, you see, in mathematics, we have this idea that we have an idea of a set, right? So the collection of things, for instance, the set of tables, and the set of chairs, and so on, or set of microphones. But it could be a set of numbers, could be a set of ideas, could be a set of formulas, mathematical equations. And then we have the notion of an ordered set, like a set in which there is order, which means that for every two members of the set, we will say which one is better than the other, or greater than the other. For instance, all numbers are ordered. 5 is greater than 3, 5 is less than 7, and so on. But not all sets are ordered. So the set of beautiful theorems is not ordered, beautiful equations is not ordered. So in other words, there are many best equations. And so Richard Feynman chose one, which I think one of the best, is that if you take e, the base of natural logarithm, to the power pi I, so you have e in it, the base of natural logarithm, you have pi I, which is square root of -1, then the result is -1. So that's up there for sure, in the pantheon of beautiful formulas, that I think pretty much every mathematician would agree. I don't know what my favorite one is.
Just lingering on that one, Euler's identity. What makes it beautiful? Just a few symbols together.
Right.
I mean, part of it is actually just trying to define what is beautiful about mathematics. That is laid in there in this particular equation that is somehow revealed when the human eye looks at it. Why is it beautiful, do you think? Pi, I.
There is an element of surprise in it. How is it possible? We always think of pi as the ratio between the circumference of a circle and its diameter. Here, we are taking some number to the power pi, not even pi, mind you, but pi multiplied by square root of -1. Surely this is something completely incomprehensible, and yet the result is -1. You see? And if you take e to the power 2 pi I, you get 1, actually 1. So I would guess but in other words, the initial reaction is just that of a surprise, I guess. I guess for anyone who first comes across.
That these four folks got together. Yeah. It reminds me of the idea that Hitler, Stalin, Trotsky, and Freud were all in Vienna at the beginning of the 20th.
And Wittgenstein was a classmate of Hitler, you know this?
I did not know that stuff.
Yeah.
So it makes you, you can imagine a situation where they're all sitting at a bar together at some point, not knowing it, but it all made sense in space-time to be located there. And that's what this feels like, some kind of intersection.
Intersection, yes. But I would say that after the initial shock, you look at the proof of this equation, and it actually does make sense. And actually, it is nothing but the statement that the circumference of the circle is, and in fact, in this case, the circumference of a semicircle is equal to pi, and that's where it comes from.
In the end, the truth is simple.
In the end, the truth is simple. Not necessarily easy, but simple.
So, I mentioned to you offline that I desperately, in trying to figure out the optimal in an ordered set questions to ask you, texted Eric Weinstein asking for what questions he can ask you.
and he said that you are definitively one of the greatest living mathematicians, so don't screw this up. But he did give me a few questions. So he asked to ask you, what are the most shockingly passionate, this is in Eric's language, what are the most shockingly passionate mathematical structures? And he gave a list of 4 for him, but he said he really wanted your list. Okay, let me say it. Shockingly passionate mathematical structures.
Shocking.
Okay, is there something you can, is there something that jumps to mind?
Sure. I'm here to shock.
Yes, yeah.
So first of all, Eric Weinstein is a very dear friend, I have to say, and I really appreciate and love him. He's just like my brother. So it's interesting to have a question posed by him.
Maybe if we could linger for a moment, what do you think is special about Eric Weinstein for what you know of his work and his mind?
The way he sort of straddles so many different disciplines. It's like a Renaissance man. There are very few people like that at any given moment, let alone the 21st century, where information has become so, huge that it's almost physically impossible to be able to keep track of things. And yet, he does, and he has his own unique vision and unique point of view, and he has integrity, which is like almost impossible. Like I can't think of so many people who possess those qualities. Almost no one.
And also the ability, in some sense, to embody the balance that you talked about. Both the rigor of mathematics and the imagination.
Humanity also, I would say. Like we talk about imagination as a kind of a counterpoint to knowledge or logic. But just basic humanity, just basic, just compassion, just being able to, because every destructive, I would say, like every destructive society, like be it Germany, and Hitler or Soviet Union under Stalin and so on, was based on some kind of what was considered unassailable truths. So a kind of conceptual system, if you think about it, right? There is a beautiful episode of this series by Jacob Bronowski, where he talks about, he filmed it in Auschwitz, talking about the certainty that what led the Nazis to killing people wholesale was it's almost a mathematical idea. And they just basically bought into this idea and checked out their humanity at the door. So I would say that antidote to this type of thing is not necessarily even imagination in a kind of elevated sense that we have been discussing today, that is exemplified by our greatest scientists and philosophers. But just basic humanity, basic common sense of just like knowing that it's just not right, and I don't care what my ideology tells me, but I'm just not going to do it. So that I think is kind of missing a little bit in today's society, because people get a lot too caught up in the ideology, in certain conceptual frameworks.
So societies that lose that basic human compassion, that basic humanity run into trouble.
Oh, very much so. But not only society, like a human being.
And Eric is one of the people, I agree with you, keeps that flame of
like I trust that he will not do something that's not human, that's not right. I just feel that, like there's some people you just kind of feel that they won't cross that line. And that's a huge thing, today, because I have to say, looking back, definitely I have not hurt people personally, but I could be mean, for instance, I could be harsh. And now I see it as a sign of weakness, as a sign of insecurity. I saw your interview with Ray Kurzweil the other day. Beautiful, I was really moved by it. But at some point I was like, I looked at him and it's sort of like Dr. Evil. I'm kind of ashamed of it now, but I'm kind of clean. And I would be, because, why? Because I needed an adversary in my mind. Because I projected onto him kind of the fears that I had, that that AI will conquer us and so on. And this was rooted in my kind of my awakening moment, in a sense, a kind of a moment where I suddenly started to see the other side. So, but I wasn't sure yet. You see?
You have to feel it.
So I had to have a fight about it.
Yeah, you have to actually have the projection.
I had to, so it was not in, I believe that it was not in me already, so I had to throw it onto somebody.
Yeah.
And that's not balance yet. So balance is when you recognize that it's you, actually. So, and I had this moment, actually. It was so amazing. Like, I would give this meme, I would talk about AI and the dangers, and he would always be my, like, foil, you know, the guy. I would put like a sinister photograph of him in the slide. And it's like, look at this guy.
Yeah.
He wants to put nanobots into your brain, and he's also like high-end, top executive at Google, and so on. Like, so I would create this whole narrative. And then something happened, where I was giving a lecture. This is 2015, at in Aspen Ideas Festival, which is a wonderful festival. So keynote speech actually, and I was doing my usual stick. And then suddenly I said, I came up to that, there's a big screen, and there was a picture of him there, and I came up to the screen and I kind of touched it with my hand, and I said that I don't want to pick on Mr. Kuswan because he's me. I had this revelation that I'm actually fighting with myself, with my own fears. And then I learned about his father, that his father died when he was young. And that he's very, to his credit, he's very sincere and upfront about it. Self-disclosure, I think, is very essential, by the way, in all this discussion. Like, what really motivates you? He said it publicly many times. Even as early as 2015, I could find this information, that he wanted to reunite with his father in the cloud. And suddenly I saw him not as a caricature that exemplified all my fears, but as a human being, a child longing for his father, grieving for his father. So suddenly it became a story, a love story. And, you know, so in other words, I've seen it in myself, this capacity to project my own fears and then fight with other people over something that actually was my own. And as soon as I got to this point of seeing him, and then my next lecture, actually I talked about him in this way, and I said, look, you know, it's a love story, and he is actually, and it's not how I would want to reunite with my father, but like you said, you know, if I am consistent, I have to allow the possibility that different people perceive things differently. And so for him, that's his imagination. So, you know, who is this? Voltaire, I think, has ascribed to Voltaire. It's like, I disagree with you, but I will fight to death for you to have the right to say it. So now that I feel like my position is more like, I disagree with him, but this is the way to approach death, and to approach the death of our loved ones, and how we miss them, and how we, you know, that sense of loneliness and inability to interact directly. That's not something that resonates with me, but I think it can also be called imagination from his perspective, and look, motivated by that, how much he has brought, how many interesting inventions, like his musical inventions, for instance, naturally, because his father was a composer, music composer and a conductor. So in other words, in a bigger scheme of things, even if I think he's misguided, still, I can't deny that it's a certain leap of faith from his perspective to try to say that this is the way we can all connect to our loved ones. And because it is sincere, and I see it now as sincere, and in fact, in your interview, you really teased it out of him, and I was really moved by it, I have to say. It's like, he has mellowed a little bit too, I think. You know, it was really, really sweet when he talked about his father. And I can relate, you know, my father died 4 years ago, and I can relate what a heartbreak I was much older than Ray was when his father died, but I can relate to this longing and the grief, you know. And when somebody's sincere and he puts his opens his cards and and say, this is why I want to do it, because I want to recreate my father and I want to be able to talk to him this way. Then we have a serious, then we understand, the opposite of it would be not disclosing and just pretending that this is how it's supposed to be in a scientific terms. So replacing your real emotion that comes from the heart by some kind of a theory which comes from the mind. And this is where we can go astray, because then we become captives of frameworks and conceptual systems which may not be beneficial to our society.
In tough times, we need the people that have not lost their way in the ideologies. We need the people who are still in touch with their heart. And you mentioned this with Eric. It's certainly true. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but I feel like when the world is burning down, Eric is one of the people you can still count on to have a heart. We've talked a lot over the past year about the war in Ukraine and the possibility of nuclear war, and it feels like he's one of the people I would call first if God forbid something like a nuclear war would begin, because you look for people with a heart no matter their ideas.
That's right. It takes courage and it takes a certain self-awareness, I would say. And which brings me, I think the crucial is that which was inscribed, on the temple of Apollo in Delphi. It was a statement, know thyself, know yourself, the who am I? Ultimately it goes down to this. And all this debate. And the point is that I used to be, like I said, pessimistic at some point, and I was scared even of where development of AI was going. This is about 2014, 2015. And now I'm much more. So for instance, after I saw Ray Kurzweil as a human being, after I could relate to him and sympathize with him, suddenly I stopped seeing him in the news. Like before that, I would always see him in the news saying, we're going to put nanobots in your brain by the year 2030, whatever, and then we upload you to by 21st, and I would be like, no, the story terrible. Suddenly I didn't see him anymore. I had to, So now it makes me question, who was creating the trouble?
What was on with it?
Was it him who was stirring the trouble, or was it my mind? You see? And so, as I became self-aware, suddenly other possibilities opened, and suddenly that conflict, which by the way, if I kept giving this nasty, talks about him, one day I suppose we'd have a debate, and so you have this, one person says this and that, and what I learned is that it's a never-ending conflict. This conflict just does not end. But there is an alternative, there is a better way, which is to realize that it is you arguing with yourself. Now, if you want to continue arguing with yourself, continue, as long as you need. Just be careful not to destroy too many things, in the process. But there is an option of actually dropping it. This is I was so surprised by it.
Yeah, it's discovering in yourself the human capacity for compassion. And you understand that he has a perspective, he is operating in the space of imagination, a human being like you, and we're all in this kind of together trying to figure this out.
Ultimately, and also it's like, with realizing how much I have screwed up, comes this humility also.
Yeah.
So I find it extremely hard now to really lash out at somebody and to say you're horrible, whatever, because immediately the question is, who am I to criticize? So is there another way to have a dialogue? Is there a way to, speaking, since we talked about the innocence of a child and how much it drives a discovery in science and so on. I remember, I think I heard it was Adyashanti who gave this nice example. He's like, when you're a kid, you go and you play with your friends, and then you fight with another kid, and he was like, I hate you, I don't want to see you again, and you just go home after half an hour. Okay, what are you gonna do? You're gonna play. So you come out, it's like, hey, you wanna play? You don't talk about what happened, you don't rehash this, just keep going. And sometimes I think we are on the verge, maybe, of learning that. Because I think that if we continue to push each of us our set of ideas and like ideologies and like what matters to us and so on, like no what matters to you, but like there are other ways to approach other people. There are other ways you can find the contact. Speaking of which, mathematics. Mathematical formulas are universal, represent universal knowledge. 2 plus 2 is 4, whether you vote for this guy or that guy in the election. How about that as point of contact, of commonality, And nobody can patent those formulas, did you know that? And there is a Supreme Court decision that mathematical formulas cannot be patented. Like Einstein could not patent E equals mc squared. It doesn't belong to him, because if the formula is correct, then it belongs to everyone.
So what do you think of that all too tricky question? If you want, I can deeply bias your answer by giving the list of 4 that Eric provided.
Oh no, let me give mine. I cannot see by the way what you guys, but I can guess some of them. So I'm going to try to do something different from him. So I already mentioned one, which is that you have one-dimensional numerical system, which is real numbers. You have two-dimensional, which is complex numbers. You have four-dimensional, and it's probably connected to what he wrote because it has to do with some homotopy groups of spheres and stuff like that. Then, of course, one I love. Okay, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 and so on. Does it make any sense? The sum. I mean, you probably heard about this one. It became very popular at some point. 1 plus 2 plus 3. I did a video for Number File, the YouTube channel about it, maybe 10 years ago. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 ostensibly diverges, goes to infinity, because you get a bigger and bigger number. And yet, there is a way to make sense of it, in which it comes up to minus 1 over 12. How fascinating. First of all, the answer is not even a positive number, and it's not an integer, it's not a whole number, it's minus 1 over 12. So sometimes people ask me, what is your favorite number? And it's a kind of a joke. I say minus 1 over 12. It's actually 42.
So your favorite number is not an ordered set.
Right.
So what else?
What else? Leibniz program, of course, I have to mention that.
Yeah, we'll explore that in depth. Do you want to know what Eric said?
Sure.
Sphere aversion, Boy's surface, Hop vibration.
Hop vibration, okay.
And pi 1 of SO3.
Okay. Oh yes. So that's the famous cup trick, Okay, look. So this kind of works.
No tricks.
No tricks.
No magic.
Full honesty. It is magical, okay?
Yeah.
Not because I'm tricking it. So you start with a bottle like this or a cup, and you start twisting it. At the same time, you twist your arm. Then you come. So this is actually going to rotate at 360 degrees, a full turn. Then you say, okay, I won't be able to do another turn because then my arm would really get twisted. I'll have to go see a doctor. Yet, if I do it second time, it untwists. This is the pi 1 of SO3. Eric is talking.
Yes.
So there is something where the first motion is not trivial, but if you double down on it, you come back to the initial position. It's very closely connected to the fact that we have elementary particles of two types, bosons and fermions. So bosons are, for example, photons, or carriers of other forces, or the Higgs boson. It is called a boson for a reason, because it is a boson. In honor of Indian mathematician Bose, B-O-S-E, and Einstein. So these particles obey what's called Bose-Einstein statistics. But then there are other particles called fermions, in honor of Enrico Fermi, Italian-born mathematician who worked in the US. And they follow what's called Dirac-Fermi statistics. And those are electrons and constituents of matter, electrons, protons, neutrons, and so on. And they have a certain duplicity, if you will. And that duplicity is rooted mathematically in this experiment, this little experiment that I have just done. So I imagine, speaking of imagination, okay? Yeah. So I'm just kind of briefing on this. Imagine a world in which this will not be shocking or like, in this case it's not even shocking because I haven't really explained the details because I can't do it in 2 minutes. I indicated what this is all about and so on. But imagine a world in which this is not foreign to most people, that most people have seen it before, or they're not afraid to approach this type of questions, because, you know, we talked a little bit about math education, but I really believe that a lot of people in our society, and it is not only in the United States, but throughout the world, a lot of people have been traumatized. It's really PTSD. That's why people, when they see mathematical formula, or like even like they need to calculate tip on the bill, they're terrified, because it brings up those memories when they were kids and being called to blackboard and solve a problem. You can't solve a problem, and an unscrupulous teacher says you're an idiot, sit down, and you feel ashamed and lowly, and that stays with you. And so I think that unfortunately that's where we are. But one can dream, and so my dream is that one day we'll be able to overcome this, and actually all of these treasures of mathematics will become widely available. At least people will know where to find them, and they will not be afraid of going there and looking. And I think this will help, because like I said, for one thing, it gives you a sense of belonging. It kind of is an antidote to the kind of alienation and separation that we feel today, oftentimes because of ideological divide, sectarian strife, and all kinds of things like that. Because then you will, once you see there's like a critical mass of this beauty, that kind of like dawns on you, is like, my God, this is what we all have in common.
You mentioned Langland's program.
Mm-hmm.
We have to talk about it.
Sure.
At the core of your book and your work is the Langland's program. Can you describe what it is?
Sure. So, Langlands is a mathematician. It's a name of a mathematician, Robert Langlands. Canadian-born, still alive. He was a professor at the Institute for Advanced Study that we talked about, where Einstein and Gödel and other great scientists have worked. In fact, he used to occupy the office of Albert Einstein at the Institute for Advanced Study. So he, in the late 60s, he came up with a set of ideas which captivated a lot of mathematicians, several generations of mathematicians by now, which came to be known as the Langlands program. And what it is about is connecting different fields of mathematics which seem to be far away from each other. For example, number theory, which, as the name suggests, deals with numbers, and various equations with, like x squared plus y squared equals 1. And on the other side, harmonic analysis, something that any music lover can appreciate, because the sound of a symphony can be kind of decomposed into sounds of different instruments, and each of those sounds can be represented by a wave like this, like a sine function. Those are the harmonics. They are still the period of harmonic periods of different notes are different. They correspond to different notes, different instruments, different semitones, if you will. But they all combine together into something different, something special, which is not cannot be reduced to any one of those. So mathematically, it's the idea that you can decompose a signal into as a collection, as a simultaneous oscillation of several elementary signals. That's called harmonic analysis. So what Langlands found is that some really difficult questions in number theory could be translated into much more easily tractable questions in harmonic analysis. That was his initial idea. But what happened next surprised everybody. That the kind of patterns that he was able to observe, the kind of regularities that he was able to observe, which were quite surprising, were subsequently found in other areas of mathematics. For example, in geometry, and eventually in quantum physics. So in fact, Ed Witten, who is kind of a dean of modern theoretical physicists, and a professor at the Institute for Advanced Study as well, got interested in this subject. I described in my book how it happened. And he was instrumental in bridging the gap between these patterns found in physics and in geometry, finding kind of a substratum, a kind of a superstratum, if you will, a kind of kind of a way to connect these two things, kind of a bridge between these two fields. So subsequently I collaborate with on this, and this has been one of the major themes of my research. It's sort of, I always found it interesting to connect things, to unite things. When I was younger, I couldn't understand why, but I was always interested in when not in working in a specific field, but kind of cutting across fields, and then I would discover that, for instance, I talk to some people who know what happens in this field, but don't know what happens in their field, and or conversely, and then I would like find it imperative to go out and explain to them, to the different sides, what this is all about, so that more people are aware of these hidden structures, of these hidden parallels, if you will. So that has been sort of the theme in my research. And so I guess, now I kind of understand more why. It's kind of a balance, like what we talked about earlier.
So can you elucidate a little bit what are the mathematical tools that allow you to connect these different continents of mathematics?
Right.
Is there something you can convert into words that Langlands was able to find and you were able to explore further?
I would say what it suggests is that there is some hidden principles which we still don't understand. My view is that we still don't know why. That we could prove some instances of this correspondences and connections, but we still don't know the real underlying reasons. Which means that there is a certain layer beneath the surface that we see now. It is like so the way I see it now is like this: that there is something three-dimensional like this bottle, but what we are seeing is this projection onto the table and projection onto a wall, and then we can map things from one projection to another, and they say, "Oh my God, that's incredible." But the real explanation is that both of them are projections of the same thing, and that we haven't found yet. But that's what I want to find. So that's what motivates me, I would say.
From number theory to geometry to quantum physics.
So there is this one thing which has different projections, except it's not just the table and the wall, but there are like many different walls, if you will.
So what is the philosophical implication that there's commonalities like that across these very disparate fields?
It means that what we believe are the fundamental elements of mathematics are not fundamental. There is something beyond. It's like we previously thought that atoms were indivisible. Then we found out that there is nucleus and electrons, and the nucleus consists of protons and neutrons. Then we thought, okay, protons and neutrons must be elementary. Now we know they consist of quarks. So it's about kind of finding the quarks of mathematics.
And of course, beyond that, there's maybe even more.
Which was my initial motivation to study mathematics, by the way, right? So
quarks was the first time you fell in love with understanding the nature of reality.
Yeah.
What was it like working with Ed Witten, who many people say is one of the smartest humans in history, or at least mathematical physicists in history?
Yes, fascinating. I enjoyed it very much. I also felt that I have to keep up, and so we wrote this long paper in 2007, and we collaborated for about a year. I have known him before, and we talked before, and I've seen him since, and we talked, but it's very different to just meet somebody at conferences and have a conversation, as opposed to actually working on a project together. So he is very, very serious, very focused. This is one thing which I have to say. I was really struck by this.
Why is he considered to be such a powerful intellect by many other powerful intellects?
He has had this unique vision of the subject. He was able to connect different things, especially find connections between quantum physics and mathematics. Almost unparalleled. I don't think anyone comes close, in some sense, in the last 50 years to him, in terms of finding just consistently, time after time, breaking ground, new ground. So it would basically, one way one could describe it is, he would take some idea in physics and then find an interpretation of it in mathematics, and then say, distill it, present it in mathematical terms, and tell mathematicians, this should be like that, you know, kind of like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is minus 1 over 12. And mathematicians would be like, no way. And then it would pan out, and mathematicians would then like a whole industry would be created of groups of mathematicians trying to prove his conjectures and his ideas, and he would always be proven right, you know. So in other words, being able to glean some mathematical truths from physical theories, that's one side. On the other hand, conversely, applying sophisticated mathematics, he's probably the physicist who kind of could learn mathematics the fastest. I don't think some younger physicists maybe could come close, but it's still quite a long way to go to get, you know, to be comparable to Witten. To take some of the most sophisticated mathematics and not learn it to the point where it becomes a practitioner of the subject practically, and then use it to gain some new insights on the physics side. Now, of course, the thing is that the theory is that physics, one could say, is in a sort of crisis in some sense because of a kind of gap between the sophisticated theories which came from applying sophisticated mathematics and the actual universe. So we have theories, for instance, which describe 10-dimensional worlds, 10-dimensional space-time, coming from string theory and things like that. But we don't know yet how to apply it to understand our universe. A lot of progress has been made, but it's kind of at a kind of impasse right now. And at the same time, our most realistic theories, most advanced theories of the 4-dimensional universe are in contradiction with each other. The standard model describing the 3 known forces of nature, electromagnetic, strong and weak, with great accuracy, and Einstein's relativity, which describes the fourth, called gravity. everybody above a certain age knows that one. Yeah. So these two theories are in contradiction at the moment. And string theory was one of the promise of string theory was that it would unify those two. And so far it has not happened. So we are kind of at a very interesting place right now. And I think that new ideas perhaps are needed, and I wouldn't be surprised if Witten is one of those people who come up with those ideas.
Well, he has been one of the people that added a lot of ideas under the flag of string theory. What do you think about this theory? What do you think is beautiful about it, string theory?
Well, first of all, kind of you remember we talked about Pythagoreans, and how for Pythagoreans the whole world was this symphony where you have these different vibrations of all the humans. Every human is a vibration, every animal, you know, every being, every tree, and every celestial body, and so on. So string theory is kind of like that, because in string theory there's this fundamental object which is a vibrating string, and all particles are in a sense supposed to be different modulations or vibrations of that string. So that by itself is already interesting, that you kind of describe this diversity of various particles and interactions between them using one guiding principle in some sense. But also just the mathematical things that come out of it, the kind of it looks like impossible to satisfy various constraints, and then there is sort of like a unique way to do it. So that's sort of every time that happens, when you have some system overdetermined system. Let's suppose you have to do like 5 interviews in one day, and you wake up in the morning and you're like, that's impossible, because then so many things have to align. For instance, let's suppose you have to go from one place to another, so then you have a commute, and then who knows, maybe there's a traffic jam and stuff like that. And now suppose that it all works seamlessly, and there were like a bunch of places where it could have gone hopelessly wrong, and it didn't. And then in the evening you're like, wow, it worked. That's beautiful, right? That's kind of like great luck, we would say. But in science, this happens sometimes, that you have this theory which is not supposed to work because there's so many seemingly contradictory demands on it. And yet, there is a sweet spot where they balance each other. So string theory is kind of like this. The unfortunate aspect of it is that it balances itself in 10 dimensions and not in 4. So maybe there is another universe somewhere. But see, as a mathematician, for me, all spaces are created equal.
Yeah.
10-dimensional, 4-dimensional. So mathematicians love string theory because it has given us so much food for thought.
But do you think it's a correct or a incorrect theory for understanding this reality? So it might be a theory that explains some 10th dimensional reality in some other universe, but is it potentially, what do you think are the odds, again, financial advice, if you were to bet, what do you think are the odds that it gets us closer to understanding this reality?
Well, in the form that it is now, that seems unlikely. But it could well be that based on these ideas, with some modifications, with some essential new elements, it could work out. So I would say right now it doesn't look so good, like from the point of view that from what we know.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe somebody will come and introduce like square root of negative number. I mean, they are already introduced, but I mean kind of like as a metaphor.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody will come and say, what if we do this? It looks crazy. Speaking of Niels Bohr, he had this famous quote that he said to somebody, there is no doubt that your theory is crazy. The question is whether it's crazy enough to describe reality. So that's where we are, kind of,
Speaking of crazy and crazy enough, let me ask for therapy, for advice, for wisdom in returning to Eric Weinstein, and maybe give some guidance to understanding his view on his attempt at a theory of everything they call geometric unity, that he told me that you may have some inkling of an understanding of. If you were to describe this theory to aliens that visited Earth, how would you do it? Or you could try if it was just me visiting Earth. How would you describe it, your best understanding of it?
He shared with me some of it when I was in New York at Columbia, like 11 years ago. We actually spent a lot of time where he explained to me, and I found it beautiful. It has a very original idea at the core of it, where you have this, instead of 4-dimensional, instead of 10-dimensional, he has 14-dimensional space. And I thought it was really original, and this is exactly goes to the point I made earlier, that we need new ideas. I feel that without some fundamentally new idea, we won't be able to get closer to understanding our universe. Now, I have a problem with the whole idea of theory of everything. I don't believe that one exists, nor that we should aim to construct one. And I think it's really not to offend anybody, but it's ultimately a fault of education system of physicists. Like in mathematics, we're not brought up, we're not educated as mathematicians with the idea that one day we will come up with the theory of everything. Even though, as a joke, I said that Langland's program is mathematical theory of everything, but I made it as a kind of a tongue-in-cheek.
But isn't it a little bit kind of that?
It's not really, because first of all, it doesn't cover all fields of mathematics, and it covers specific phenomena.
But isn't it spiritually striving towards the same Platonic form of the theory of everything? Like connecting.
But connecting doesn't mean that it covers everything, right? So you could connect two things, and then you have infinitely many other things which are outside of the purview of this connection. That's how it is in mathematics, I feel. And I would venture to say that most mathematicians look at it this way, like there's no idea that somehow, I think it's actually impossible, because we're not talking about such a thing as like one universe. We're talking about all possible universes of all possible dimensions and so on. It is just not feasible to have a unify everything in one equation. Now, physicists, on the other hand, have been brought up, educated for decades with this idea. And to me, and I am not sure I should say that, but I feel like it's like a kind of an ultimate ego trip. So that I have come up with the unified theory. I have found the unified theory of everything. It's me, and my name will be on it. I think a lot of physicists get educated this way, especially men take it seriously.
Yeah.
And I've seen that happen, and I think it is counterproductive. I think and a lot of people agree that this debate is kind of, I feel like it's kind of settled. I think I hear it less and less. But I disagree with the whole premise.
So you, it's interesting because both are interesting points you made, which is you don't think a theory of everything exists, and you don't think the pursuit of a theory of everything is good. So I think you spoke to the second thing, which is basically that the pursuit of a theory of everything becomes like a drug to the human ego.
That's right. So it is a huge motivating factor. I don't deny that. But I feel that there are better ways to motivate people than like that, than this way. Okay? So I would say, for instance, if one, because then it's not a game of winner takes all. And in fairness, when physicists say theory of everything, grand unified theory, they mean something very specific, which is unifying the standard model and Einstein's relativity theory, which is the theory of gravity. So they don't necessarily, a lot of physicists might say these words, but they don't really mean them. I think it's important to realize that in my opinion, that's not productive and it's not feasible anyway. So, having said that, there are some theories are better than others, obviously. So, for instance, Eric's theory has, as far as I understand, does have a certain way of producing some of the elementary particles that we see, and as well as the force of gravity. So it does have that promise. I feel that, at least from the place where I had seen it about 10 years ago, it still required a lot of work to get to the point of actually saying that it does work, because, you know, there are a lot of elements. It's a huge enterprise to have a theory, because you have, just to describe the field, sort of the building blocks of the theory, it's already a tremendous undertaking. And he's trying to do it for curved spaces in great generality, which is what makes it so unique and so beautiful. But then, on top of that, there are this issue of quantization, of actually describing them as quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory, even as a language, as a framework, is currently incomplete, in my opinion. And not only in my opinion, it's like everybody agrees on that it's a collection of tricks, so to speak. It's a collection of tools. It's a toolbox, but it is not a consistent, rigorous theory like number theory in mathematics. Physicists have still been able to derive predictions from it and confirm them to great accuracy, but the underpinnings that it doesn't have the real rigorous foundation from a mathematical perspective. So in that sense, even if in that framework a new theory could lead to an explanation of some new explanation of some phenomenon, it would still be incomplete in a sense, because it wouldn't be mathematically rigorous, you see what I mean? Because the whole framework is not yet on a firm foundation.
So it's not consistent. Why is it that the universe should have, so that's to your first point, do you think the universe has a beautiful, clean, when you show up and meet God and there's one equation on the board and the two of you just chuckle, do you think such equation exists?
Yeah, there are such equations. For instance, I would say I am interested in a particular question, right? So, in the language program set, so moving away from physics, so let's talk about math. So, in the context of language program, I have recently developed with my co-authors, Etinghoff and Kashdan, a kind of a new strand, a new flavor of the language program, if you will. But so far, it's a vision. It's a set of conjectures, which we have proved in some cases, but not in full generality. So yes, I would like to use your framework, me the creator, and ask her, what is the explanation of this? And it may well be that she will answer in a way that I will just burst out laughing. It's like, how could we not see it? You see? So that I totally see. But I don't see one equation governing one equation governing them all.
Not one equation govern them all, but it does seem that such equations exist, where she will tell you something and you look back and say, how could I not see it? It seems like the truth at the end of the day is simple, that we're seeking, especially through mathematics. It seems somehow simple. The nature reality, the thing that governs it seems to be simple. I wonder why that is. And I also wonder if it's not totally incorrect and we're just craving the simplicity. And mixing into the whole conversation about how much the observer that craves simplicity is part of the answer. It's a whole big giant mess.
Or a whole big beautiful painting or symphony.
You said of Eric Weinstein that I find it remarkable that Eric was able to come up with such beautiful and original ideas even though he has been out of academia for so long.
Yes.
Doing wonderful things in other areas such as economics and finance. I'd like to use that kind of quote as just a question to you about different places where people of your level can operate, so inside academia and outside. What is the difference of doing mathematics inside academia and outside? Not even mathematics, but developing beautiful original ideas. Where's the place that your imagination can flourish most? So the limitations of academia is there's a community of people that take a set of axioms as gospel, so it's harder to take that leap into the unknown. But it's also, the nice thing about academia is some of the most brilliant people in the world are there. It's that community. Both the competition and the collaboration is there.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's something you could say sort of to further about this world that people might not be familiar with.
But I think you gave a very good description. I'm not sure I could on it because I don't have an overarching theory of academia.
Yes.
I definitely have been part of it, and I'm grateful because it gives you a great sense of security, which comes with its own downside too, because you kind of like get a little disconnected from the real world because you get tenure, so you feel financially secure. You know, they don't pay you that much, so to speak. You know, relatively speaking, and it's comfortable, but it's not that much. But you can't be fired. So there is something about this which I definitely benefit from it. You know, and it does. People are not even aware what it's like to live outside of a where you don't have this type of security. On the other hand, that also means that we're lacking certain skills that sort of real people in the real world have developed out of necessity to deal with that sort of insecurity. So it kind of always cuts both ways. You know, on one hand it gives, and on the other hand it takes away. And it's a very interesting setup. And also, on the one hand, we are all supposed to be the truth seekers, but in reality, of course, it is a human activity and it is a human community, and with all kinds of good, bad, and ugly things that happen. A lot of them under the radar screen, so to speak. And so, but maybe there is something to it. There are definitely people who are upholding kind of the old tradition, definitely, and that is inspiring. And I aspire to be, you know, one of those, do my best. So whether this is a system that will stay or should stay, I don't know. I really don't know.
That's really fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating what, especially with it, just to introduce the bit of AI poison into the mix, as that changes the nature of education perhaps as well. What the role of the university is in the next 10, 20, 50, 100 years. I wonder. And I wonder that, you know, how do you make sense that Einstein was working after attempting, I believe, to be a university professor?
He worked in the patent office.
Yeah, as a patent clerk.
Well, but I have to say, to these days, the science has become so much faster. It is really hard to do it being outside. Now, Eric is unique in this way, even though he did, you know, go to great undergraduate and graduate, you know, schools, but and then worked for a while in academia. Um, there are very few examples like that. There's this Yutam Zhang who proved the important conjecture number theory about 10 years ago, and is now, as I understand, is a professor at UC Santa Barbara. He worked outside of academia and was able to make a tremendous advance on his own. This case is exceedingly rare. In part because academia is trying to protect its turf, and it's creating the sort of prohibitive cost of an outsider. That is true, but there is also something about how much concentration in mathematics. I don't think people who are not in the field understand what kind of focus and concentration actually do, like mathematics at the top level these days requires. Because we're not talking about something that is more or less good. It is something which is unassailable. It's finding this treasure at the bottom of the ocean, without the aqualung, without oxygen, and that's why it's not, people go crazy sometimes, but there is a reason for that.
Well, let me ask you about that, sort of just to linger on that, the amount of concentration required. Cal Newport wrote a book called Deep Work. He's a theoretical computer scientist. He took quite seriously the task of allocating the hours in the day for that kind of deep thinking, and then the mathematicians is theoretical computer scientists on steroids. So for your own life and what you've observed, let me ask the big question: how to think deeply, how to find the mental, psychological, pragmatic space to really sit there and think deeply. How do you do it? In the moments you remember where you really deeply thought, what was it, an accident? Was it deliberate?
No, it's deliberate because first of all, my first years as a mathematician, I worked every day, weekends, holidays, doesn't matter. I didn't even question that, so I would feel something's missing if I took a day off. And so it was just a kind of sustained effort. The point is that still the process is non-linear, to go back to what we discussed earlier, that in other words, the way I see it is you are making an effort to bring all the information into focus, what you believe is correct, and you're playing with different ways of connecting things. But it is a total miracle when suddenly there is insight strikes. It is not something that, in my experience, could be predicted or even anticipated, or like brought closer. There's a famous story about Einstein that he used to, go think, and then go for a walk, and like he would whistle sometimes. So I remember the first time I heard this story, I thought, how interesting! What a coincidence that this came to him when he was whistling. But in fact, it's not. It is how it works in some sense. That you have to prepare for it, but then the moment it happens when you stop thinking. Actually, so the moment of discovery is the moment when thinking stops, and you kind of almost become that truth that you're seeking. But you cannot do it by will in some sense. It's kind of like, how in the Eastern tradition they have this concept of satori, like in Buddhism, in Zen Buddhism, you have this satori, which is enlightenment. And so there are various reports of Buddhist monks or Buddhist masters who have had experienced satori. But they say you can't do it by will. You cannot make it happen. If anything, you have to relax to let it come to you. It's kind of like that. So I think that what matters, but you say how to think. The point is that we're talking about such an esoteric area. Mathematics is really esoteric area. It's a really strange subject where you try to fit everything in this very, very stringent set of rules. To obey those rules.
Isn't it basically the the pure, the hardest manifestation of a puzzle that we're all solving in different other disciplines, but this is the hardest puzzle.
But yes and no, because there's just a different, for instance, there is a different criterion for what constitutes progress. For instance, in physics, a lot of arguments they make, they are not rigorous from a mathematical perspective. It is kind of an intuitive argument. We think it is like this. This is acceptable in the subject, but for a good reason. And so there is some play. It's more like human activity, day-to-day activity. Like, for instance, if you and I discuss something, you have an idea, and I have an idea, and we argue about it, and something seems more plausible, something seems less plausible. And so we may decide to take this point of view or that point of view as a provisional sort of like point of view and go with it. In my case, it doesn't work this way. You either prove it or you don't. And oftentimes, you get to the point where there is this much you need to prove, and it just wouldn't come to you, and you just don't see it, and it can go on for months. Super frustrating. But without it, it is nothing, kind of, you know.
I would love to hear your opinion, to the degree that you know it, of the proof of Fermat's last theorem by Andrew Wiles, which seems to have this element, perhaps for years. To the degree that you know, perhaps can you explain Fermat's last theorem and what your thoughts are on the process that Andrew Wiles took that seemed to, at least from my sort of romantic perspective, seemed to be very lonely.
Yes, it's a lonely profession.
And hopeless, and sort of you put it really nicely because it feels like there's a lot of moments where you feel like you're close.
You feel like 99% is done.
Yeah.
And there's this one stubborn thing which just does not compute, doesn't happen. And you're trying to find that push to this last link, and it could take, and nobody knows how long it's going to take.
Would it be useful to maybe try to explain Fermat's last theorem?
Sure. It's easy to do. I have an optimist. I always think that everything can be explained, Even though I say that not everything can be explained, but in mathematics, within this particular framework, I think that I always feel optimistic when people ask me to explain something. I always start with the assumption that they will understand, So, let's try. Fermat's last theorem, one of the jewels sort of mathematics of all time. A beautiful story also behind it. Pierre Fermat, a great French mathematician who lived at the beginning of, mostly worked at the beginning of the 17th century. And he actually has to his credit a number of important contributions. But the most famous is called Fermat's last theorem, or Fermat's great theorem. And the reason why it became so famous is in part because he actually claimed to have proved it himself. And he did it on the margin of a book that he was reading, which was actually an important book by Diophantus about equations with coefficients and whole numbers. And he wrote on the margin, literally, this equation, this problem, which I will explain in a moment, I have solved it, I have found a proof, but this margin is too small to contain. At some point, I was giving a public talk about this, and I made it as a joke. I made a tweet in which I wrote that I have proved this theorem, but 280 characters are not enough and can cast me in mid-sentence. Yeah. So this was 17th century Twitter style proof, okay? But a lot of mathematicians took it seriously because he had great credibility. He did make some major contributions, and the search was on. So for 350 years, about 350 years, it remained unproved, with many people trying and failing, until in 1994, in 1993, Andrew Wiles announced, a mathematician from Princeton University, announced a proof, and it was very exciting because he was one of the top number theorists in the world. And unfortunately, about a year later, a gap was found. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. You have 99% of the proof. This one little thing does not quite connect, and this nullifies the whole thing. Even though, well, you could say there are some interesting ideas, but it's not the same as actually having a proof. So he apparently was really frustrated, and he was really. A lot of people thought that it's going to be another 100 years or whatever. And then luckily he was able to enlist with the help, assistance of his former student, also great number theorist Richard Taylor. They were able to do that 1%, so to speak. Well, some people might say maybe not 1, but 5% or whatever. But it definitely was an important ingredient, but it was not. He had a sort of like a big new set of ideas, and this one thing didn't pan out. They were able to close it with Taylor, and it finally was published, and I think was accepted and reread in '95, and is believed to be correct. Now, what he proved actually was not Fermat's theorem itself, but a certain statement which is called Shimura-Taniyama-Bay conjecture, named after 3 mathematicians, 2 Japanese mathematicians and 1 French-born mathematician who worked also at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. And it was my colleague at UC Berkeley, Ken Ribbett, who in the 80s connected the 2 problems. So this is how it often works in mathematics. You want to prove statement A, instead you prove that A is equivalent to B. So after that, if you can prove B, this would automatically imply that A is correct. So this is what happened here. A was Fermat's last theorem, B was Shimura-Taniyama-Bay conjecture, and that's what Andrew Wiles and Richard Taylor really proved. So it requires, to get to Fermat's last theorem, it requires that bridge, which was established by my colleague Ken Ribbett at UC Berkeley. So now, what is the statement of Fermat's last theorem? Let me start with Pythagoras. Since we already talked about it, let me start with Pythagoras' theorem, which describes the right triangles. So what is a right triangle? It's a triangle in which one of the angles is 90 degrees, like this. So it has 3 sides. The longer side is called hypotenuse, and then there's 2 other sides. So if we denote the length of hypotenuse by z, and the 2 other sides x and y, then z squared is equal to x squared plus y squared. So that's the equation. Or x squared plus y squared equals z squared. And it turns out that this equation has solutions in natural numbers. Actually infinitely many solutions in natural numbers. For example, if x is, you take x equals 3, y equals 4, and z equals 5, then they solve this equation. Because 3 squared is 9, 4 squared is 16. 9 plus 16, 25. And that's 5 squared. So x squared plus y squared equals z squared is solved by x equals 3, y equals 4, z equals 5. And there are many other solutions of that nature.
Or we should say that natural numbers are whole numbers that are non-negative.
That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Now, what's Fermat's last theorem? Fermat asked, what will happen if we replace squares by cubes, for example? So x cubed plus y cubed equals z cubed. Are there any solutions in, what do you call natural numbers? It turns out there are none. What about fourth powers? Again, none.
Well, it seems like none, right?
So that was the statement. So this theorem says that the equation x cubed plus y cubed equals z cubed has no solutions in natural numbers. Remember, natural means positive whole numbers. So of course there's a trivial solution 0, 0, 0, so that this works, but you need all of them to be positive. X to the 4th plus y to the 4th equals z to the 4th also has no solutions. X to the 5th plus y to the 5th equals z to the 5th, no solutions. So you kind of see the trend. X to the n plus y to the n equals z to the n. If n is greater than 2, there's no solutions in natural numbers. That is a statement of Fermat's last theorem. Deceptively simple as far as famous theorems are concerned. You don't need to know anything beyond standard arithmetic, addition and multiplication of natural numbers. That's why a lot of people, both specialists and amateurs, try to prove it. Because it's so easy to formulate. So in fact, I think Fermat proved the case of cubes. I think he did actually prove some elsewhere the case of cubes, but so it remained like fourth. There are infinitely many cases, right? You have to, even if you prove it for cubes and for fourth power and fifth, then still there's 6, 7, and so on. There are infinitely many cases in which it has to be proved. And so, you see, this very simple result took 350 years to prove. And, but in a sense, it's like mathematicians, you would think mathematics is such a sterile profession. Everybody's so serious, almost like we're all wearing like lab coats and like take an elevator to the every tower.
Yes.
And however, look at all this drama. Look at all these dramas. Like, we also like drama. We also have narratives. We also have our myths. Here is a guy, is a 16th century mathematician or 17th century mathematician who leaves a note on the margin and motivates others to find the proof. Then how many cards were broken that they believed that they found the proof, and then later it was realized that the proof was incorrect, and so on. It brings us to modern day, and one last attempt. Andrew Wiles, who is very serious and respected and esteemed mathematician, announces the proof only to be faced with the same reality of his hopes dashed, seemingly dashed, and like there is a mistake, it doesn't work. And then to be able to recover a year later. How much drama in this one story, huh?
It's amazing, but from what you understand, from what you know, what was the process for him that is similar perhaps to your own life of walking along with the problem for months, not years?
Yes. So he worked, he has given interviews about it afterwards, so we know that he described his process. That, number one, he did not want to tell anybody because he was afraid that people find out that he's working on it. Because he was such a top-level mathematician, people would guess that he has some idea, that there is some idea. So, if you just know that somebody has an idea, this already gives you a great boost of confidence, right? So he didn't want people to have that information. So he didn't tell anybody that he was working on it, number one. Number two, he worked on it for 7 years, if I remember correctly, by himself. And then he thought he had it, and he was elated. Obviously, he was, very happy. And he announced it at a conference, I think it was in Cambridge University or Oxford University in the UK in 1993, I believe. So, this is really interesting because all of us, all mathematicians can relate to this, because I remember very well my first problem, how I solved my first problem. I described it in 11 Math in my book. So it was, how old was I? I was 18 years old. I was a student in Moscow, and I just lucked out that I was introduced to this great mathematician. Since I was not studying at Moscow University because of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, so I was in this technical school. But I was lucky that I had a mathematician who took me under his wing, and Dmitry Fuchs, who actually later came to the US, and he's still a professor at UC Davis, not so far from me. So he gave me this problem, and it's rather technical, so I will not try to describe it. But I do remember how much effort, that excitement, but also kind of a fear. What if I don't have what it takes? I lost sleep. So this was one consequence of this. For the first time in my life, I had trouble falling asleep, and this actually stayed for a couple of years afterwards. So then it was kind of like a wake-up call that I should take care of myself, not work too late, and so on. So that was sort of like that experience. And I was lucky that I was able to find a solution, number one, within 2 months maybe. And it was surprising, and it was beautiful. The answer was in terms of something which seemed to be from a different world, from a different area of mathematics. So I was very happy. And I do remember this moment when suddenly you see that. It's like in this case, it was literally, I had to compile these diagrams with what mathematicians call cohomology groups and spectral sequences, and manually calculate some numbers and trying to discern some system in it. And suddenly I saw that, how they all were governed by this one force, so to speak, one pattern. And that was absolutely wow. So it's like
What was it? So you're sitting there at a desk?
Actually, I lived in a town outside of Moscow, so I would take a train to Moscow. So it's what we call in Russia elektrichka, like this electric train, which was super slow, and it took more than 2 hours to cover that distance. And I think that the crucial insight came when I was in this, and I had to contain myself so I don't start screaming, to kill the other passengers in the car. So I was sitting there and staring at this paper. So, what I remember, that what came to me. I have something now which nobody else in the world has. I have a proof of that. First of all, it was not just a proof. Like in the case of Fermat, the statement is already made. That's why it's called conjecture. You make a statement, you don't have a proof yet. Then you try to prove it. In my case, I did not know what the answer would be. There was a type of question where the answer was unknown. So I had to find the answer and prove it. And the answer was very nice. So nobody knew, as far as I could tell, nobody knew because my teacher told me that he explored all the literature. This was not known. So suddenly I felt that I was in possession of this. Now, it was a little thing. It was not cure for cancer. It was not a large language model. But it was something undeniably real, meaningful, and it was mine, kind of. Like I had it. Nobody else. I had not published it. I hadn't even told anybody. And it's a very strange feeling, to have that.
Were you worried that this treasure could be stolen?
Not at the time. So later on, there were situations where I was exposed to those type of experiences. But at that time, I didn't think of that. I was still this starry-eyed kid, who was just obsessed with mathematics, with this beauty and discovering those beautiful facts, beautiful results. So I didn't even think that it could be possible that somebody would steal it or whatever. I just wanted to share it with my teacher as soon as possible, and he understood quickly, and he's like, it's true,
Is there something you can give color to the drama? Eric Weinstein has spoken about some of the challenges, some of the triumphs and challenges of his time at Harvard. So, is there something to that drama of people stealing each other's ideas or not allocating credit enough?
Oh, sure, yes.
All of that,
Yes.
and creating psychological stressors because of that.
Happens all the time, yes, unfortunately.
On young minds and so on.
Could have a very bad effect.
Is that just the way of life, or is this?
I think we can definitely do better, and I think the first step is to kind of admit that we are not 100% seekers of truth, that we are human beings, and all the good and bad and ugly qualities can be present, and to have some kind of dialogue in my subject, in mathematics. But this has not happened yet. There have been some famous cases where people have been accused, which have been resolved, or partially resolved, or unresolved, and everybody knows it, but there isn't a systematic effort, as far as I can tell, of really trying to create some rules, some ethics rules. This is fair game, this is not fair game, so that as a community, we strive to get better. I think that for most people, it's more like keeping your head in the sand and kind of pretending that it doesn't happen. Or it happens some isolated instance. Well, my experience is not like that at all. I think it does happen much more often than it should. That's my opinion.
So there's the pool of academia is fascinating. One of the reasons I really love it is you have young minds with fresh ideas. And that same innocence you had when you first on the train have that brilliant breakthrough. And then you throw that in together with senior, exceptional, world-class scientists who have, first of all, are getting older. Second of all, maybe they have partaken in the drug of fame and money and status and recognition, so that starts to literally corrupt all of our human minds. And you throw that mix in together.
Yeah.
Mostly without rules. And it's beautiful, because that's where the ideas of old contend with the new, wild-eyed, crazy ideas, and they clash, and there's tension, and there's a dance to it, but then there's the old human corruption that can take advantage of the young minds. It's unclear what to do with that. I mean, part of that is just the way of life, and there's tragedies. And oftentimes, when you look at who wins the Nobel Prize, it's also tragic because sometimes so many minds are the trajectory to the breakthrough idea involves so many different minds, young and old.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think it's like with everything else. The path is to more self-awareness, and it's like owning up your own stuff and not blaming other people, not projecting onto other people, but taking responsibility. And that's true for everything. And the problem here, unique problem for mathematics, I would say physicists and chemists are better. They actually have better sort of ethical rules and so on, especially biologists. Because I think in part it's because there is much more money involved, because they have to get grants and so on. So for them, the question of priority, who discovered what first, is much more serious, because there's really some serious money. Mathematics, who cares? Like Fermat's last theorem was proved.
Yeah.
Did everyone become a millionaire? No.
I think he got a prize.
He won a prize, but those prizes are not.
I think that one was a big prize, but in general, there's not much.
I think he won the Nobel Prize eventually, which is about $1 million. So, but sometimes I joke about this, that this is the hardest way to win $1 million. So, but amongst mathematicians, I think the trouble is that we are so insulated from society because it's such a pure subject. It draws in very specific psychological types. And I can speak about myself. I did not realize it at the time, but later on, I definitely saw, I mentioned some of it earlier, that for me, mathematics was a refuge from the cruelty of the life I experienced, from discrimination that I experienced when I applied to Moscow University at 16, being failed at the exam and stuff like that, which I describe in my book as well. But that was my way. I was like, I don't trust this world. I don't want to deal with it. I want to hide in this Platonic reality of pure forms. This is where I know how to operate. I love this, and I couldn't be bothered in some sense for a while, up to a point. As I was getting older and more mature, I was becoming more and more interested in other things. But I think that's one of the reasons, and one of the reasons why I wrote Love and Math was precisely to break that cycle. That it's a quiet guy in the corner that goes into math, and not the flamboyant, jock or DJ. I wanted to show how beautiful the subject is, to attract this new blood, so that different psychological types and more women would join, because then they would have students who would look at them and whom they will inspire, and then it would be instead of a vicious circle, it would be a virtuous circle. And I have to say, I think it's happening, not because of my efforts alone. Obviously, there are many other mathematicians who are around the same time starting to put more effort. Because see, if the old stereotype mathematician is so enclosed, you're not interested in even exposing the beauty of your subject to other people, you see? And then it becomes this vicious circle. But this one day, not one day, all the time I meet these students who say, your book is the reason why I chose math as my major. And I'm proud, especially when it's women who tell me this. And they are cool, they are DJs at the same time, and they are social, and they have friends, and they go out, and so on. You see, so then they carry the torch. Because then they will be more likely to share this beauty with others, to attract more students and so on. So I think this dam was broken. So now we have more influx. And once we have people who are more able to connect at the personal level, that's when we also become more self-aware as a community, I think, and that's when we should be able to have a chance to improve in terms of our ethical rules and stuff like that.
So let me return to our friend Eric Weinstein for a question that I would ask anyway, but let's have a non-Russian ask the Russian question. Ask him about the Russian concepts of friendship, science, gender, and love versus the American. You can. So there is a deep romanticism that you have that runs through your book, Love and Matt. Is part of that something you've picked up from the Russian culture? What can you speak to that fueled both your fascination with math and your fascination, no, your prioritization of the human experience of love?
Good question. I definitely there is some influence of the Russian culture, of Russian literature, perhaps, But also, like there's so many things. How do we develop certain sensibilities? Like, why do we care about this and not that? Like, why do I care, for instance, about, like you said, about this romantic ideals, so to speak, of mathematics? That's certainly not something that is automatic. That some people care about it, some people don't. And I'm not saying it is superior or inferior. It's just how my composition, my psychological composition is like that. And it's an interesting question, like what is the cause of it? So I think that we cannot really know, but there are some aspects of it, of course. The experiences, life experiences, are upbringing, family. Like I was surrounded by love by my parents, on the one hand, but on the other side, perhaps they were a little overprotective of me. So I was kind of like, too much, kind of like taken care of. So then when I, on one hand, it developed some sensitivity, but was kind of not ready for the challenges
The real world.
of the real world. So then that struggle, and then being lost, and then being able to overcome and to learn, and then if you do, if you don't lose, you don't appreciate maybe. But sometimes when we lose something and then regain it, then we cherish it, we appreciate it, and then it becomes something important. Also, various difficulties, the upsetting experiences, or I would say traumatic experiences. Growing up, in the Soviet Union, that was not a walk in the park, because there were a lot of issues there that I had to go through, and then it doesn't break you, it makes you stronger. But in my case, what happened was that, for some of it, it took me 30 years to really come to terms with it and to really understand what happened. It gave me this motivation to strive to become a mathematician, which maybe I wouldn't have otherwise. It charged me, supercharged me. I'm talking about, for instance, the experience with exam at Moscow University.
Can you take me through that experience?
So, this is 1984. We spoke about Orwell earlier. And I was applying to Moscow University, mathematics department. It's called Mehmat.
Which is like, for people who don't know, like the place.
It was the only place to study pure mathematics in Moscow, period.
But also considered to be one of the great places on earth.
And it's like a huge building, this monolith of a building in Moscow University. So, because, as I said, a year earlier, Evgeny Evgenyevich converted me into math, capitalizing on my love for quantum physics. And so I spent a whole year studying with him, and I was really kind of at the level of, in some subjects, a level of like early graduate studies. So it seemed like it would be a breeze to get into Moscow University. But in fact, little did I know that there was a policy of anti-Semitism where students like me would be failed by special examiners, mostly during the oral exam with mathematics, but occasionally it would be written tests and stuff. Now, my father is Jewish by blood. He was not religious. His family was not religious. My mom is Russian. But since my last name was my father's name, so it was very easy to read what my nationality was. And so can you imagine there were special people who would screen up applicants, who would put aside files of the undesirables. There would be special examiners who were actually professors at this university, who would be designated as those who would take the exam from those undesirables. It's almost comical when you look back now, and also like questions why. There was no reason other than just hatred of the other. That's how I see it.
And just to give it a little bit more color, so because you mentioned nationality, it's a little quirk that perhaps gives an insight to the bigger system, that the nationality listed on your birth certificate when you're Jewish is Jewish, and when you're not Jewish is listed as Russian.
For me, it was Russian. So first of all, in the inner part, everybody has an internal passport, and there you have first name, patronymic name, last name, date of birth. So these are four. The fifth column is nationality, which comes from the nationality of the parents and so on. In my case, it was written Russian because my mom was Russian, but it didn't save me because that was my dad's last name. And so anyway, this was the toughest experience that I had up until that point. And there was these two people who came into the room where I was the only undesirable. All other kids were being questioned by other examiners, but they told me that we cannot question you. We are waiting for special examiners. So I was like, oh, something's afoot. And so these two guys came, and for 4 hours, basically, and were asking me questions which were not in the program and so on. But I was a kid, I was 16 years old. I tried to answer the best I can, but it was a setup. It's been documented since then. There are even lists of problems that were given to undesirables in those days. In my year, no Jewish applicants, as far as I know. Jewish by this metric were accepted. So then I had to go to this. There was one school, technical school in Moscow, which was the Institute for Oil and Gas Exploration, which had a applied mathematics program. And that's where me and many of the kids who were not accepted to Moscow University ended up. And so, but the point is, and then I was so motivated by this because I wanted to show those guys, that within 5 years, less than 5 years, I got a letter from the president of Harvard University inviting me as a visiting professor to Harvard. I was 21. I was barely 21 because I already did some research in the meantime. That's how motivated I was, So, but the interesting aspect of it is that for the longest time afterwards, I was telling myself a story that nothing really happened. It wasn't so bad. Okay, so I was failed, but I knew that I was going to succeed. It was 30 years later that I finally got to meet that boy, that 16-year-old, that I neglected this time. And I realized that he died, that it was a crushing blow.
The innocence?
Not just innocence, because there was no way, it looked like there was no way I could become a mathematician. Because if you don't accept me there, it's over. I didn't know that I could actually find this thriving applied math program, and then eventually somebody would take me under his wing and so on, and then could move to the United States. That was not in the realm of possibilities. So in other words, there was nothing to look forward to. It was clear that it's over. I cannot do what I love. And so when I finally connected to that boy, oh my God, that was a totally different experience. All the pain and all the trauma came to the surface, and it was a kind of a tsunami. I wasn't sure I would survive this. It was so hard. And what happened was I was invited to give a talk about this in New York. It was kind of a spoken word event about science, but like personal experiences related to science. This was almost a year after my book came out. In my book, one of the first chapters is a chapter about this experience. But what I realize now is that I wrote it from the third person perspective. I knew the facts, but I was not emotionally connected to that experience. However, since I wanted to write the book and to connect to my readers, I allowed the boy to write it. So a lot of people were touched by it. And people would say, wow, that chapter, it really got a lot of resonance. It was translated into other language even before the book was published. I was surprised by this because I didn't know yet. So the adult Edward was not yet in touch, but the book gave the outlet to the child. So, and that kind of started the process. So finally, almost a year later, I'm in New York at this event, and the night before, I'm in my hotel room, and I was like, okay, what am I going to talk about tomorrow? And I take a piece of paper just to, my usual preparation, for things. And then suddenly I had this vision that I will walk out with a microphone tomorrow, and I will just start crying. And I was like, by that time, I already had an insight that it's possible to have that kind of a splitting, kind of dissociation. I was not, but things were happening quickly. There was someone in my life who explained to me this idea that some things are under the radar of awareness, but they may still influence you. And a lot of that could be connected to some experiences in your childhood. So I was kind of ready for it from different angles. I was so surprised because I was like, what is there to remember? I know everything. So then my inner voice says, all right, then you have nothing to worry about. So the world tomorrow, you will speak about this. And if you start crying, it's not a problem. I was like, no, I don't want to cry in front of people. I want to find out what it is, what happened. And I sat on my bed, closed my eyes, and it came. So it's hard to describe. So this is what and the sheer energy of it, and how much effort it took to suppress it actually for all these years. How much effort it took to build that pantsir, I would say in Russian, that hardcore, around myself. So that, and the thing, later I realized there were moments when it could come out. And for instance, I developed this fear of public speaking. And there are all kinds of little things that I now feel were connected. So anyway, I saw what happened now through the eyes of that child. I saw how difficult it was, how crushed he was. And it looked completely hopeless. And I felt like, what's the point of living now for me? Now that I know how cruel this world is, which I didn't realize before because I prefer to wear this pink, the rose-colored glasses. But then something happened. It's so strange. It's like you feel that inside of you there is this dead child. And it is incredibly sad. I mean, it's like, I can't even describe it. But suddenly he comes alive. And suddenly it's like, oh, he's here. And I had a little talk with him. And I said, look, and now I thank you. I'm so sorry that I neglected you for so long. I didn't know. Thank you for doing this. And it's almost like, I felt like the image came to mind is like a fallen soldier. Like you leave a fallen soldier on the battlefield, a wounded soldier, and then you come back to take him with you. And I said, but look what we have done. Look at us now. It was not in vain. We are doing okay. And it's kind of almost just like holding that child and that sense of who I am, and feeling it. So the next day, I went to the microphone and I let him speak for the first time about his experience in his own voice. It was incredible. People were crying and afterwards came up to me and started sharing stories and so on. Because it is a story, it's a universal story. It's an archetypal story. It's the story of rejection and being treated unfairly. We all know it. And I think it's so important to realize that it's possible to revisit those moments. It's possible to reconnect to our little ones. It's possible to bring it back. And we are better for it because this changed my life, this experience. Then suddenly it's like a floodgate. There were many other things that came. That's when I became interested in the dimensions of imagination and intuition and so on, because suddenly
I realized that I was deprived of that possibility of looking at the world through the eyes of a child, because that child was frozen in time. I was not connected to him. But suddenly he's with me, and he's like, almost like opens his doors and says, "Look." So,
if I could ask you about, there's a difficult idea here. There's a tension. I've interacted with a few folks in my personal life and in general that have lived through this experience of unfairness and cruelty in the world as young people. And what wisdom do you draw from the action you took of not acknowledging that you were a victim to cruelty, but instead just working your ass off, working harder? And then the flip side of that is you eventually reconnecting with the cruelty that you experienced. Because if you did that early on,
I was not ready for it. It is a defense mechanism. I could have committed, there were kids who committed suicide after this experience. I could have committed suicide because it's too much. And it is well known afterwards, of course, I became aware of all the literature about childhood trauma and so on. And I've been speaking publicly about it since then too. And so, it is well-known issue and well-known kind of universal phenomena. I think that, interesting enough, even though now I see a lot of discussion of it, now that my eyes are open, but somehow before I didn't see it. So that, which also shows you how our confirmation bias, kind of like how we screen ourselves, how we turn a blind eye to things which do not confirm our views, or for which we are not yet ready. And by the way, nobody should push to do it too soon. I'm glad I developed certain strengths. I was confident. I was strong to withstand this. And if I weren't, who knows how it could turn out. So it is a very subtle kind of alchemical process, which I don't think there is a recipe, there's a formula. The reason I'm talking about this is just to share this experience, because I think that the only thing we can do in this, in some sense, is to share with each other, because then we can find, for instance, if somebody shared with me, it would naturally lead me maybe to get closer to that, to kind of understanding. It's really just personal stories. It's not. Obviously, there is a component where professionals could be involved, professional therapists and so on. In my case, it somehow happened miraculously. Well, I did have support, but not from professional therapists, but from like dear friends. So I did have. You do need some. I had somebody at the time who basically held my hand, and through this experience, yes, it was invaluable and could not be done otherwise. So, I think it's very common. And here's the thing. I would not do it in any other way. When I reconnected, and I saw all the horrors and so on, but I also was able to see that my examiners were victims of their own situation, that they fell for this bogus theories, or maybe it was more of an issue of career advancement or something. And I also realized they must have suffered as well, because they must have had some kind of conscience about it, that acting in this way towards sort of basically kids, So it wasn't pretty from their point of view. So I could forgive them, and I could also appreciate what a boost of energy it gave me. If I was accepted and I was a first-year student, I would leave at the door because I was in the, I'd be probably partying and drinking, and who knows what? Maybe I wouldn't even become a mathematician. But this focused me like a laser, without me even thinking about it. It just happened. I didn't care about anything but doing mathematics, and it paid off. It changed my life. So was it good or bad? Paradox.
Seems like life is full of those. You said you lost your father 4 years ago.
Yeah.
What have you learned about life from your dad?
That's another big one. Yeah, because I was very close to him, and it was tough. It was tough, and I was sort of not ready for it, because up until that point I lived pretending that death does not exist. When my grandparents died, I was already in the US, so it was very convenient, and I couldn't go back, so I grieved, but it kind of was a bit abstract for me. I didn't see their dead bodies, I didn't bury them and so on. So I waited till the first death in my life was my father, like of really close loved ones, and I was absolutely devastated. He was such an amazing creature, such an amazing human being. He was the kindest, smartest, the most funny, just it's really funny and just really fun to be with. This is what I miss, obviously. I would just love to hang out with him. So, and then suddenly he's not there. So stuff, but it kind of changed my perspective.
You miss him?
I miss him tremendously. I miss him tremendously. But in a way, I learned that he never left me. It sounds so. Words are so, like they are. You cannot express in words what I'm trying to say. But
do you carry him with you?
Yeah, and in some sense I always did, and I saw that it's always been. It was really we were one in some sense, like we were. But there was this experience of two people being together, and that I missed tremendously. But he gave me so much, and let me tell you one aspect of it. For instance, when he was a kid, his father was sent to Gulag on bogus pretenses, right? So when he was 16, he applied to university. He wanted to become a theoretical physicist. By the way, my love for theoretical physics was to a large extent because of that. And he was not accepted, even though he was brilliant, because he was the son of the enemy of the people. And it kind of broke him, this experience, that he didn't care when he was, he went to technical school and he didn't really care. That's my take on it. And then he ended up in this little provincial town, and he thought he would escape from it as soon as possible. And then he met my mother, and they fell in love. And so, I am sort of the product of that, of physics. But then, what I learned is that because he was not able to overcome that specific experience, it fell to me to do it. And if I didn't, my son or my daughter would have. I think that was one of the things I learned. That it was not by chance. That about the same age, for slightly different reasons, I was subjected to the same kind of unfairness and cruelty. And in some ways, I feel like I did it for him also. Because he was also always so proud of me. I was so happy. And I had this tremendous gift. Twice, I was invited by American Mathematical Society to give these big lectures. Twice. It was in 2012 and in 2018. And those times they were in Boston. It could be anywhere in the US. Both times was in Boston, walking distance from my parents' place. So he could be there, and my mom as well. And that was such a gift that he was beaming, like seeing me on the stage. So,
Now that he's no longer here and it's just you.
No, I still have my mom, I still have my sister.
Yeah, but as a man, there's some aspect that it's that it does hit you hard. Are you afraid of your own death? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
I have a certain conceptual view of life and death today, which is informed by my experiences, in particular going through my father's death. And that is something which cannot be conceptualized, like that experience. Like you cannot give it to somebody. One thing I will say is that I felt that what it was actually love totally exposed, like naked.
And you try to throw, it is so acute. So being facing that love is incredibly painful because it's so intense. When this person is alive, we have conversation, we have words, we have some actions, we have some stuff is going on, and it puts a filter. So we rarely actually feel love in this totally, completely pure, unadulterated state. But when a person dies, it's there, and it's staring at you, and no matter what you do, you cannot remove it. Like I try to, it's like almost I felt like I want to throw a blanket over it. It burns, like immediately, like boom, gone. It's there. Live through it. And I kept saying to myself, live through it, live through it. That's how you know, also learn what is love, for example. What is it really? What is love? What is life also? Because I was completely, I had no idea. And then you kind of learn that, okay, so maybe it's not quite, there's more to it. There's more to eat. There's more to this experience than what can be put in a concept or in a sentence, in a maybe poetry or music can do some justice to it. But if so, then my own life has that component, has that dimension, which is beyond anything I can say about it, you know. And even though I love this, playing this role, I love it, and it kind of makes me feel different about all kinds of difficulties that arise, because it's almost like I want to enjoy it, because that's what being human is. It's being terrified, it's being frustrated, it's being self-loathing sometimes, it's not knowing, but also being joyful, and just like let's just enjoy it, kind of all of it. Like that's why you came here for, in some sense, you know. It's like not trying to run away from things, but kind of trying to just live through them and appreciate. So the biggest thing is gratitude in some sense. It's just gratitude. So thank you for letting me play.
It's gratitude for every single moment, even if it's dark, even if it's
Yes,
lost.
and that's why I'm
everything.
so. People around me, they all say that it's total doom and gloom and the world is ending, and I'm like, first of all, that's how you see it, okay? That's not the only point of view. But also, even if it is, like, that's your challenge. Like, what are you going to do about it? Stop complaining about other people. Do something yourself. How can you make it a better world? You know?
And I think all of that starts with just a gratitude for the moment, to be able to play this game.
Yeah. How beautiful it is.
What, we've talked about love, but let me ask, what role does love play in this whole game, in the human condition?
It's like the glue, you know, it's like for me, it's like and it's not because people say love is like for a human being, like a romantic love, which is a huge component of it, obviously, because it's so beautiful to be able to express it in this way. But it could be love for what you do, for your passion for something, you know, and or love for your friends, for instance, or love. It doesn't have to be, and so in some sense that's that's what it's all about, and ultimately, because living without love, it's kind of bland and boring, and so.
And I don't think it's possible for science to explain exactly what it is. You can do a evolutionary biology perspective. You can talk about some kind of sociology perspective, psychology perspective, but the experience, the intensity, where you forget, where time, we're reminded, becomes an illusion, and everything just freezes. And then it's kind of beautiful and painful to hear you say that when you've experienced love, the deepest is when you lost it.
Yes, but in a sense, you can say that you could not have one without the other. You could not have that deep connection with my father, like really on so many levels. If there weren't a moment, that's how I see it, and I'm not trying to say that's how everybody should see it. For instance, I respect Ray Kurzweil. I respect, and I feel, and I almost like I feel goosebumps right now. I feel that desire to reconnect, even if it is in the form of a computer program. Let's be honest. I find it to be very moving,
I find it very moving, and I understand because he actually didn't have a chance to spend much time. You know, I think he was 16 or something when he was a teenager. His dad died. I was lucky because my father died. I was much older. I've had so many moments with him, but that's not my thing. Like, I think it is a feature, it's not a bug, and it sounds crazy. Like, I would give anything to have him here right now. Right now, everything I have, I give it away right now.
Yeah.
When do I sign?
Yeah.
Just see him for 1 hour. I promise you, I will. But I also know that then I'll still lose him, or I will die, or whatever. You know, so that thing. So why is it so worse to just holding on to it? Why? Why are we holding on to this? And I'm the first sucker. I'm the first one to hold on. But I'm questioning it now. Like, is there another way to approach life where you just, you know, how Buddha is like, just let it go, enjoy, and let it go, enjoy and let it go. Is it possible?
Accept the paradox of it.
Well, ask me in a couple of years. You know, I will report. But I think that, but to my mathematical mind, it sounds like a very interesting idea, to be honest. Because to me, the idea of holding sounds like an impasse. Because no matter, in all my experience, and if you look in history, every time somebody's holding, you know, it's how they say that the matrix, whatever has a beginning has an end. It's like you cannot go around it. If you have a beginning, you will have an end. So then, might as well just enjoy it and not worry too much about extending it longer. That's how I see it now, but maybe tomorrow will be something else, you know?
Yeah, the roller coaster of life, the paradox of life.
Right.
Edward, you're an incredible human being. I've been a fan for a long time. Thank you for writing Love and Math. Thank you for being who you are, being both one of the greatest living mathematicians and still childlike wonder of the exploring how this whole world works, the nature of the universe. And thank you so much for speaking with me today. This is amazing.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Edward Frankel. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Sofia Kovalevskaya, a Russian mathematician. It is impossible to be a mathematician without being a poet in the soul. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, his third time on the podcast. He's a computer scientist, mathematician, theoretical physicist, and the founder of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the new Wolfram Physics project. This conversation is a wild, technical roller coaster ride through topics of complexity, mathematics, physics, computing, and consciousness. I think this is what this podcast is becoming, a wild ride. Some episodes are about physics, some about robots, some are about war and power, some are about the human condition and our search for meaning, and some are just what the comedian Tim Dillon calls fun. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out the sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Stephen Wolfram. Almost 20 years ago, you published A New Kind of Science, where you presented a study of complexity and an approach for modeling of complex systems. So, let us return again to the core idea of complexity. What is complexity?
I don't know, I think that's not the most interesting question. It's like, you know, if you ask a biologist, what is life?
Yeah.
That's not the question they care the most about. What I was interested in is, how does something that we would usually identify as complexity arise in nature? And I got interested in that question like 50 years ago, which is really embarrassingly a long time ago. And, you know, I was, you know, how does snowflakes get to have complicated forms? How do galaxies get to have complicated shapes? How does, you know, how do living systems get produced? Things like that. And the question is, what's the sort of underlying scientific basis for those kinds of things? And the thing that I was at first very surprised by, because I've been doing physics and particle physics and fancy mathematical physics and so on, and it's like, I know all this fancy stuff. I should be able to solve this sort of basic science question, and I couldn't. This was like early, maybe 1980-ish time frame. And it's like, okay, what can one do to understand this sort of basic secret that nature seems to have? It seems like nature, you look around in the natural world, it's full of incredibly complicated forms. You look at sort of most engineered kinds of things, for instance, they tend to be, we've got sort of circles and lines and things like this. And the question is, what secret does nature have that lets it make all this complexity that we, in doing engineering, for example, don't naturally seem to have? And so that was the kind of the thing that I got interested in. And then the question was, could I understand that with things like mathematical physics? Well, it didn't work very well. So then I got to thinking about, okay, is there some other way to try to understand this? And then the question was, if you're going to look at some system in nature, how do you make a model for that system, for what that system does? So, a model is some abstract representation of the system, some formal representation of the system. What is the raw material that you can make that model out of? And so what I realized was, well, actually programs are a really good source of raw material for making models of things. And, in terms of my personal history, to me that seemed really obvious. And the reason it seemed really obvious is that I just spent several years building this big piece of software that was sort of a predecessor to Mathematica and Orphan Language, a thing called SMP, Symbolic Manipulation Program, which was something that had this idea of starting from just these computational primitives and building up everything one had to build up. And so kind of the notion of, well, let's just try and make models by starting from computational primitives and seeing what we can build up, that seemed like a totally obvious thing to do. In retrospect, it might not have been externally quite so obvious, but it was obvious to me at the time, given the path that I happened to have been on. So, so that got me into this question of, let's use programs to model what happens in nature. And the question then is, well, what kind of programs? And we're used to programs that you write for some particular purpose, and it's a big long piece of code and it does some specific thing. But what I got interested in was, okay, if you just go out into the sort of computational universe of possible programs, you say, take the simplest program you can imagine, what does it do? And so I started studying these things called cellular automata. Actually, I didn't know at first they were called cellular automata, but I found that out subsequently. But it's just a line of cells, each one is black or white, and it's just some rule that says the color of this cell is determined by the color that it had on the previous step and its two neighbors on the previous step. And I had initially thought that's, sufficiently simple setup is not going to do anything interesting. It's always going to be simple, no complexity, simple rules, simple behavior. Okay, but then I actually ran the computer experiment, which is pretty easy to do. It probably took a few hours originally, and the results were not what I'd expected at all. Now, needless to say, the way that science actually works, the results that I got had a lot of unexpected things which I thought were really interesting, but the really strongest result, which was already right there in the printouts I made, I didn't really understand for a couple more years. So it was not, the compressed version of the story is you run the experiment and you immediately see what's going on, but I wasn't smart enough to do that, so to speak. But the big thing is, even with very simple rules of that type, sort of the minimal, tiniest program, sort of the one-line program or something, it's possible to get very complicated behavior. My favorite example is this thing called Rule 30, which is a particular cellular automaton rule. You just start it off from one black cell, and it makes this really complicated pattern. And so that, for me, was sort of a critical discovery that then kind of said, playing back onto, how does nature make complexity, I sort of realized that might be how it does it. That might be kind of the secret that it's using, is that in this kind of computational universe of possible programs, it's actually pretty easy to get programs where, even though the program is simple, the behavior when you run the program is not simple at all. And that was, so for me, that was the kind of the story of kind of how that was sort of the indication that one had got an idea of what the sort of secret that nature uses to make complexity, and the complexity, how complexity can be made in other places. Now, if you say, what is complexity? It's complexity is, it's not easy to tell what's going on. That's the informal version of what is complexity.
But there is something going on. But it's
there's
not
a
easy
rule.
to know what.
Right.
Well, no, the rules can generate just randomness, right?
Well, that's not obvious. In other words,
That's not obvious,
it's
right.
not obvious at all. And it wasn't what I expected. It's not what people's intuition had been and has been for for a long time. As one might think, you have a rule, you can tell there's a rule behind it. I mean, it's just like the early robots in science fiction movies. Right? You can tell it's a robot because it does simple things. Right? It turns out that isn't actually the right story, but it's not obvious that isn't the right story because people assume simple rules, simple behavior. And that the sort of the key discovery about the computational universe is that isn't true. And that discovery goes very deep and relates to all kinds of things that I've spent years and years studying. But that in the end, the sort of the what is complexity is, well, you can't easily tell what it's going to do. You could just run the rule and see what happens, but you can't just say, oh, show me the rule, great, and now I know what's going to happen. And the key phenomenon around that is this thing I call computational irreducibility, this fact that in something like Rule 30, you might say, well, what's it going to do after 1 million steps? Well, you can run it for 1 million steps and just do what it does to find out, but you can't compress that, you can't reduce that and say, I'm going to be able to jump ahead and say, this is what it's going to do after 1 million steps, but I don't have to go through anything like that computational effort.
By the way, has anybody succeeded at that? You had a challenge, a competition, for predicting the middle column of Rule 30. Anybody?
Oh, a number of people have sent things in, and sort of people are picking away at it, but it's hard. I mean, I've been actually even proving that the center column of Rule 30 doesn't repeat. That's something I think might be doable. Okay?
Mathematically proven.
Yes, and so that's analogous to a similar kind of things like the digits of pi, which are also generated in this very deterministic way. And so a question is, how random are the digits of pi? For example, does first of all, do the digits of pi ever repeat? Well, we know they don't, because it was proved in the 1800s that pi is not a rational number. So that means only rational numbers have digit sequences that repeat. So we know the digits of pi don't repeat. So now the question is, does 0, 1, 2, 3 or whatever, do all the digits base 10 or base 2 or however you work it out, do they all occur with equal frequency? Nobody knows. That's far away from what can be understood mathematically at this point. And that's kind of, but I'm even looking for step 1, which is prove that the center column doesn't repeat, and then prove other things about it, like equidistribution of equal numbers of zeros and ones. And those are things which I kind of set up this little prize thing because I thought those were not too out of range. Those are things which are within, a modest amount of time. It's conceivable that those could be done. They're not far away from what current mathematics might allow. They'll require a bunch of cleverness and hopefully some interesting new ideas that will be useful other places.
But you started in 1980 with this idea before I think you realized this idea of programs. You thought that there might be some kind of thermodynamic like randomness, and then complexity comes from a clever filter that you kind of like, I don't know, spaghetti or something. You filter the randomness and out comes complexity, which is an interesting intuition. And how do we know that's not actually what's happening? So just because you were then able to develop, look, you don't need this like incredible randomness. You can just have very simple, predictable initial conditions and predictable rules, and then from that emerge complexity. Still, there might be some systems where it's filtering randomness in the inputs.
Well, the point is, when you have randomness in the input, that means there's all kinds of information in the input.
Yeah.
And in a sense, what you get out will be maybe just something close to what you put in. Like people are very in dynamical systems theory, sort of big area of mathematics that developed from the early 1900s and really got big in the 1980s. An example of what people study there a lot, and its popular version is chaos theory. And an example of what people study a lot is the shift map, which is basically taking 2x mod 1, the fractional part of 2x, which is basically just taking digits in binary and shifting them to the left. So at every step, you get to see, if you say, how big is this number that I got out? Well, the most important digit in that number is whatever ended up at the left-hand end. But now if you start off from an arbitrary random number, which is quotes randomly chosen, so all its digits are random, then when you run that sort of chaos theory shift map, all that you get out is just whatever you put in. You just get to see it's not obvious that you would excavate all of those digits, and if you're, for example, making a theory, I don't know, fluid mechanics, for example, if there was that phenomenon in fluid mechanics, then the equations of fluid mechanics can't be right. Because what that would be saying is, the equations of that it matters to the fluid what happens in the fluid at the level of the millionth digit of the initial conditions, which is far below the point at which you're hitting kind of sizes of molecules and things like that. So it's kind of almost explaining if that phenomenon is an important thing. It's kind of telling you that the fluid dynamics, which describes fluids as continuous media and so on, isn't really right. But so this idea that it's a tricky thing, because as soon as you put randomness in, you have to know how much of what's coming out is what you put in versus how much is actually something that's being generated. And what's really nice about these systems where you just have very simple initial conditions and where you get random stuff out, seemingly random stuff out, is you don't have that issue. You don't have to argue about was there something complicated put in, because it's plainly obvious there wasn't. Now, as a practical matter in doing experiments, the big thing is if the thing you see is complex and reproducible, then it didn't come from just filtering some quotes randomness from the outside world. It has to be something that is intrinsically made, because it wouldn't otherwise be. It could be the case that you set things up and it's always the same each time, and you say, well, it's kind of the same, but it's not random each time, because kind of the definition of it being random is it was kind of picked at random each time, so to speak.
So, is it possible to for sure know that our universe does not, at the fundamental level, have randomness? Is it possible to conclusively say there's no randomness at the bottom?
Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, science, natural science is an inductive business, right? You observe a bunch of things and you say, can we fit these together? What is our hypothesis for what's going on? The thing that I think I can say fairly definitively is, at this point, we understand enough about fundamental physics that if there was sort of an extra dice being thrown, it's something that doesn't need to be there. We can get what we see without that. Now, could you add that in as an extra little featureoid, without breaking the universe? Probably, but in fact, almost certainly yes. But is it necessary for understanding the universe? No. And I think actually from a more fundamental point of view, I think I might be able to argue. So one of the things that I've been interested in and been pretty surprised that I've had anything sentient to say about is the question of why does the universe exist? I didn't think that was a question that I would, I thought that was a far out there metaphysical kind of thing. Even the philosophers have stayed away from that question for the most part. It's such a kind of difficult to address question. But I actually think, to my great surprise, that from our physics project and so on, that it is possible to actually address that question and explain why the universe exists. And I kind of have a suspicion, I've not thought it through, I kind of have a suspicion that that explanation will eventually show you that in no meaningful sense can there be randomness underneath the universe. That is, that if there is, it's something that is necessarily irrelevant to our perception of the universe. That is, that it could be there, but it doesn't matter, because in a sense we've already, whatever it would do, whatever extra thing it would add, is not relevant to our perception of what's going on.
So why does the universe exist? How does the irrelevance of randomness connect to the big why question of the universe?
I mean, why does the universe exist? Well, let's see.
And is this the only universe we got?
It's the only one. About that I'm pretty sure.
So now, maybe which of these topics is better to enter first? Why does the universe exist, and why you think it's the only one that exists?
Well, I think they're very closely related. Okay. So I mean, the first thing, let's see. I mean, this why does the universe exist question is built on top of all these things that we've been figuring out about fundamental physics. Because if you want to know why the universe exists, you kind of have to know what the universe is made of. And I think the let me describe a little bit about the why does the universe exist question. So the main issue is, let's say you have a model for the universe, and you say, I've got this program or something, and you run it and you make the universe. Now you say, well, why is that program actually running? And people say, you've got this program that makes the universe, what computer is it running on? Right? What does it mean? What actualizes something? 2 + 2 = 4, but that's different from saying there's a pile of 2 rocks and another pile of 2 rocks, and somebody moves them together and makes 4, so to speak. And so what is it that kind of turns it from being just this formal thing to being something that is actualized? Okay, so there we have to start thinking about, well, what do we actually know about what's going on in the universe? Well, we are observers of this universe, but confusingly enough, we're part of this universe. So in a sense, if we say, what do we know about what's going on in the universe? Well, what we know is what sort of our consciousness records about what's going on in the universe.
Mm-hmm. And so consciousness is part of the fabric of the universe, so we're in it.
Yes, we're in it. And maybe I should start off by saying something about the consciousness story, because that's
yes. Maybe we should begin even before that, at the very base layer of the Wolfram Physics Project. Maybe you can give a broad overview, once again, really quick, about this hypergraph model.
Yes.
And also, what is it, a year and a half ago, since you've brought this project to the world, what is the status update? What are all the beautiful ideas you have come across? What are the interesting things you can mention?
It's a frigging Cambrian explosion. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, there are all these things which I've kind of wondered about for years, and suddenly there's actually a way to think about them. Mm-hmm. And I really did not see, I mean, the real strength of what's happened, I absolutely did not see coming. And the real strength of it is, we've got this model for physics, but it turns out it's a foundational kind of model that's a different kind of computation-like model that I'm kind of calling the sort of multi-computational model. Mm-hmm. And that kind of model is applicable not only to physics, but also to lots of other kinds of things. And one reason that's extremely powerful is because physics has been very successful. So we know a lot based on what we figured out in physics. And if we know that the same model governs physics and governs, I don't know, economics, linguistics, immunology, whatever, we know that the same kind of model governs those things. We can start using things that we've successfully discovered in physics and applying those intuitions in all these other areas. And that's pretty exciting and very surprising to me. And in fact, it's kind of like in the original story of sort of, you go and you explain why is there complexity in the natural world, then you realize, well, there's all this complexity, there's all this computational irreducibility, there's a lot we can't know about what's going to happen. It's kind of a very confusing thing for people who say, science has nailed everything down. We're going to, based on science, we can know everything. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, there's this computational irreducibility thing right in the middle of that, thrown up by science, so to speak. And then the question is, well, given computational irreducibility, how can we actually figure out anything about what happens in the world? Why are we able to predict anything? Why are we able to sort of operate in the world? And the answer is that we sort of live in these slices of computational reusability that exists in this kind of ocean of computational irreducibility. And it turns out that it seems that it's a very fundamental feature of the kind of model that seems to operate in physics and perhaps in a lot of these other areas, that there are these particular slices of computational reducibility that are relevant to us. And those are the things that both allow us to operate in the world and not just have everything be completely unpredictable, but they're also things that potentially give us what amount to sort of physics-like laws in all these other areas. So that's been sort of an exciting thing, but I would say that in general for our project, it's been going spectacularly well. I mean, it's very, honestly, it wasn't something I expected to happen in my lifetime. I mean, it's something where it's, and in fact, one of the things about it, some of the things that we've discovered are things where I was pretty sure that wasn't how things worked. Mm-hmm. And it turns out I'm wrong. And in a major area in mathematics, I'd be realizing that something I've long believed, we can talk about it later, that just really isn't right. But I think that the thing that so what's happened with the physics project? I mean, it's a can explain a little bit about how the model works. But basically,
we can maybe ask you the following question. So, it's easy through words to describe how cellular automata works. You've explained this, and it's the fundamental mechanism by which you, in your book, A New Kind of Science, explored the idea of complexity and how to do science in this world of reducible islands and general irreducibility. Okay, so how does the model of hypergraphs differ from cellular automata, and how does the idea of multi-computation differ? Like, maybe that's a way to describe it.
Right, we're right. This is my life is, like all of our lives, something of a story of computational irreducibility.
Yes.
And, it's been going for a few years now, so it's always a challenge to kind of find these appropriate pockets of reducibility, but let me see what I can do.
Great.
So I mean, first of all, let's talk about physics, first of all. And, a key observation that the starting point of our physics project is things about what is space, what is the universe made of? And, ever since Euclid, people just sort of say space is just this thing where you can put things at any position you want. And they're just points, and they're just geometrical things that you can just arbitrarily put at different coordinate positions. So that the first thing in our physics project is the idea that space is made of something. Just like water is made of molecules, space is made of kind of atoms of space. And the only thing we can say about these atoms of space is they have some identity. It's this atom as opposed to this atom. And you could give them, if you were a computer person, you give them UUIDs or something.
Yes.
But that's all there is to say about them, so to speak. And then all we know about these atoms of space is how they relate to each other. So we say these three atoms of space are associated with each other in some relation. So you can think about that as, what atom of space is friends with what other atom of space. You can build this essentially friend network of the atoms of space. And the sort of starting point of our physics project is that's what our universe is. It's a giant friend network of the atoms of space. And so how can that possibly represent our universe? Well, it's like in something like water, there are molecules bouncing around, but on a large scale, that produces fluid flow, and we have fluid vortices, and we have all of these phenomena that are sort of the emergent phenomena from that underlying kind of collection of molecules bouncing around. And by the way, it's important that that collection of molecules bouncing around have this phenomenon of computational irreducibility. That's actually what leads to the second law of thermodynamics, among other things. And that leads to the sort of randomness of the underlying behavior, which is what gives you something which on a large scale seems like it's a smooth, continuous type of thing. And so first thing is space is made of something. It's made of all these atoms of space connected together in this network. And then everything that we experience is sort of features of that structure of space. So, when we have an electron or something, or a photon, it's some kind of tangle in the structure of space, much like kind of a vortex in a fluid would be just this thing that is, it can actually, the vortex can move around, it can involve different molecules in the fluid, but the vortex still stays there.
And if you zoom out enough, the vortex looks like an atom itself, like a basic element.
Yes.
So there's the levels of abstraction. If you squint, kind of blur things out, it looks like at every level of abstraction, you can define what is a basic individual entity.
Yes, but in this model, there's a bottom level.
Yeah.
There's an elementary length. Maybe
That
10
is
to the minus
discrete.
100, 10 to the minus 100 meters, let's say, which is really small. A proton is 10 to the minus 15 meters. The smallest we've ever been able to sort of see with a particle accelerator is around 10 to the minus 21 meters. So, if we don't know precisely what the correct scale is, but it's perhaps of the order of 10 to the minus 100 meters, so it's pretty small. But that's the end. That's what things are made of.
What's your intuition where the 10 to the minus 100 comes from? What's your intuition about this scale?
Well, okay, so there's a calculation which I consider to be somewhat rickety, okay, which has to do with comparing, so there are various fundamental constants. There's the speed of light. The speed of light, once you know the elementary time, the speed of light tells you the conversion from the elementary time to the elementary length. Then there's the question of how do you convert to the elementary energy, and how do you convert to between other things. And there are various constants we know. We know the speed of light, we know the gravitational constant, we know Planck's constant in quantum mechanics. Those are the three important ones. And we actually know some other things. We know things like the size of the universe, the Hubble constant, things like that. And essentially this calculation of the elementary length comes from looking at these sort of combination of those. Well, okay, so the most obvious thing, people have sort of assumed that quantum gravity happens at this thing, the Planck scale, 10 to the minus 34 meters, which is the sort of the combination of Planck's constant and the gravitational constant, the speed of light, that gives you that kind of length. Turns out in our model, there is an additional parameter, which is essentially the number of simultaneous threads of execution of the universe, which is essentially the number of sort of independent quantum processes that are going on. And that number, let's see if I remember that number is 10 to the 170, I think, and so it's a big number, but that number then connects, sort of modifies what you might think from all these Planck units to give you the things we're giving. And there's been sort of a mystery actually in the as a more technical physics thing, that the Planck mass, the Planck energy is actually surprisingly big. The Planck length is tiny, 10 to the minus 34 meters. The Planck time, 10 to the minus 43 meters, I think, seconds, I think. But the Planck energy is like the energy of a lightning strike, okay, which is pretty weird. In our models, the actual elementary energy is that divided by the number of sort of simultaneous quantum threads, and it ends up being really small too. And that sort of explains that mystery that's been around for a while about how Planck units work. But whether that precise estimate is right, we don't know yet. I mean, that's one of the things that's sort of been a thing we've been pretty interested in, is how do you see through, how do you make a gravitational microscope that can kind of see through to the atoms of space? How do you get, in fluid flow, for example, if you go hypersonic flow or something, you've got a Mach 20, space plane or something, it really matters that there are individual molecules hitting the space plane, not a continuous fluid. The question is, what is the analogous kind of, what is the analog of hypersonic flow for things about the structure of space-time? And it looks like a rapidly rotating black hole, right at the sort of critical rotation rate, it looks as if that's a case where essentially the structure of space-time is just about to fall apart. And you may be able to kind of see the evidence of sort of discrete elements. You may be able to kind of see there the sort of gravitational microscope of actually seeing these discrete elements of space, and there may be some effect in, for example, gravitational waves produced by rapidly rotating black hole, that in which one could actually see some phenomenon where one could say, yes, they just don't come out the way one would expect based on having a continuous structure of space-time. It is something where you can kind of see through to the discrete structure. We don't know that yet.
So can you maybe elaborate a little bit deeper how a microscope that can see to 10 to the minus 100, how rotating black holes and presumably the detailed, accurate detection of gravitational waves, since black holes can reveal the discreteness of space?
Okay, first thing is, what is a black hole? Actually, we need to go a little bit further in the story of what space-time is, because I explained a little bit about what space is, but I didn't talk about what time is. And that's sort of important in understanding space-time, so to speak.
And your sense is both space and time in the story are discrete?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's a complicated story.
Yeah.
And needless to say.
Well, it's simple at the bottom.
It's very simple at the bottom. It's very, in the end, it's simple but deeply abstract, and something that is simple in conception, but kind of wrapping one's head around what's going on is pretty hard. But so first of all, we have this. So describe these kind of atoms of space and their connections. You can think about these things as a hypergraph. A graph is just you connect nodes to nodes, but a hypergraph you can have sort of not just friends, individual friends to friends, but you can have these triplets of friends or whatever else. And so we're just saying, and that's just the relations between atoms of space are the hyperedges of the hypergraph. And so we've got some big collection of these atoms of space, maybe 10 to the 400 or something in our universe, and that's the structure of space. And every feature of what we experience in the world is a feature of that hypergraph, that spatial hypergraph. So then the question is, well, what does that spatial hypergraph do? Well, the idea is that there are rules that update that spatial hypergraph. And in a cellular automaton, you've just got this line of cells, and you just say at every step, at every time step, you've got fixed time steps, fixed array of cells. At every step, every cell gets updated according to a certain rule. And that's kind of that's the way it works. Now in this hypergraph, it's sort of vaguely the same kind of thing. We say every time you see a little piece of hypergraph that looks like this, update it to one that looks like this. So it's just keep rewriting this hypergraph. Every time you see something that looks like that anywhere in the universe, it gets rewritten. Now, one thing that's tricky about that, which we'll come to, is this multi-computational idea, which has to do with, you're not saying in some kind of lockstep way, do this one, then this one, then this one. It's just whenever you see one you can do, you can go ahead and do it. And that leads one not to have a single thread of time in the universe. Because if you knew which one to do, you just say, okay, do this one, then we do this one, then we do this one. But if you say just do whichever one you feel like, you end up with these multiple threads of time, these kind of multiple histories of the universe, depending on which order you happen to do the things you could do in.
So it's fundamentally asynchronous and parallel.
Yes. Yes.
Which is very uncomfortable for the human brain that seeks for things to be sequential and synchronous.
Right. Well, I think that this is part of the story of consciousness, is I think the key aspect of consciousness that is important for sort of parsing the universe is this point that we have a single thread of experience. Okay. We have a memory of what happened in the past, we can say something and predict something about the future, but there's a single thread of experience. And it's not obvious it should work that way. I mean, we've got 100 billion neurons in our brains and they're all firing in all kinds of different ways, but yet our experience is that there is this single thread of time that goes along. Mm-hmm. And I think that one of the things I've kind of realized with a lot more clarity in the last year is the fact that we conclude that the universe has the laws it has is a consequence of the fact that we have consciousness the way we have consciousness. And so the fact, so I mean, just to go on with kind of the basic setup, it's so we've got this spatial hypergraph. It's got all these atoms of space. They're getting these little clumps of atoms of space are getting turned into other clumps of atoms of space, and that's happening everywhere in the universe, all the time. And so one thing that's a little bit weird is there's nothing permanent in the universe. The universe is getting rewritten everywhere, all the time. And if it wasn't getting rewritten, space wouldn't be knitted together. That is, space would just fall apart. There wouldn't be any way in which we could say this part of space is next to this part of space. One of the things that people were confused about back in antiquity, the ancient Greek philosophers and so on, is how does motion work? How can it be the case that you can take a thing that we can walk around and it's still us when we walked, a foot forward, so to speak? And in a sense, with our models, that's again a question, because it's a different set of atoms of space. When I move my hand, it's moving into a different set of atoms of space. It's having to be recreated. It's not, the thing itself is not there. It's being continuously recreated all the time. Now it's a little bit like waves in an ocean, vortices and fluid, which again, the actual molecules that exist in those are not what define the identity of the thing. But it's a little bit, this idea that there can be pure motion, that it is even possible for an object to just move around in the universe and not change. It's not self-evident that such a thing should be possible. And that is part of our perception of the universe, is that we parse those aspects of the universe where things like pure motion are possible. Now, pure motion, even in general relativity, the theory of gravity, pure motion is a little bit of a complicated thing. I mean, if you imagine your average, teacup or something approaching a black hole, it is deformed and distorted by the structure of space-time. And to say, is it really pure motion? Is it that same teacup that's the same shape? Well, it's a bit of a complicated story. And this is a more extreme version of that. So anyway, the thing that's happening is we've got space, we've got this notion of time. So time is this rewriting of the hypergraph. And one of the things that's important about that, time is this sort of computationally irreducible process. There's something, time is not something where, it's kind of the mathematical view of time tends to be, time is just a coordinate. We can, slide a slider, turn a knob, and we'll change the time that we've got in this equation. But in this picture of time, that's not how it works at all. Time is this inexorable, irreducible kind of set of computations that go from where we are now to the future. But so the thing, and one of the things that is, again, something one sort of has to break out of is your average trained physicist like me says, space and time are the same kind of thing. They're related by, the Poincare group and Lorentz transformations and relativity and all these kinds of things. And space and time, there are all these kind of sort of folk stories you can tell about why space and time are the same kind of thing. In this model, they're fundamentally not the same kind of thing. Space is this kind of sort of connections between these atoms of space. Time is this computational process. So the first sort of surprising thing is, well, it turns out you get relativity anyway. And the reason that happens, there are a few bits and pieces here which one has to understand, but the fundamental point is, if you are an observer embedded in the system that are part of this whole story of things getting updated in this way and that, there's sort of a limit to what you can tell about what's going on. And really, in the end, the only thing you can tell is what are the causal relationships between events. So an event in this sort of, an elementary event is a little piece of hypergraph got rewritten. And that means that a few hyperedges of the hypergraph were consumed by the event, and you produce some other hyperedges. And that's an elementary event. And so then the question is, what we can tell is kind of what the network of causal relationships between elementary events is. That's the ultimate thing, the causal graph of the universe. And it turns out that, well, there's this property of causal invariance that is true of a bunch of these models, and I think is inevitably true for a variety of reasons, that makes it be the case that it doesn't matter, kind of, if you are sort of saying, well, I've got this hypergraph and I can rewrite this piece here and this piece here, and I do them all in different orders, when you construct the causal graph for each of those orders that you choose to do things in, you'll end up with the same causal graph. And so that's essentially why, well, that's in the end why relativity works. It's why our perception of space and time is as having this kind of connection that relativity says they should have, and that's kind of how that works.
I think I'm missing a little piece. If we can go there again, you said the fact that the observer is embedded in this hypergraph. What's missing? What is the observer not able to state about this universe, space and time?
If you look from the outside, you can say, oh, I see this particular place was updated, and then this one was updated, and I'm seeing which order things were updated in. But the observer embedded in the universe doesn't know which order things were updated in, because until they've been updated, they have no idea what else happened. So the only thing they know is the set of causal relationships. Let me give an extreme example. Let's imagine that the universe is a Turing machine. Turing machines have just this one update head which does something, and otherwise a Turing machine just does nothing, right? And the Turing machine works by having this head move around and do its updating, just where the head happens to be. The question is, could the universe be a Turing machine? Could the universe just have a single updating head that's just zipping around all over the place? You say that's crazy because, I'm talking to you, you seem to be updating, I'm updating, etc. But the thing is, there's no way to know that, because if there was just this head moving around, it's like, okay, it updates me, but you're completely frozen at that point. Until the head has come over and updated you, you have no idea what happened to me. And so, if you sort of unravel that argument, you realize the only thing we actually can tell is what the network of causal relationships between the things that happened were. We don't get to know from some sort of outside, sort of God's eye view of the thing. We don't get to know what, sort of, from the outside, what happened. We only get to know sort of what the set of relationships between the things that happened actually were.
Yeah, but if I somehow record like a trace of this, I guess what would be called multi-computation, can't I then look back in the causal tree?
The trace.
You place throughout the universe, like throughout
like a log that records in my own pocket in this hypograph? Can't I, like, realizing that I'm getting an outdated picture, can't I record?
See, the problem is, and this is where things start getting very entangled in terms of what one understands. The problem is that any such recording device is itself part of the universe.
Yeah.
So you don't get to say, you never get to say, let's go outside the universe and go do this. And that's why, I mean, lots of the features of this model and the way things work end up being a result of that.
So, but what, I guess, on a human level, what is the cost you're paying? What are you missing from not getting an updated picture all the time? Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, right.
But like how does consciousness emerge from that? Like how like what are the limitations of that observer? I understand you're getting a delayed
Well,
picture.
there's a bunch of limitations of the observer, I think. Maybe just explain something about quantum mechanics, because that maybe is an extreme version of some of these issues, which helps to kind of motivate why one should sort of think things through a little bit more carefully. So one feature of this, okay, so in standard physics, like high school physics, you learn, the equations of motion for a ball, and it says you throw the ball this angle, this velocity, things will move in this way, and there's a definite answer, right? The key story of quantum mechanics is there aren't definite answers to where does the ball go. There's kind of this whole sort of bundle of possible paths, and all we say we know from quantum mechanics is certain probabilities for where the ball will end up. Okay, so that's kind of the core idea of quantum mechanics. So in our models, quantum mechanics is not some kind of plug-in, add-on type thing. You absolutely cannot get away from quantum mechanics, because as you think about updating this hypergraph, there isn't just one sequence of things, one definite sequence of things that can happen. There are all these different possible.
Live streaming on WFYI is made possible by R.E. Garland and Associates.
Stop.